At the centre of the table sits a wooden bowl filled with dark, almost black bread, so dense it could crack a tooth, this bread, a lifeline baked from grains coaxed from stubborn soil. Rye, oats, barley, wheat, the cherished grain, rarely reached the peasants' hands, reserved for nobles and monasteries. Historians still debate whether medieval villagers truly despised their dark loaves or merely accepted them with a stoic, fatalistic resilience. Regardless, you chew slowly. The taste is earthy, slightly sour, the texture heavy but strangely satisfying. By the hearth, a pot simmers, though its contents are humble, likely a porridge of oats thinned with water, perhaps with a pinch of salt if luck holds. The smell is faint, more a whisper than a promise, but on a frozen night it fills the belly and grants one more day. You watch the smallest child cradle a wooden spoon like a treasure, warmth radiating into his tiny fingers. Here lies a central truth. Across much of Europe, peasants derived nearly 3/4 of their daily calories from grain. Bread, porridge, and weak ale were not side dishes, they were the bedrock of survival. Yet, in the corner, you note something peculiar. An old woman mutters softly as she slips a sprig of dried rosemary into the boiling pot. She insists the herb wards off winter fever. Odd little details like this remind you that food was not just sustenance but also medicine, ritual, even a touch of magic. Some villagers swore that onion skins on the windowsill kept frost spirits at bay. Did it work? You can judge for yourself as you watch her nod with quiet conviction. Still, anxiety haunts the edges of every meal. Stores are dwindling, each mouthful measured. You glance toward the ladder where a small iron-bound chest holds precious reserves. A few hard cheeses wrapped in cloth, a shrinking salt-cured ham, bundles of leeks preserved in straw. Every scrap counts. A mouse skittering in the shadows is not just a nuisance, it is a thief stealing survival itself. A chill runs through you, not from the cold outside but from a realization. Hunger is always lurking nearby. You edge closer to the hearth fire, the wood crackling like a lullaby. The children, cheeks flushed with warmth, drift asleep while the parents stay awake, silently counting the loaves left, the weeks until the thaw. And you, a visitor from another time, can almost hear the quiet arithmetic of survival echoing in the room. Will the bread last until spring? Is there enough in the ale barrel? Historians still debate whether peasants in normal winter years were often truly hungry, but certainly the memory of famine haunted every household, shaping their frugal habits and rituals. As you lean back, eyelids growing heavy, you realize the frost on the door is more than decoration. It is a constant reminder. Winter tests both body and spirit. You have taken your first step into their world, where every breadcrumb is precious, and every hearth fire must burn until dawn. You wake in the dim light of a winter morning, the sun struggling to pierce the clouds. Even inside, your breath frosts the air, for not even the dying embers of last night's hearth can banish the chill. The family stirs slowly, and the first task of the day is not milking the cow or tending the fields, but reaching for the bread. The loaf on the table bears little resemblance to the fluffy, sliced bread you know. It is dark, heavy, dense, hacked into uneven chunks with a blunt knife. The crust is hard as wood, thudding dully when tapped. Inside, it reveals a coarse, slightly grey crumb flecked with husks. You tear off a piece. The smell is earthy, sour, tinged with the smoke of the bakehouse fire. This is not about pleasure, it is about survival. Bread dominated their diet. For the medieval European peasant, it formed the bulk of daily calories. Grain mattered more than garnish, and the type of bread revealed your place in society. The nobility ate fine white wheat bread, light and soft. Peasants may do with loaves of rye, barley, or oats, darker and denser. Historians still debate whether peasants saw white bread as an aspirational dream or found it tasteless compared to their hearty rye. What's undeniable is that the hierarchy of grain mirrored the hierarchy of man. You sit with the family as they bless the bread, then slice it with care. Each portion is measured, for the stores must last. They eat in silence, the sound of chewing mingling with the crackle of the fire. Butter is a rarity, cheese a treat, and the bread is often washed down with thin ale to ease its dryness. You likely couldn't survive long on this alone. Yet for them it is both comfort and necessity. In lean years, bread might be bulked out with peas, beans, chestnuts, even ground acorns. There's a grim tale of desperate villagers mixing sawdust into their flour, tricking their stomachs into feeling full. Imagine biting into that bread. Wood grit between your teeth, a rough scrape on the tongue. Yet the choice was simple: eat what you have or starve. Not all bread was equal, however. Outside in the village square, the Lord Steward is collecting the grain tax. Sacks of wheat are loaded onto carts bound for the manor, while the peasants take their rye home. Bread became a symbol not just of nourishment, but of social order. The Latin word companion means one who shares bread. To break bread together was an act of survival as much as community. You follow a child clutching a wrapped loaf, headed for the church. Here, on feast days, bread might be blessed and shared. Sometimes mixed with holy water or salt did consecrated bread taste better. Historians still debate the significance, spiritual or purely symbolic, but for the villagers, the line between faith and food blurred easily. Bread was both body and spirit. In another home, you watch a woman knead dough, her arms dusted with flour. She works it forcefully on a rough board, pressing with a rhythmic thump, muttering a charm against hunger spirits as she goes. The dough rises slowly by the hearth, covered with a cloth. The smell of yeast fills the room, a faint sweetness hinting at life. Later, she will slide it into a clay oven, smoke curling up as if the bread itself is breathing. That oven is not hers alone. Often, an entire village shared a common bakehouse. Each household marked their loaf, a cross, initials, a simple notch. To claim it after baking, the bread emerges hard, cracked, but nourishing. The family gathers around it almost reverently. For them, each loaf is not just food but a bulwark against the cold and the long night. The crust resists your teeth, but once broken, the dense chew fills your mouth. Slowly, a warmth spreads, not just from the heat but from eating something that connects you to the land itself. You lean back, crumbs on your lips, and wonder, could you live on bread alone? For many a medieval peasant, the answer was yes, at least through the harshest months. You would grow weary of the monotony, but when the frost outside threatens to bite deeper, bread is the shield between life and hunger. So, as the family finishes their meagre portion and wraps the remainder for later, you feel both the weight of their daily struggle and the strange comfort of their rituals. Bread is their lifeline, coarse but enduring, humble yet holy. The morning wears on, and you follow a snow-dusted path to another cottage. Inside, the family has moved from bread to the second pillar of their day, porridge. You watch a mother bend over the hearth, stirring a pot hung from a hook above the flames. The mixture bubbles thickly, emitting the smell of warm grain, simple, filling, steady. You scoop a spoonful and find the porridge coarse, dotted with tiny husks. Oats and barley dominate here, sometimes millet or buckwheat depending on the region. Well documented. This gruel was the staple of countless winter mornings, eaten not for pleasure but for the energy to face a day's labour. A little salt improves it. A dab of honey is a near luxury. With nothing, it is bland but life-sustaining. A peculiar custom surfaces as you watch a child sprinkle dried herbs into the pot. Sage, perhaps, or parsley. Villagers believed certain greens could ward off winter coughs or keep malignant spirits at bay during the long nights. Sometimes they tossed bits of stale bread into the porridge, wasting not a crumb. Other times, weak ale replaced water, adding a faint tang. You smile at the thought of beer for breakfast before the day's work even begins. But this humble bowl holds more than meets the eye. Scholars still debate just how much variety truly existed in a peasant's pot. Some argue they regularly mixed in peas, beans, and root vegetables, while others contend the winter diet was painfully monotonous, unadorned. Whatever the truth, you can feel how the repetition wore on the spirit. The family eats silently, chewing each mouthful with patient resignation, though the children sometimes slurp loudly just to break the quiet. Your spoon digs deeper, the texture thickening as the porridge cools. Imagine eating this every morning for months on end, each bowl nearly identical to the last. Yet within this monotony lies survival. With each swallow, warmth spreads like a soft shield across your chest, holding the icy encroachment at bay. You close your eyes, listening to the hiss of burning logs, the scrape of wooden spoons, the murmured prayers for the stores to last until spring. As you finish, you realize porridge is more than food. It is rhythm, ritual, a reassurance in a season where little else feels certain. You step outside again, the cold air stinging your face. Snowflakes drift lazily across the village lane, settling on doorsteps, clinging to your cloak. A neighbour beckons you inside, and in the centre of her table an earthenware jug stands proud. She pours a cloudy amber liquid into a wooden cup, and the faintly sour-sweet scent hits your nose at once. This is not fresh water. This is weak ale, the true drink of winter survival. You raise the cup. The taste surprises you. It is thin, more like a mild grain tea than the potent beer you know today. This is small beer, brewed at home from leftover grains, just strong enough to kill harmful bacteria in the water. Medieval household records show weak ale as the daily drink, consumed even by children because wells and streams were often fouled with waste. Rather than risk sickness, one sip this mild brew you drink and a gentle warmth spreads through you. Not enough to intoxicate, but enough to chase the morning chill. A peculiar practice involved reusing the grain multiple times. The first brew was strongest, saved for feasts or the Lord's table. The second or third, watered down, went to the peasants. By the fourth, the drink was little more than flavoured water. Yet even that was safer than the stinking pond outside. You can almost hear the villagers' wry quip that their children were raised on ale, not milk still. Researchers debate just how dominant weak ale was in the peasant diet. Some claim villagers consumed up to a gallon per person daily, while others argue the figure is exaggerated, noting grain scarcity in poor harvest years. The truth likely lies in between, a steady, meal-accompanying trickle of weak ale, keeping people hydrated and somewhat comforted through endless frosts. You glance around the room. The walls are blackened from years of smoke, and in the corner sits a small wooden tub, the brewing vessel. The process was laborious. Boiling water, steeping grain, straining through cloth, then fermenting near the hearth. The smell of damp barley hangs in the air. Earthy and raw brewing was often women's work, a quiet skill passed from mother to daughter. Without it, a household faltered. Imagine the thirst and sickness that would follow if a batch soured or spoiled, and ale was more than nutrition. It played a social role. Villagers gathered in the tavern to share stronger brews, songs echoing off the beams as snow fell outside. The tavern's glow became a beacon of warmth, a rare place where laughter could briefly drown out hunger. For some, a night of drinking blurred the memory of empty cupboards. For others, it was a chance to exchange gossip, arrange marriages, or bargain over debts. The thin ale on your tongue, humble as it is, connects you to these rhythms of life. A child in the cottage clutches a cup, gulping eagerly. You hesitate, but then recall that water could be deadly, while weak ale was not. Even infants were sometimes given diluted ale, foam clinging to their lips. Chroniclers note that during plagues, townsfolk relied more on ale than water, believing it offered protection. Was it the alcohol, the boiled brewing water, or simply faith in tradition? The question hangs as you lean back, your thoughts wander further. Imagine trekking across snow-covered fields, a skin of weak ale at your belt. Each sip brings not exhilaration but endurance, a steady trickle of energy. Peasants drank it before chopping wood in winter. Shepherds sipped it while guarding flocks from wolves. Wives swallowed it as they spun wool by the dim hearth fire. A strange story whispers that some villagers flavoured their ale with heather, nettles, even mushrooms, claiming such mixtures brought visions or courage. Were these eccentric brewers or early experimenters in folk medicine? None can say for sure, but the tales have drifted down the centuries like smoke. The jug on the table is empty, and the family begins preparing another batch. Grain is precious, but the choice is pragmatic. Risk foul water or sacrifice some barley for brew. The fire flickers, the woman stirs, steam rising like the room's own breath. You close your eyes, listening to the faint hiss of boiling water, the soft song she hums to mark the brewing time, and you realise ale is not a luxury nor an indulgence. It is the connective tissue of daily life, safer than the stream, warmer than the frost, and humble enough to accompany both feast and famine. With every swallow, the peasant endured another hour of the relentless winter. Your cup is empty, but your senses linger on the faint tang of barley, the murmur of voices, and the certainty that without this murky brew, the whole village would have faltered long before the snow melt. You leave the smoky cottage and follow a path hedged by snow-laden bushes. The fields are a silent white, yet you notice mounds in the ground, plots hiding secrets from last autumn's harvest. Beneath layers of straw, under upturned baskets, vegetables cling stubbornly to life. They are not glamorous crops, but they are lifelines. Turnips, leeks, onions, hardy cabbages, each planted with the knowledge that winter always comes too soon. A peasant kneels in the frosty dirt, brushing aside straw to reveal pale leeks. The smell is pungent, grassy, a reminder of soil long frozen. He wipes them clean on his tunic and hands them to his wife, who will chop them into the evening stew. Archaeological finds confirm root vegetables like leeks and parsnips were staples in peasant gardens, especially since they withstood cold better than most grains. Without these hardy greens, supper would be thinner. A peculiar survival trick was storing vegetables directly in pits dug into the earth. Families filled these holes with carrots, turnips, or beets, then sealed them with straw and soil. The earth itself acted as an icebox, slowing decay. Imagine digging through frozen ground when fingers are numb and the wind cuts like a knife. Yet the ritual repeated, each retrieval a small victory over winter. Researchers still debate just how diverse these gardens were. Some argue peasants cultivated an impressive array of plants, from legumes and peas to herbs, while others contend the common winter diet narrowed sharply to a few hardy survivors. The truth likely varied from village to village, depending on soil, climate, and luck. Still, you can picture the family crowding their patch in autumn, praying the cabbages would last until March. You move closer, noticing a strange bundle hanging from a shed rafter, ropes of onions braided together. Each onion gleams faintly, its papery skin rustling to the touch. Hanging like this kept them dry, preventing rot. The sight is both practical and surprisingly beautiful, a garland of survival. Nearby, dried beans in their pods rattle softly in the cold breeze, another hidden treasure for the stew. Inside a cottage, you watch the vegetables being prepared. A turnip is cut into wedges, the pale flesh firm, tossed into the pot alongside oats and herbs. The smell builds slowly, earthy and sweet, filling the smoky room. Children peer over the rim, eager for a taste, while their mother reminds them that patience makes the belly fuller. Later, you spoon up a mouthful. Though the broth is thin, it carries the comforting weight of the land itself. A peculiar custom comes to mind. In some regions, villagers believed cabbages planted under a waning moon stored longer. Others swore leeks hung by the door warded off witches. Whether superstition or desperate hope, such practices reveal how vulnerable food felt in the face of an unpredictable winter. Imagine believing a whispered spell over a turnip could keep famine at bay. It seems quaint, but in that age, every little ritual mattered. The debate among historians continues. Just how well nourished were peasants? Some argue that with vegetables, grains, and occasional dairy, their diet was surprisingly balanced compared to later centuries. Others contend malnutrition was rife, with vitamin deficiencies causing scurvy-like symptoms or brittle bones. As you chew the fibrous stalk of a leek, you realize the truth was likely both. One winter generous, the next cruel. Outside again, you pass a small garden fenced with woven sticks. The ground crunches underfoot, frozen solid, but remnants of autumn persist. Kale leaves curled like fists, herbs blackened by frost, a few stubborn carrots hiding beneath straw. Chickens scratch the dirt, seeking anything edible. The scene is quiet, but beneath it lies a web of planning, storing, and hope that kept peasants alive year after year. And so you understand, these hidden gardens were not luxuries, they were shields. Every cabbage head, every rope of onions, every turnip buried in earth, represented another day between hunger and survival. Without them, bread and ale alone would not suffice. The land, even under snow, still whispered its gifts. If you knew where to look, if you remembered where you buried them, if luck allowed you to dig them up again. You inhale the cold air, laced with scents of earth and smoke, and commit the image of those frost-guarded gardens to memory. They are testaments that, even in the bleakest months, life insisted on pushing through. Leaf by stubborn leaf, as the snow begins to fall harder, you duck into another dwelling. The roof groans under its weight, and a bitter draught finds its way through the wall cracks. Inside, the air smells of wood smoke and something more enticing. The unmistakable pungent scent of salted meat, strings of pork and beef strips hang above the hearth, darkened and glistening after weeks of curing. This is not fresh meat, but it is survival incarnate. The family takes pride in their stores. Preserving meat was laborious and costly, but it offered the closest thing to security through the lean months. Chronicles of manorial life show pigs were the cornerstone of peasant husbandry, fattened on acorns and scraps in late autumn, then slaughtered and salted or smoked to last deep into winter. The result was tough, chewy, sometimes unpleasantly salty, but every mouthful provided the calories needed to endure frozen days. A peculiar sight stays with you. In some villages, neighbours gathered for a ritual known as the killing of the pig. It was both solemn and festive, a chance to share the labour of butchery and celebrate the harvest. Songs might be sung, weak ale poured generously, and scraps shared immediately as a feast before the real preserving began. Children licked greasy fingers that night, knowing the rest of the animal would become treasure for months to come. Yet scholars still debate how often peasants truly tasted meat. Some argue pork was a rare treat, reserved for feast days or slaughter time. Others contend small bits of salted meat appeared regularly in stews. Archaeological bone finds suggest meat was not entirely absent, but certainly not a daily enjoyment. As you watch the mother slice a strip of salt pork, thin slivers of pig into the pot, it becomes clear meat flavoured the meal but never dominated. You edge closer to the hearth, watching fat drip into the fire, sizzling. The smell fills the small room, smoky and rich, more appetising than yesterday's porridge. Even a small piece of pork boiled with cabbage or turnips elevated a meal into something memorable. Children's eyes light up at the sight of grease shimmering on the broth's surface. Imagine the psychological lift, knowing tonight's dinner would taste different, richer, more substantial. Of course, there were dangers. Salt was expensive, and not every family could afford enough to cure large amounts. Some cut corners, causing stored meat to spoil, potentially sickening the whole household. Others stretched supplies by mixing animal fat with grain, creating thick soups where meat was more a seasoning than a substance. You stare into the bubbling stew, wondering whether the saltiness on your tongue masks preservation or desperation. Then there was lard, stored in clay pots or bladders. Lard became a winter companion, spread on bread, stirred into porridge, or greasing a pan well documented. Fat was a precious form of energy, a shield against biting cold without it. Bodies weakened quickly, unable to bear the labour of gathering wood or fetching water. A spoonful of lard might seem insignificant, but it could mean the difference between exhaustion and enduring. A peculiar folk belief surfaces as you recall stories from rural Europe. Smoked hams were sometimes hung not just for preservation but to ward off evil spirits. Some families tied charms to the hooks, fearing witches might spoil their stores. Did they truly believe jealous neighbours could curse a ham? Perhaps. But when winter sharpened its claws, suspicion bred easily, and every precaution mattered. Academic debate continues over the balance of dairy, fish, and meat in the peasant diet. Was salted pork a true staple, or were fish and cheese more common? Excavated middens reveal bones, shells, and pottery shards, but proportions remain elusive to you. Sitting by the hearth, watching salt beef soften in the pot, the debate feels abstract. What matters is the steam rising, the anticipation of flavour after days of bland fare. Night falls early. The family gathers, tearing off bits of bread to sop up the stew. The salt pork is chewy, almost rubbery, but its richness seeps into the broth, making every spoonful hearty. A child gnaws on a bone with a bit of meat, content, while the father saves a strip of fat for tomorrow's breakfast. Nothing is wasted. Skin, marrow, offal, even the pig's bladder might become a pouch, its bristles a brush. You close your eyes, savouring the faintly sweet, smoky taste lingering on your lips, realising how precious these stores were. Without salted pork, beef or lard, the winter table would be bread and roots alone. Meat, in any form, provided not just strength but also morale, a sense that someone who planned well in autumn was still faintly favoured by fate. As the wind rattles the shutters, you are grateful for the strange comfort of salt and smoke, in its own way a guardian of the peasant hearth, warding off hunger as surely as the fire warded off frost. The wind grows sharper, rattling loose shutters and startling a murder of crows. You walk along the village's edge, where fields blend into woodland, and you sense another facet of survival: hunting. For most peasants, game was not meant for their table. Law and privilege intertwined, reserving forests as the Lord's hunting preserve. Yet hunger knows no law, and in the darkest winters snares and slingshots emerged from hiding. You crouch beside a boy checking a simple trap, a noose hidden beneath the snow. Today he is lucky. A rabbit kicks feebly, its leg caught. The boy acts swiftly, murmuring a prayer as he ends the animal's struggle. Chroniclers note that hares, rabbits and small birds often found their way into peasant pots, despite threats of punishment. Legally, these woods belonged to the manor. Informally, hunger claimed its own. A peculiar story survives from the records of a Yorkshire village. A man was fined for poaching a deer, but the court roll noted his children were thin as fence posts. Pity occasionally softened justice, but only slightly imagine risking a beating or worse for a hare that barely fed a family. Yet the alternative was hunger, gnawing at the door like a wolf. Experts still debate just how frequent such poaching was. Some argue it was a rare act of the desperation, undertaken only when famine threatened others, see it as a quiet but steady undercurrent of rural life, hidden behind silence and complicity. After all, a trap leaves little trace, and neighbours often look the other way. The debate remains unresolved, but in the boy's nervous glance you feel the truth. Tonight the grumble in his stomach speaks louder than the law. Later, in the cottage, the rabbit is skinned with care. The scent of raw meat mingles with smoke, sharp and metallic. Every scrap is saved for the stew, the pelt for a pouch, the bones for broth. The animal becomes not just food, but a cascade of resources. Proof that in this world, nothing was wasted. You taste the stew that night, heartier than plain cabbage. Sweet with a hint of the wild, here, too, a peculiar superstition lingers. Some villagers believed eating hare brought agility, that children who ate rabbit might run faster, escaping sickness or ill luck. Others whispered that deer carried sacred protection and should not be killed at all. Such contradictions reflect the fine line between reverence for nature and hunger's relentless pull. You recall how fiercely the church and crown guarded hunting rights. Royal forests sprawled across England and France, where even gathering firewood or snaring birds could bring harsh penalties. Yet, in the shadows of peasant villages, survival reshaped the rules. No edict could quiet an empty belly. The stew is ready, thickened with barley and leeks. The family gathers, bowls steaming in their hands. The father mutters, "Thanks to the forest's mercy." The boy grins at his small triumph. You sip with them, tasting a warmth that feels illicit, a gift borrowed from the woods. You realise hunting here was not sport, but a gamble, with the law, with the neighbour's eyes, with the risk of the trap springing empty. Yet every rabbit, every pigeon, every squirrel caught in winter pushed death back one more step. Outside, the wind howls, but inside, bellies are a little fuller, spirits a little lighter. The rabbit's bones click in the pot, stewing into a broth to be sipped until morning. You lean back, your breath heavy with smoke and meat, feeling the fragile balance between defiance and survival. The village lane leads you to a frozen stream, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the pale grey sky. You kneel, rapping it with your knuckle. It is solid, but you can hear a faint gurgle beneath, as if the water whispers its secrets under a hard shell. Here, food still lives, while fields lie dormant and game hides deep. Fish remain a steady source. If you can catch them, you see two men approach, wrapped in patched cloaks. They carry iron tip.
So, as you sit by the hearth, the scent of fried cabbage clinging to your hair, you realize winter's survival wasn't just about grain or meat. It was also about what melted into the pot, what was spread on the bread, what lingered on your lips long after the meal. Butter and lard might seem humble, but in this season, they were riches not in coin, but in calories. In the morning, the snow falls, the air carrying a crisp, cleaner edge after the storm. As you wander to the village outskirts, a new scent draws you sweet, rich, golden. In a modest cottage, a family gathers around something extraordinary, a small clay pot brimming with fat. Honey. In a world where sugar was not yet part of daily life, honey was a rare treasure, capable of sweetening meals and lifting spirits alike. You lean in, the pot pulls faintly in the dim firelight, its viscous content shimmering like captured sunlight. And evil account books confirm that honey was the primary sweetener available to peasants centuries before imported sugar became commonplace. He's where both cherished and feared. His word ended carefully in wicker-esque, EPS or hollowed logs. Villagers risked stings and smoke to gather the thick amber liquid, knowing the joy it brought was unique against winter's monotony. A peculiar custom unfolds before you. The father dips a wooden spoon into the pot, drizzles a thin stream over bread, and offers it reverently to the smallest child. The child licks slowly, eyes wide at the sticky sweetness, as if tasting magic itself. In thought regions, parents have infants honey to soothe them, believing it can not just the body but the soul. To you, it feels like an indulgence, but to them, it is summer's memories stored in a jar. Academic debate persists. Just how common with honey in the peasant diet? Some argue beekeeping was widespread, with even poor households maintaining a half a queue. Others contend that much honey was rendered as rent or tribute to lords and monasteries, leaving little for the villagers themselves. Perhaps like many foods, its presence varied from place to place, abundant in some regions, rare and coveted in others. In this cottage, however, honey had clearly a seasonal delicacy, doled out in tiny amounts to brighten the hearths. The mother now stirs a spoonful of honey into a bowl of steaming porridge. The scent changes instantly. Earthy oats become fragrant, inviting. You take a bite, marveling at the difference. Sweetness softens the rough texture, making it feel less like survival, more like comfort. No wonder honey often graced feast Wednesday meals, drizzled on bread or mixed into weak kale. Even a drop could alter the mood of a whole table. Minus documented. Honey was also medicine. See, medieval herbals praised it for healing sore throats, wounds, and fevers. Mixed with garlic, it was a folk remedy for coughs. Combined with herbs, it soothed burns or cuts. You can imagine villagers rationing it carefully, not just for taste but for healing, treating the pot as both larder and apothecary. Another peculiar belief comes from folk tradition. Bees themselves were thought to represent luck and order. Families whispered news of births, deaths, and marriages to the hives, fearing disaster if the bees were kept in the dark. Hives might even be draped with cloth during funerals to keep the bees from leaving. The link between bees and community, honey and harmony, feels almost poetic as you watch the family savor this golden liquid. The pot is sealed again, wrapped tightly in cloth, placed on a high shelf away from greedy hands, will not be touched again for days, perhaps weeks, until another special moment demands it. Meanwhile, the children lick their fingers, grinning, cheeks sticky. The happiness lingers in the room long after the sweetness is gone. You walk back outside, snow crunching underfoot. Their thoughts drift to the bees themselves, hives hidden at the forest's edge, humming even in the cooler months when the sun allowed. The buzz of summer wings, now silent, its bounty preserved as liquid gold for the dark season. Honey is more than food, it is sunlight carried forward, a reminder that warmth and flowers will return. Experts note honey played a role in brewing too. A fermented honey drink was prized at feasts, but often too costly for everyday peasant use. Still, an occasional pot brewed into drink could elevate a holiday beyond the ordinary. Imagine sipping such sweetness as snow piled against the door, your heart lightened temporarily by the taste of summer wine. As he returned to the cottage, the hearth fire crackles, the air faintly scented with honey's residue. The family returns to routine, strengthened not just by calories but by the mood's lift. You realize how crucial such moments were. Winter wasn't just about endurance, it was also about hope. And honey, golden and scarce, was hope crystallized in every drop. You close your eyes, imagining the sticky sweetness on the tongue, the buzz of bees in fields long gone, the promise of spring hidden in a clay pot. With that thought, you understand, in the hardest months, survival required not just bread and meat, but also the sweetness that reminded you why you survived. You follow a path into the woods, branches bowed under the weight of frost. Here, the forest floor, though blanketed in snow, still holds secrets from warmer months. You crouch low, brushing aside brittle leaves to find hazelnuts scattered in the dirt. Their shells are rough brown, cold to the touch, but in Sapphire's dense, oily aching. For the medieval peasant, nuts and dried fruits were not everyday luxuries, they were seasonal gifts, carefully saved to last the barren weeks. Household accounts show peasants typically gathered hazelnuts, acorns, and chestnuts in autumn, storing them in bags or burying them in dray pits. When winter pressed harsh, these small hoards became treasures. The sound of hazelnut shells cracking on stone was a quiet relief, a reminder the forest still shared its bounty. The taste, sweet, earthy, slightly buttery, added variety to otherwise monotonous meals of grain and cabbage. A peculiar survival trick emerges from folklore. In some places, villagers strung nuts on cords hung from rafters, both to dry them and as talismans against misfortune. Children often treated these strings as toys, stealing a nut at a time until only the cord remained. Such small rituals added playfulness to a life bound by routine. Experts still debate how often dried fruits like prunes or crabapples supplemented the peasant diet. Some argue they were rare since drying required time and fuel resources always strained. Others contend that wild berries, dried by sun or hearth fire, were common enough to provide sweet bursts in stews or breads. Gary seeds found in latrine pits lend some evidence to the latter, but truth is elusive. The villagers eat them regularly, or only as artisanal treats. The debate hums is around summer bushes. In a cottage, you watch a woman crack hazelnuts with a stone, tossing the kernels into a pot of boiling porridge. The smell changes at once, nutty and warm, mingling with the grain's earthiness. Children edge closer, eager for their share, while the father sprinkles in some dried crabapples, shriveled but still tart. The stew, once plain, now carries a hint of sweetness and crunch. You taste it, feeling a small thrill so little added, yet such a large effect. Minus documented. In times of scarcity, villagers turned to acorns, soaking them in water for days to leach out bitterness, then grinding them into flour. The process was laborious, the taste mediocre, yet acorn bread warded off hunger. You can imagine the smoky taste of acorn bread baked in the communal oven, the texture rough, the flavor astringent, but still filling. A peculiar belief whispers in your mind. Some villagers thought hazelnuts carried wisdom, that eating them made one quick minded, eating granted visions. Irish tales speak of salmon that ate hazel less and grew wise, their flesh filled with knowledge. The peasants laugh at such lore as they crack shells by the hearth, or secretly hope a handful of nuts might bring clarity and that time. You wander deeper into the woods, birds flitting among bare branches. Here, berries cling stubbornly, shriveled but edible. You pluck a handful of dried sloes. The skin is tough, the flesh sour. Properly dried in item, they have been added to pies or boiled into syrup. Tonight, they sting your tongue. Yet, you feel the comfort they offered color and flavor against winter's pale palate. Scholars note dried fruits had medicinal value too. Rosy hips, rich in vitamin C, were brewed into tonics for scurvy-like ailments. Whether villagers understood the science is doubtful, but they believed in the healing warmth of such infusions. Imagine sipping a steaming cup of berry infusion while the storm howls outside. Every swallow a thread connecting you to summer fields. In another home, you see a sack of walnuts, shells darker, harder to crack. The father works patiently, prying them open as the children nibble the soft meat inside. Their fingers glisten with oil, and they laugh, wiping them on their tunics. For a brief moment, winter feels lighter. The nuts might not last forever, but while they do, they turn monotony into festival. The debate continues. Are nuts and berries marginal to survival, or quietly essential? You suspect the truth lies in their dual role. They didn't provide the bulk of calories that bread and porridge did, but they added hope, pleasure, and variety, softening hunger's sharp edges. Sometimes survival isn't just about fuel, it's about keeping despair at bay. As the hearth fire burns low, you close your eyes, imagining the crunch of hazelnuts, the tartness of sloes, the sticky sweetness of crab apples. These are not banquets. They are footnotes in the winter diet. Yet, in those footnotes lies humanity, the impulse to savor, to delight, even in hardship. You rise and leave the cottage, the wind outside stirring bare branches. Somewhere under the snow, roots cling tight, stored nuts wait patiently, and you realize the story of winter survival is written not just in bread and hams, but also in these overlooked little treasures, quietly falling into bowls, lighting the long march toward spring. As you return to the village center, snow crunching underfoot, smoke from dozens of chimneys spirals upward like pale gray ribbons. You step into another cottage, greeted first by a scent both sharp and soothing herbs simmering in a pot. These are not fine spices from distant markets, those belong to lords and merchants, but humble green things from the peasant garden. On the table lies a bundle of dried stems tied with twine, thyme, parsley, dill, wild garlic, gathered months ago, now brittle but still fragrant. The mine is documented. Peasants relied on these herbs not just to flavor otherwise plain dishes, but also to heal wounds, calm fevers, ease winter coughs. The aroma rising from the great pot is proof. Simple oats to becomes more complex, almost luxurious, with a handful of herbs tossed in at the right moment. A peculiar detail manifests in the corner. The grandmother takes up a sprig of rosemary, not for cooking, but to wave gently in the air, murmuring that it drives away bad moods and restless spirits. In some regions, villagers even tuck garlic cloves into their frames, convinced it kept witches at bay or warded off sickness. You smile at the sight. Food and faith are so tightly woven that the act of cooking becomes a kind of spell. Scholars still debate just how effective these herbal practices were. Some argue the antibacterial properties of garlic and onions indeed helped, while others see much of it as superstition wrapped in ritual. Perhaps both are true. You drink now from the bowl, feeling a warmth that goes beyond calories, as if faith itself has a taste woven into every spoonful. The mother explains how she dried the herbs in late summer, hanging them from rafters, letting smoke keep them from rotting. Now, in deep winter, she crumbles them into the stew with practiced hands. The dried thyme is brittle, pungent when crushed. Even a pinch can turn broth from thin to savory. Imagine what that tiny shift felt like when meals were thin for weeks on end. Monastic herbals record that peasants often passed knowledge at healing plants down through generations: parsley for digestion, sage for sore throats, fennel for childbirth. This knowledge was half memory, half belief, binding the community together. Despite the lack of scientific certainty, the rituals gave confidence sometimes as important as medicine. When nights felt endless, a peculiar folk custom surfaces in your mind. Villagers brewed green decoctions from nettles or sorrel even in winter, believing they strengthened the blood. Children work oaks to sip the bitter liquid, making faces, but mothers soothed. The sting of nettles vanished in boiling water, leaving an earthy taste that symbolized health itself. You look again at the pot over the hearth. Pearly bubbles at the bottom. Cabbage floats on top. Herbs drift in the middle like green sparks. The broth is alive with scent, pungent parsley, sweet dill, sharp garlic. The family leans forward, inhaling before they even taste. Flavor mattered here as much as fuel. Without it, the monotony of the winter diet would wear down the spirit. With it, even a thin meal felt renewed. Historians still debate whether peasants truly had access to imported spices. A few records mention pepper or cinnamon appearing in villages, usually smuggled or gifted. Like, for most, birds were the true flavor of life, rooted in their own soil. You sense how this reality shaped their palate, sharp, earthy, robust, directly connected to the land at our feet. You spoon another taste. The flavor is plain yet layered. Green notes from a chorus against the grain's backdrop. Warmth fills you, and you exhale, realizing how much comfort a handful of dried leaves could bring. The children chuckle softly, dipping bread into the broth, lips shiny with steam. For a moment, the cottage feels less like a battleground against the cold, more like a sanctuary of flavor and faith. Later, when the pot is empty, the grandmother tucks the last sprig of rosemary into a small bag hung by the door. She murmurs a final charm, believing it will keep hunger and sickness from crossing the threshold. Whether you believe her words or not, you can feel the steadiness it gives the household. Herbs were more than seasoning. They soothed, protected, and reminded the family that against winter's vastness, they were not powerless. As you step outside into the sharp air, you realize something simple yet profound. Survival wasn't just about filling bellies. It was about the little sparks of taste, ritual, and belief that reminded weary souls why they kept going. Herbs, fragile and fragrant, were winter's poetry written in steam and whispered incantations. You pick your way down a narrow alley where frost clings stubbornly to cottage timbers. Even before you step inside, a smell reaches you, pungent, unmistakable, the scent of onions that cuts through smoke and damp, and you know at once that this cottage, like many others, leaned heavily on this humble bulb. Baskets sit in the corner, filled with onions of various sizes, their papery skins rustling as the mother shifts them. Some white and smooth, others streaked with purple and rough, all stored since autumn in cool, dry places. Well, minus documented. Onions were among the most indispensable vegetables in the medieval kitchen. Not only did they grow reliably in ordinary soil, but they stored well, lasting months into winter when other crops had long vanished. A peculiar practice catches your eye. The grandmother peels an onion, not for cooking, but to rub along the threshold. She murmurs that it will keep sickness from entering. In parts of Europe, onions were strung into garlands and hung in cottages, believed to absorb bad air or ward off spirits. Imagine walking into a smoky, crowded cottage and seeing onions dangling like strange decorations. Superstition or practicality? Perhaps both. Modern researchers still debate just how central onions were compared to other vegetables. Some argue leeks and cabbages held equal importance, while others point to onions' persistent presence in manuscripts, recipes, and household records. Whatever the case, the smell you encounter now tells you this family pinned their faith on the bulb's sharp bite. Is it by the hearth, as the mother chops onions into a boiling pottage? The sound is rhythmic, the knife thumping dully on the board. Flowing tears streak her cheeks, though she pays them no mind. Everyone here is used to the sting. The onions soften quickly in the pot, their scent mellowing, mingling with turnips and barley. As the father ladles the stew into bowls, steam rises thickly, fragrant and rich. You taste it. Sweetness first, Then sharpness, layers of flavor filling your mouth. The onion transforms bland broth into something memorable. Well, mine is documented. Onions were medicine too. They were pounded into poultices for wounds, mixed with honey for coughs, even roasted to relieve irritants. Some villagers ate raw onions with bread before hard labor, believing the bite gave strength. Indeed, that burning taste wakes you at once, alerting your senses in a way no porridge ever could. A peculiar tale floats from the family's conversation. In especially harsh winters, some villagers believed if onions placed on winter cells drew out sickness. Come spring, the blackened onions were a discarded proof they'd absorbed the season's dangers. Whether placebo effect or faith, such rituals reveal how tightly food was tied to survival, body and soul. Academic debate continues. Did peasants grow onions primarily for their own use or to pay rents and tithes? Records show both. Baskets of onions went to the Lord, but plenty remained for stews and medicine. You can imagine the pressure of surrendering part of your stores while knowing every onion meant heartier pots in winter. Children nibble slices of raw onion with their bread, faces contorting at the sharpness, then bursting into laughter. Even in hardship, the onion's bite becomes a game. You chewing them, eyeing a small piece of raw onion, feeling its fire burn your tongue, lingering long after you swallow. Strangely, it weaves warmth in your chest, reminding you that survival isn't always pleasant. It is always potent. As night deepens, the baskets are covered again with cloth, the precious cargo tucked away. You notice a string of onions hanging near the rafters, swaying gently in a draft, and you realize they are more than food. They are guardians, flavor minus makers, healers, and symbols. So you walk back into the frost, the sadness still on your lips. You carry the knowledge that peasants depended on onions as both shield and sustenance. In every stew, every remedy, every charm against unseen things, this bulb played its quiet, vital part. In the quiet of the snow-packed lane, you think of how much weight such a simple vegetable carried. No feasts, no lavish spices, just a bulb from the soil, storing the power to push a family one more night toward spring. Overnight, the snow deepens, a thorough silencing, so that you wake to a world hushed as if the whole village holds its breath. Yet, in one cottage, the air is tense. The family sits around the table, not to eat but to take stock. The half-empty sack of grain lies open, the father frowning as he runs his hands through the dwindling kernels. The expression on his face is familiar, the fear of shortage. It's recorded again and again in manorial rolls and local chronicles. Terrain was the backbone of medieval life. Barley, rye, and oats formed the daily bread, but they were fragile. A wet summer could rat the harvest, a cold snap stunt growth. The line between sufficiency and disaster was thin. The family you observe now knows this well. Every scoop from the sack is a calculation. Every loaf a gamble. A peculiar coping trick surfaces. Here some villagers bulked out their flour by adding peas, beans, even ground weeds. In desperation, chestnuts or acorns might be mixed in. The resulting bread was coarse, bitter, sometimes nearly inedible, but it filled the belly. Imagine chewing bread so hard it could crack teeth, yet feeling a thrill of relief simply because something was in your stomach. And hunger doesn't demand deliciousness, it demands endurance. And scholars still debate just how frequent true shortages were in called normal years. Some argue most villages, barring disaster, fed themselves adequately, if and eagerly. Others counter with records of frequent lean years where prices soared and towns rioted. Archaeological finds of malnourished skeletons support the darker view. The truth was likely cyclical: 1 year of plenty, the next of hunger, every winter carrying uncertainty. You watch the mother measure grain carefully into a small wooden bowl. Your hands are steady, but her eyes are heavy. She pours the grain into a quern, and the rhythmic grinding begins. The sound is steady, honest, hypnotic, like a heartbeat echoing in the room. Flour dust floats into the air, settling on the children's hair, making them look as if snow has followed them inside. The resulting flour is dark, flecked with husks. There will be no soft white bread here that was for nobles and monasteries. Instead, the bread will be dense, almost stony, nourishing but plain. The father sighs, knowing months remain before fields green. He mutters that what's in the sack might not be enough. His voice is low, but the children hear, and their laughter dims. Well, mine is documented. Medieval villages often feared not the cold itself, but the failure of the grain. Grain was not just food, it was currency, rent, tithe. When the Lord claimed his share, it meant less bread on the table. When the church demanded offering, families gave even as their stores dwindled. So a grain shortage wasn't just empty bellies, it was a crisis of obligation. A peculiar superstition surfaces in your mind in some villages. People placed a single grain on a windowsill, believing it would multiply by spring. Others carried small bags of seed under their clothes, as if the warmth near the body might encourage abundance. Such gestures might sound naive, but they reveal the desperation of lives ruled by weather and fate. You dip a piece of today's bread into the stew and taste. The texture is dense, almost gluey, sour with rye. It fills you but does not comfort. Eating it feels like swallowing a reminder of limit. Yet to this family, it is a lifeline, even as each slice is thinner than the last. Experts also point to the psychological strain of shortage. Imagine the terror of watching the sack shrink, the calculus of eating better now or starving later. In recorded famines, parents reduced their own portions to feed children, sometimes collapsing from weakness. The weight of such decisions hangs silently in this cottage as the father counts kernels with his eyes. Scholars debate over how villagers mitigated these crises continues. Did communities pool resources, or did each household fend alone? Records show both. Some villages shared by custom, others fractured under strain. Tonight, to feel both possibility, this family drank their grain coffee, but they with have neighbors off, and you might have sharing will occur. As the bread cools, the family divides it into equal portions. The children chew slowly, savoring each bite, while the parents sit silent. The air holds more than smoke, it carries unspoken fear and calculation. To step outside into the frozen hush, the fields lie empty under snow, hiding the soil that will decide next year's fate. And you realize winter isn't just about what peasants eat now, but what they fear they won't eat later. Hunger is not just absence, it is foresight. Gnawing months ahead, as the moon glints on frozen ridges, you hear the whisper of countless winters past the rustle of empty sacks, the weary grind of the corn, murmured prayers to fields that might or might not forgive. The air grows colder, as if the village itself has sunk deeper into silence. You walk past shuttered windows, faint candle-minus glow behind them, and feel a heaviness unrelated to snow. In one cottage, you find a group huddled together, not eating but remembering. Their voices are low, grave, recalling winters past when grain sacks emptied and the word on everyone's lips was famine. Well, mine is documented. Medieval Europe suffered wave after wave of famine. The Great Famine of 1315-1317 stands out, and relentless rains ruined harvests across much of the continent. Crops rotted in fields, livestock died in mud, and whole villages watched food vanish. Chronicles of the time describe people eating cats, dogs, and in desperate whispers worse. Though centuries have passed, the memory of such winters passed down through generations in peasant folklore, casting a shadow over every hearth. Listen, a peculiar story surfaces. An old woman recalls her grandmother mixing ground tree bark into flour, making bread almost inedible yet keeping the family alive. Others mention chewing boiled nettle stems, roots hastily dug from frozen earth. These tales are half legend, half memory, but they remind you how resourceful human ingenuity becomes when pushed to hunger's edge. Scholars still debate the exact death tolls of medieval famines. Some argue mortality was catastrophic, wiping out entire regions. Others insist many communities survived with resilience, if not unscathed. Records are fragmentary, written by priests or lords who often exaggerated or downplayed. Yet the debate feels almost irrelevant to the family before you. To them, famine is not a statistic, it is living legacy, told to children each winter so they remember never to waste a crumb. The father described softly a year when grain ran out by February, and no bread could be baked. Villagers for aged like animals, scouring hedgerows for acorns, eating grass boiled until it lost all bitterness. His voice catches as he recalls neighbors wasting away not suddenly, but slowly, each day marked by weakness, each week accompanied by another death. The children listen wide-mouthed aside, their bowls empty but their imaginations full. Fear mingles with fascination. They are not hungry tonight, but the stories seep into their bones. Famine is not a ghost of the past. It is a possibility always lurking at the door. You notice these tales are not just memories. They are warnings disguised as stories, reminders to ration carefully, plant wisely, never grow complacent. In times of relative plenty, famine still haunts the mind like an uninvited guest. Even with bread on the table, the taste carries caution. Parish records note that famine often reshaped communities. Some villages lost so many people that fields lay fallow for years, while others saw waves of migration as survivors sought better land. Hunger bred new customs, sharing feasts when possible, preserving food more carefully, locking seed grain away. The echo of famine reshaped not just diet but identity. A peculiar belief emerges from the old woman's tale. She claims her ancestors hung straw crosses over granaries, believing it kept hunger-minus spirits from stealing the harvest. In other regions, villagers lit bonfires on frozen fields, hoping to drive off winter's curse. Whether ritual or desperation, such practices reveal how people tried to master forces beyond their control. You close your eyes a moment, picturing the gray skies of the Great Famine, the smell of rotten fields, the silence of empty barns, the gnat and kicking through mud, feet ardent, belly hollow, clutching anything at a go. Suddenly, the ordinary bowl of porridge you ate yesterday feels like luxury. The past weighs heavily on the present, teaching gratitude through fear. Modern historians still debate were famines purely natural disasters caused by rain, frost, or plague, or did political and social systems worsen them? Some argue an even distribution, taxes and obligations to lords deepen hunger, while others see nature as the true tyrant. Perhaps both are true. You can almost hear the peasants themselves sighing the cause matters less than the gnawing pain in the belly. Tonight, as the family finishes these stories, they light an extra candle, as if light itself could banish famine's shadow. The children drift to sleep to whispers of bark minus bread and nettle stew. The adults stay awake, gazing into the hearth fire, their silence heavy with the memory of ancient hunger. You step outside, the cold night pressing close, and realize something profound. For peasants, famine wasn't just an event, it was a character in their lives, a predator that might track them again at any time. It shaped their habits, beliefs, rituals, even their sense of time. Fiat belly's fall, its shadow lingered, a reminder that every winter was a gift. As you walk away, the snow crunches underfoot, but the sound feels different now. Less like frost, more like bone. And you carry these stories as they once did as reminders that survival through winter was never a guarantee, only alone. The parish church bell tolls faintly in the frosty air, and you follow its echo to the village square. People move slowly, wrapped in cloaks patched and dray-patched, but their faces hold expectation. It is a saint's day, and though now that many households, the church promises food. You step into the stone church's shadow, and the smell greets you: roast meat, rich and savory, feeling almost impossible in bleak midwinter. Enorial accounts swelled argument that church feasts punctuated the poor's monotonous diet. While lords and monasteries feasted, peasants might be invited to share leftovers on holy days. Cattle, sheep, or pigs slaughtered as offerings or for ritual often found their way to commoners' tables. For villagers, these feasts were not just spiritual obligations but material relief, moments when hunger gave way to plenty. A peculiar scene unfolds before you. Children pass eagerly against long trestle tables, waiting for their portion of beef dripping with juices. A priest blesses the food, sprinkles holy water, then slices portions onto rough drenchers of bread. Some families cross themselves before eating, murmuring thanks that today for once their meal has flavor and fullness. In some regions, parish records show feasts even included sweet puddings or spice tail, luxuries peasants rarely tasted. Experts still debate just how generous these church feasts were. Some historians argue monasteries offered them as charity and community, providing meaningful relief in need. Others insist they were sporadic and sufficient symbolic more than substantive. Perhaps the truth lies between. One night of forgotten hunger, but the next morning, bread and porridge returned. Yet the memory's glow lasted, a reminder that life could occasionally taste of abundance. You watch villagers gather at the long table, steam rising in tendrils. The air fills with laughter chatter, the clatter of knives. You taste a slice of mutton, tender and fatty, the juices seeping into the rough bread beneath. The flavor spreads on your tongue, and you feel a shiver of delight, imagining how miraculous this would feel after weeks of roots and broth. The warmth penetrates deeper than the food itself. It is the warmth of community and being part of something larger than individual household struggles. A peculiar tradition surfaces. During the feast, the priest ensures leftover bones from the roast go to the poorest families, who will boil them again and again for soup. In some villages, even the marrow bone was considered lucky, hung over a door as a talisman to attract plenty. To you, it feels both practical and poetic, the church providing not just nourishment but symbols of hope. Foes. Minus documented. Church feasts also provided fish on Fridays and Lent. Though peasants fished themselves, the church sometimes distributed salted herring or dried cod imported from distant coasts. These were luxuries compared to what villagers usually cobbled together. Imagine the wonder of tasting food from afar away. See a reminder the world was wider than the fields and woods you knew. Scholars still debate the motivations behind such generosity. Was it true charity, a way to bind community, or a strategy to maintain loyalty, reinforce hierarchy? To the hungry family before you, the question hardly matters. They eat, and their bellies for tonight at least are full. You notice how joy reshapes the atmosphere. Children run with greasy fingers, elders smile through gaps in teeth, even weary mothers laugh as they sip spiced ale. The sound is different from quiet meals at home. It is louder, freer, as to rebellion against the pressing cold outside. You feel it, to the strange intoxication of shared abundance. Later, when platters are empty and candles guttering, the priest speaks of gratitude and endurance, reminding villagers that winter is God's test, that the people, though solemn, still smile, their bellies full of meat and bread. They will carry this memory back to cottages, talking of it for days. The taste will fade, but the reminder of possibility will last. As you step outside, a night is crisp, stars scattered above. The square is quiet now, bones and scraps carried home, footsteps crunching away into darkness, and you realize these feasts were more than meals. They were interludes in the rhythm of scarcity, tiny windows into a life of plenty, proof that even in the harshest winter, there could be moments of celebration. So, as you leave, you carry the warmth of roast meat and laughter. Hunger will return tomorrow, but tonight the village ate together, and for a few hours they tasted joy. Dawn's faint light glimmers on ice-clad roofs as you wander to the village's heart. Here, every week, even in winter, the square becomes a market. Snow is shoveled aside, straw scattered underfoot, rough stalls propped with planks and poles. The air is biting but alive with the sound of bargaining voices haggling, coins clinking, sacks shifting on weary shoulders. Minus documented, markets were idle to medieval life. Villagers who produced small surpluses, beans, dried peas, bunches of onions, even bits of salt fish would trade here for what they lacked. Without such gatherings, isolated households might starve alone. Markets wove communities together like threads in a patchwork cloak, offering resilience in the coldest times. You walk past stalls heaped with winter staples. A sack of dried beans spills across a table, small and pale, unremarkable yet rich in protein. A fishmonger unwrapped slayers of cloth to reveal slabs of salt herring. The smell pungent, cutting through the frosty air. Across the way, a woman lays out a small pile of wool gloves she's knitted, hoping to trade for flour. The air is thick with contrast things that sustain life, humbly piled, displayed with quiet pride. A peculiar custom catches your eye. A peasant sprinkles ash over his pile of turnips, muttering that it prevents rotten thieves. Whether superstition or clever deterrent, the gesture draws curious glances from children who giggle at the idea of vegetables cursed against greedy hands. Humor masks truth. Every turnip is precious. Every theft a serious blow. Researchers still debate just how affordable markets were for peasants. Some argue winter prices soared, putting most goods out of reach, especially in shortage years. Others contend that British systems cloth for beans, labor for fish kept even the poorest households connected. Looking around, you see both truths. One man leaves empty-handed. Unable to afford salt, a woman secures a loaf by promising help mending nets come spring. You approaches all where barrels of salt fish stand like sentinels. The merchant chips ice from a lid, releasing a powerful salty odor. Herring, cod, or pilchards. These were apples brought deep inland from coastal towns. For inland villages, these fish were both exotic and essential, especially on church-mandated meatless days. The texture is leathery, the taste fiercely salty, but boiled with barley and onions, it becomes something nourishing. Imagine the relief of obtaining even a small piece, knowing it could stretch for multiple meals.
Excellent. Let us now weave breath and heartbeat into this epic of castle warmth, transforming it from a list into a journey that immerses one in the chill of stone and the warmth of humanity, complete with its full historical context, the icy throne, the warm memory of a medieval castle. Imagine your fingertips touching not the smooth imitation stone of a film set, but the real walls of a castle. That cold is not the dry chill of a refrigerator, but a damp, bone-deep seep of cold from the very earth. Even in August, sunlight seems unable to penetrate the thick window embrasures, and the breath still frosts in the depths of the hall. This is not the warm home of fairy tales, but a beautiful yet cruel labyrinth built of stone and wind. Surviving here was a daily, silent thermodynamic war. Medieval people, with a subtlety and resilience we can scarcely imagine, transformed this ice house into a habitable fortress. Their wisdom wove a net of warmth stretching from the skin to the sky. Act 1. The faint spark and the precise ritual. When the last gleam of daylight was swallowed by the high windows, the true art of warming began. Metal braziers were carried in by servants. They were not crude lumps of iron, but portable suns for the interior cast from brass. The basin would glow with a honeyed light under the newly lit charcoal, and the engraved vines and heraldic beasts on its sides seemed to come alive in the leaping shadows. Tending the fire was a science. With long-handled tongs, a servant would carefully lay oak charcoal, burned for 3 full days in a kiln until it rang clear when struck. Upon the embers, the new coals would be silent at first, then emit a faint crackle asterisk, splitting with a web of red fissures. A wave of warm, dry heat like an invisible ripple would begin slowly driving the chill from your knees. Yet an older, more primal warmth came from stone deep in the kitchen hearth. Several smooth, riverbed-gathered granite rocks had silently absorbed hours of fiery essence. When fetched, the air above them shimmered with heat. A seasoned maidservant would wrap one in a thick, rough-woven yet incredibly soft woolen felt, her movements as gentle as if swaddling an infant. Soon this captive warmth was delivered to an upper chamber, tucked deep into a feather bed. When you reached with freezing feet in the dead of night, you did not encounter searing heat, but a deep, enduring, almost living warmth, like the breath of the earth in slumber. Faithfully holding until dawn, Act 2. The alliance of bodies and the fortress of fabric. The cold was sharpest just before dawn. Then, the only reliable heat source was the body heat of others. The so-called bed was a tiny ecosystem built of wood, drapes, and human forms. The entire household, parents, children, even trusted servants and visiting kin, nestled together on a single, improbably wide pallet. This was not romance, but stark arithmetic. 8 sleeping bodies constituted a near-kilowatt biological power plant. Heavy woolen curtains hung from the 4 posts of the bed canopy, sealing tightly, trapping the moist warmth of exhaled breath and the heat radiating from skin within that dim, private world, a child's cheek pressed against a mother's warm shoulder blade. An elder's feet were warmed against a youth's calves. Here, rank and modesty quietly dissolved before survival. The symphony of snores, murmurs, and the rustle of fabric wove the most reassuring sound of the cold night. To rise was to leave this warm nest and step into the stone world's bite, so they armoured themselves with clothing against the skin went absorbent linen, soft as a second layer. Over that a woolen tunic or gown, its fibres trapping countless static warm air pockets. The outermost layer was a cloak heavy as armour, perhaps of coarse fulled wool, greased with tallow to repel weather, perhaps lined with fur, the soft belly fur of squirrel turned inward. They cinched belts tight, drew up hoods that wrapped the head, and tucked fingers into double-layered gloves. Soft leather inside, wool outside. The final step was to pull on leather boots stuffed with dry moss, over feet swaddled in thick woolen hose. Thus, a single person became a mobile, sealed, self-heating miniature fortress. Act 3. The alchemy of space and the symbiotic current. Human bodies alone could not warm the entire space, so they reshaped the environment. Tapestries, those exquisite fabrics depicting hunts, battles, or biblical stories, were not primarily decoration. When servants hung them high with poles, covering entire walls from floor to vaulted ceiling, you felt the change at once. The xiaozhang de chuantang feng, insolent draughts, became hesitant whispers, sound softened, and most importantly, that dank cold that seemed to seep from the very marrow of the stone was held back by a soft yet firm barrier. At night, the heavy woolen bed curtains drawn around the 4-poster created yet another, more intimate, warmer room within a room inside the frigid chamber. The castle's warmth also came from silent companions. A great mastiff might be called onto the bed, its massive body curled against human feet, its fur radiating a constant high heat. And beneath their feet, in the castle's undercroft, the stables and byres housed living creatures chewing cud and shifting in the dark the warm, spent air of their breath, rich with life's heat, seeped upward through floorboard cracks, unintentionally providing the most primitive underfloor heating for the cold chambers above. It was an ancient, intelligent symbiosis. Humans provided shelter and fodder. Livestock repaid with the most direct currency of living warmth. Act 4. The inner flame and the rhythm of life. Warmth also had to be generated from within. Food and drink were the fuel for lighting the internal furnace. Daytime meals were never cold. Thick pea and meat stews bubbled in iron pots all day, their fatty fragrance mingling with rosemary and thyme, providing not just sustenance but long-burning calories. Drinks were always served warm, whether it was ale mulled with honey and spicy ginger, or hippocras, cheap wine boiled with a profusion of spices. A single cup sent a solid wave of heat spreading from the stomach to the limbs. Alcohol dilated blood vessels, spices stimulated metabolism. This was not merely enjoyment, but a physiological strategy against damp and cold, yet a more lasting heat source than food was activity itself. In the castle, stillness meant rapid heat loss. Therefore, life was designed as a series of heat-generating rituals. In the morning, people deliberately stretched to dispel the stiffness of sleep by day. Maidservants spun thread or wove cloth, their arms swinging rhythmically. Craftsmen hammered metal, sparks and sweat flying together. Even the lord might practice swordsmanship in the hall or dance a vigorous step with his lady. These activities generated far more heat than huddling by a fire. Labour, dance, training, all were ways to transform life itself into a pulsing rhythm against the cold hash, finale, the hearth, the heart of stone. Above all, ruling every memory of warmth was the great central hearth. It was not an object in a room. It was the heart of the hall, a living, breathing entity built of stone. Its firebox was as deep as a cavern, capable of swallowing the trunk of a small tree. When lit, its flame produced not a gentle crackle, but a low, sustained roar, like the breath of a great beast. Heat radiated out in an almost tangible force, making the cheeks of someone standing 10 paces away feel the pressing warmth of its blast. Firelight danced beneath the high vaults, casting everyone's shadow, huge and distorted, onto tapestries and walls, like a troop of silent, warm ghosts. Here was the centre of all life. People cooked, ate, conversed, passed judgments, entertained, and slept within its ambit. Here, servants warmed stones, the lady warmed wine, a poet sang epics, and a wanderer begged a night's shelter. Its heat, through cunning design in the stone flues, was guided to warm upper chambers. Its light was the sole bulwark of faith against the dark and despair of the long night. That leaping flame was the unyielding, warm, beating heart in this world of cold stone. It did not merely heat air, it heated the soul, sustaining the fragile temperature of something called home and community. Therefore, warmth in a medieval castle was never what the modern mind understands as uniform room temperature. It was a dynamic, layered, highly strategic state of survival. It was the careful construction within a cold torrent of warm bubbles and islands using bodies, fabric, fire, food, labour and wisdom. It reminds us, warmth, in the most fundamental sense, is not a gift of technology, but the power of life itself, the collaboration of bodies, the movement of hands, the sharing of food and drink, the gathering around a common flame, and that indomitable desire to create a bit of comfort, a bit of shelter, in a harsh world that desire itself is the oldest and most enduring flame. Hash, the icy throne, a medieval memory of warmth, a survival symphony of stone, fire, man, and life. It was not a building, but an organic, cold-fighting life system. Let us feel it from the depth of midnight movement. The core of night, the republic of body heat. When the last ember in the central hearth glowed dull red like a dying star, the castle sank into its truest, most naked state, a vast stone shell slowly losing heat. Then, the only effective weapon against the void-like cold was flesh and blood. The so-called bedchamber was often just a space in the hall, barely partitioned by heavy drapes. The bed was a thermodynamic republic constructed of oak, rope, feathers, and multiple bodies. There was no room for individualism. The lord, lady, their children, maidservants, even a trusted knight, lay down according to an unspoken thermodynamic constitution. The youngest and weakest were placed in the warm hinterland, encircled by adult warmth. The strongest slept at the edges, their backs forming a wall against the blade-like cold seeping through curtain gaps. The elderly were granted the honour of a central position, for their blood needed the most guardianship. You could hear this republic breathe, a tapestry of varying depths, interwoven with soft snores, murmurs, and the unconscious, minute friction of bodies beneath woolen blankets. Heat was shared, circulated, and stored here selflessly. The feather mattress was not for luxury, but as superb insulation, separating the body from the icy world below. The weight of layer upon layer of wool and linen blankets was itself a comforting warm confinement. A more ingenious heating device often curled at the foot of the bed, a massive mastiff. Its humid exhalations and the constant furnace-like heat radiating from its fur were prized natural gifts. In this fragile ecosystem sustained by human warmth, animals were equal contributors of thermal energy. This was the most primal truth of a castle's winter night. Survival begins with the closest solidarity. Loneliness here was a physical danger. Hash, 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 hash. Movement 2, the battle at dawn. Ignite, move, encase. Daybreak, leaving the bedding, was an act of betrayal requiring courage. The cold clamped on like armour instantly. Thus the day's battle commenced, a complex, precise ritual of warming. Step 1, ignite the miniature sun. The servant brought in the brazier, that portable star of brass or iron. Last night's carefully banked coals were rekindled, fed with new, clean-burning hardwood charcoal. The brazier was not just a heat source, it was a focal point people dressed, conferred, began their day around it. Its radiant heat had a limited range, yet it created a small, survivable climate before you. Your hands reached for it, your face flushed in its glow, while behind you stretched the vast, watchful chill. Step 2, make the body a furnace. Stillness meant cold, therefore the castle morning was full of deliberate motion. A maidservant vigorously shook out a tapestry, raising fine dust. A page boy ran with messages and items. The cook kneaded dough with force. Even the lord might pace the hall or engage in mild swordplay. This was not leisure, but necessary calisthenics for survival. To speed the blood, make the muscles generate heat, to ignite oneself from within. Step 3, build a mobile fortress. Next, they encased themselves in fabric, teeth included. The order of dressing was itself a science. 1 linen undershirt, the first line of defence. Tai shen, close to the skin, wicking away moisture, keeping the skin dry. 2, woolen tunic, kirtle, the main insulating layer. Within the rough, warm wool fibres were locked millions of static air molecules, nature's finest insulation. 3 overtunic and cloak, the final defence. Perhaps a thick surcoat or a heavy hooded cloak. The most luxurious were lined with fur, squirrel marten, lamb, not just a status symbol but the ultimate physical barrier. They cinched their waists with belts, fastened cloaks with brooches, ensuring not a wisp of warm air could easily escape. 4. The battle for the extremities. Double-layered gloves, soft leather inside, wool outside, leather boots stuffed with dry moss or wool, and headscarves or hoods wrapped tightly. They knew well how swiftly heat was lost from the head. When a person completed these steps, they were no longer merely a person, but a self-sufficient, slowly moving microcastle, carrying its own heat reserve and insulating walls, ready to step into the stone hall's vast wasteland. Hash hash. Hash hash. Movement 3, the alchemy of day, transforming the environment. Man could not warm the whole space by himself, so they worked environmental magic. The truth about tapestries, those lavish wall hangings depicting heroic epics or religious scenes, were first and foremost insulation and only secondly art. Hung from the high walls, they formed a dense, warm layer of dead air. Running a finger over the cold stone, then touching the tapestry's back, you felt an immediate temperature jump. They absorbed radiant heat from the hearth and released it slowly, making the walls themselves more friendly. The secret of the floor, the stone floor, was eternal ice. So, it was strewn with rushes, thyme or rosemary for fragrance and insect repellents, then covered with pelts and carpets. Walking upon it, Footsteps grew muffled, and the rise of chill from the soles was greatly delayed. The trap for light and heat. Windows were beautiful traitors, letting in light and cold. The countermeasure was layered defence. Innermost heavy wool curtains. In the middle, perhaps oiled linen or treated sheep bladder, a primitive transparent pane. Outermost, the heavy wooden shutters. In winter, a window was less a lookout than a heat-leaking breach needing strict sealing. The nesting of spaces, functional separation of castle rooms forced constant movement between different thermal climate zones. From the icy chapel to the warm kitchen, to the Kiju Jiao Luo living corner, locally heated by a brazier, this forced migration inadvertently prevented the body from succumbing to the deep chill of prolonged exposure to a single low temperature. Life became a beneficial shuttle between temperature gradients. Hash, 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 hash. Movement Y4, the inner sacred flame, food and communal drink. Warmth also had to be generated from within. Eating and drinking were the ritual for igniting the inner sacred flame. Soup and stew were the daily foundation. A massive iron cauldron hung over the kitchen fire, bubbling all day. Its contents might be coarse: barley, beans, root vegetables, bony meat chunks. But the thick broth was rich in calories and fat. The very process of digesting it was hours-long slow simmer within the body. Spices were precious thermal catalysts: black pepper, ginger, cinnamon. The heat they brought was not just on the tongue. Modern science knows some of these compounds slightly raise metabolic rate and promote circulation. For medieval people, this was the tangible magic of feeling a warm current reaching the limbs, the eternal warm drink. Cold water was rarely drunk directly in winter. Its substitutes were small beer, a very low alcohol fermented drink, heated mead, or the famed Hippocras thin, cheap wine diluted with water, loaded with honey and pungent spices and boiled. This was a personal bonfire lit in the stomach several times a day. People sipped these warm liquids, like constantly feeding the internal furnace, and communal drinking was a social heat source more important than the food itself. At day's end, people gathered around the largest hearth, passing a single earthenware jug of mulled wine. They shared not just the drink, but stories, laughter, and the comfort of mutual affirmation of existence during the endless night. This psychological warmth was sometimes more crucial than the physical hash 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 finale. The heart and totem, the central hearth. Above all, ruling everything was the great hall's central hearth. It was not a household fixture. It was the castle's heart, totem, and social core. Its scale inspired awe. The firebox was often as deep and wide as a small closet, large enough for a person to stand in. What burned was not mere logs, but entire tree trunks. When the fire roared, it produced a low, thunderous rumble, its light illuminating the soaring roof, casting everyone's shadow, huge and distorted, upon the stone walls like a solemn drama of light and shadow. Here was the stage for all of life. Cooking happened beside it. Meals were laid before it. Law was pronounced here. Music was played. Guests were received. Alms were given to the poor. Everyone, from the lord to the lowliest servant, found their place within the reach of its radiance and heat. Its warmth was guided by architectural design. The massive stone chimney itself was a great thermal mass, slowly releasing energy. More cunning designs might cause the flue to wind through the walls of adjacent rooms during its ascent, performing the most primitive heat exchange. But the hearth's most important quality was its symbolic meaning. As long as the hearth fire burned, the castle was alive. It was the eternal beacon against the outer dark, whether of night or of winter. People gazed into the flames as into life itself, leaping, fragile, needing constant feeding, yet incredibly tenacious. Hash, hash, hash. Conclusion: the philosophy of survival. Thus, warmth in a medieval castle was never a given, but a continuous, active, multi-layered creation. It was a precise system that fully integrated the individual, clothing, activity, diet, the interpersonal, shared sleep, shared drink, technology, braziers, hearths, architecture, and nature, animals, fabric, the thermal properties of stone. No single technology within it was decisive, but their superposition and complementarity constructed an astonishing low-tech survival system. It reveals the profound wisdom, extreme pragmatism, and deep social cooperation displayed by pre-modern humans facing extreme environments. Ultimately, it reminds us, warmth, in its most essential sense, does not come from some external appliance, but from life's own strategies, collaborations, and unceasing desire for heat. Those who sat around the fire in icy stone halls, who shared a blanket, who passed the wineskin, they preserved far more than body temperature. They preserved that tiny, precious flame of civilization in the cold night. Hash, hash, hash. Complete historical context and background. The evocative narrative above accurately captures the multifaceted struggle for warmth in a medieval stone castle, c. 11th–15th centuries, particularly in Northern Europe. To ground this sensory journey in historical reality, here is the consolidated background that informs its every detail. 1. The architectural reality, why castles were so cold, *, stone construction. Stone has high thermal mass. It absorbs cold and heat slowly and releases it slowly. In winter, castle walls, often several feet thick, became reservoirs of cold that constant small fires could never fully negate. They also wicked heat away from the body through conduction *. Windows. Glazing was rare and extremely expensive, using small, thick panes of crown glass or flattened animal horn oiled cloth. Most windows were narrow arrow slits or larger openings covered by wooden shutters. They were primary sources of heat loss and drafts *, size and airflow. Great halls had high ceilings for status and to disperse smoke. Creating vast volumes of air to heat doors were ill-fitting, and ventilation was necessary for fires, creating constant air exchange with the frigid outside too. The hierarchy of heat-warmth was a luxury distributed according to social rank, a tangible marker of status *. The lord and family had access to the central hearth, private chambers, sometimes with fireplaces by the late Middle Ages, the best furs, warmed beds and personal braziers *, retainers and guards, slept in the hall near the hearth or in barracks, relying on shared body heat and whatever warmth radiated from the central fire * servants, often slept in kitchens for residual heat, corridors or unheated outbuildings. Their warmth depended almost entirely on clothing, activity, and huddling together the science and symbolism of fire *. Fuel. Wood was the primary fuel, but in densely populated areas it became scarce and regulated. The preferred clean fuel was charcoal, as mentioned, which burned hotter and with less smoke than wood. Peat was used in some regions. The great trunk in the central hearth was a display of wealth and control over resources *. The hearth as legal and social centre. The hearth was not just for warmth. It was the symbolic and literal centre of the household. Important transactions were sealed before it. Oaths were sworn by it. Hospitality was defined by sharing its warmth. Extinguishing the hearth fire could symbolize the dissolution of a household for clothing, the primary defense. The narrative's detailed description of layering is historically precise * linen, worn next to the skin for hygiene, to absorb sweat and prevent chafing from wool * wool, the superstar of medieval insulation. Wool fibres trap air, and even when wet retain some insulating properties. Different weaves, fine worsted, coarse fulled, serve different purposes. * fur, the ultimate status symbol and insulator. Ermine squirrel and vair, squirrel belly fur, were highly prized laws. Sumptuary laws often restricted the wearing of certain furs to the nobility asterisk practical design. Hoods, mittens and cloaks were essential. The dagged, cut into decorative points, edges on late medieval clothing may have originated in practical attempts to shed water. 5 shared sleeping, a matter of necessity. The thermodynamic republic was the norm, not the exception. Beds were enormous by modern standards, and it was common for family, guests, and servants to share privacy, in our modern sense, was virtually non-existent. This practice was rooted in practicality, warmth, security, and reflected a more communal concept of the household's 6 animals as technology. Using dogs for warmth and recognizing the ambient heat from stables is well attested in literature and accounts. Animals were integral parts of the domestic ecosystem, providing services beyond labour, milk or meat, 7 diet as fuel. The medieval diet in winter was calorie-dense for a reason. Fats from meat, dairy, oily fish, and complex carbohydrates from grains and legumes provided slow-burning energy. The widespread use of spices, while a sign of wealth, also had a practical side in making preserved, often monotonous food more palatable and in creating a sensation of inner heat. Mulled wines and ales were indeed standard for all ages, as the fermentation boiling process made them safer to drink than water and provided calories 8, the constant battle versus the once and done myth. The key takeaway, beautifully illustrated in the narrative, is that medieval heating was inefficient and localized. There was no concept of central heating. Warmth existed in pockets, around a fire, under a heap of furs, within a huddle of people. Life involved constantly moving between these pockets, managing one's personal insulation and generating heat through motion. It was an active, ongoing engagement with the environment, not a passive enjoyment of a controlled climate. This system was a brilliant, adaptive response to extreme conditions, showcasing human ingenuity in the face of material constraints. It reinforces that the castle was not a passively hostile space, but an environment actively lived in and fought for through a sophisticated understanding of the body, materials, and social bonds.
Night deepens. You might think fire is the only sun in a castle, but what truly governs warmth is time, a whole survival system that runs by the hour. Who adds fuel? Who closes the shutters? Who clears ash from the flue? Who moves damp wool blankets closer to the glow? Who stuffs sold linen into or cracks? Winter in a castle is not a season, it is an institution. Warmth is not a state, it is an order constantly maintained and always on the brink of collapse. Stand in the center of the great hall and look up at the high trusses and soot-minus polished beams, and you understand the price of nobility. High vaults let smoke disperse so people do not choke, but they also exile heat to places human bodies cannot reach. The warmth that truly belongs to people lingers below the knees. Fire touches shoes, hems, and hands first. Faces and chests receive only passing waves of heat, more like charity than generosity. You realize people gathered around the fire not because they loved company, but because company itself produced heat. Builders pressed together, knees touching knees, even arguments forced blood to flow faster. Step back, just 2 or 3 paces from the fire and stone pulls you back to reality. It does not merely feel cold, it draws heat out, like a silent sponge. Touch the wall and your back feels pressed against a frozen river. Step away and the air mocks the warmth you thought you felt. Thus arose the oldest rule of interior design: never sit against the wall if you can avoid it. Benches were pulled slightly inward. Tapestries were stretched tight. Crates, sacks, and clutter were piled along walls, not storage alone, but insulation. The air smells of smoke, tallow, damp wood, sweat, wet wool, hay, and sour breath. To modern noses it offends, but then it meant life. Cleanliness required light, water, and ventilation, luxuries castles could not afford. Instead, people chose function over purity. Herbs like rosemary, thyme, and wormwood were scattered on floors so footsteps released fragrance. Beeswax candles and pine torches sweetened the air with bitterness and resin. Hot wine and spices drove cold back down the throat. In a castle, even smell was part of warmth. Fire was never simply lit. It had temperament. It demanded feeding and discipline. Too strong, and smoke descended like a black blanket. The weak and damp cold returned like a tide across the floor. Those who tended fire understood its language. Wood must be dry. Charcoal must be layered, not smothered. Air must be allowed in bringing cold with it. Heat was always an exchange. Traded wood, air, smoke, and labor for warmth. Climbing the narrow stairs upward, temperature drops with every step. The stairwell is a vertical wind tunnel. Cold accelerates here. Hands on stone go numb instantly. Wall niches reveal where torches once burned not for light, but for survival. Upper chambers warm, or private and colder. Privacy meant distance from fire. Only late in the Middle Ages did private fireplaces appear. Even then, fireplaces warmed only half a body. Knees burned while backs froze. This is why chairs were high-backed, cloaks worn indoors, feet lifted, bodies turned sideways. The bed was the real room. Pull back the curtains and smell feathers, wool, human heat, animal heat. The darkness inside felt safe. Luxury was not gold, but isolation. From minus-posture beds were dense for heat. Blankets were layered for thickness, not softness. Thickness trapped air. Trapped air preserved warmth. Hot stones, copper bottles, and warming pans helped, but nothing replaced another living body. Children, partners, servants, dogs, they were heat sources. Solitude was dangerous. Communal sleep was not intimacy, it was survival. Day decided the battle. People migrated like birds between thermal islands, kitchens, bakeries, laundries, forges. The cruel truth was simple: the warmest places belonged to the hardest labor. Cooks, washerwomen, blacksmiths lived closest to fire. Nobles owned better clothes, not warmer rooms. Kitchens were brutal furnaces. Boiling pots, splattering fat, steam, sweat. Leave too quickly and damp clothing turned cold instantly. Thus medieval people learned a paradox: stay dry even in heat. Linen absorbed sweat. Wool was aired slowly. Socks were changed. Dryness was health. Cold and illness were inseparable. That meant coughs, joint pain, sores. Smoke meant bad eyes and lungs. Crowding meant lice and disease. Medicine was scarce, experience ruled. Soups, stews, and thick broths were essential. Warm drinks flowed constantly. Spices were edible embers, thrown into wine and ale. Warmth became power. Who sat near the fire mattered. Position was hierarchy measured in degrees. To sit by the door was not just lower status, it was colder duty. Etiquette was thermal politics. Yet castles adapted. Better chimneys, thicker doors, more tapestries, double curtains. Every hiding cloth was a victory over stone. In the worst weeks of winter, castles became ships in ice. Movement shrank. People clustered. Stories, songs, and arguments multiplied. These were not distractions, they were psychological heat. Fire warmed skin. Where its warmed well. Castles defended against enemies but also against sunlight. Thick walls blocked warmth as well as danger. People chased south-facing rooms like treasure. Sunlit corners became gold. Slowly, these desires changed architecture. Thicker windows, better glass, private fireplaces. Warmth shifted from communal hall to personal room. Modernity began in blankets and chimneys. Yet here, in this midnight memory, the castle remains a beast of stone and people. Footsteps echo in corridors. The wind carries snow through cracks. Breathing synchronizes under heavy covers. They did not tolerate cold, they understood heat. Warmth was territory reclaimed daily. Home was not temperature. Home was shared heat. The castle was cold enough to strip Romans bare. That because it was cold, fire became faith. Crowding became mercy. Sharing became civilization itself.
If not for these architectural structures embodying ancient wisdom, millions of people would not have been able to survive the harsh winters and welcome the spring. Yet, in the materially scarce Middle Ages, people managed to persevere by relying on survival skills passed down through generations. Imagine a world where winter is not merely a change of seasons, but a deadly enemy. Snow up to one's waist, temperatures plummeting to extremes, with every minute outdoors posing the threat of frostbite. There was no central heating, no warm clothing sold in shops, and no electricity to power heaters. For millions in the Middle Ages, this was not a scene from a movie, but the harsh reality they faced daily. Please watch the video to the end to understand how a simple solution in roof design could save an entire family from freezing to death, and how archaeological discoveries and experiments by historical reenactors have helped us unravel these ancient survival mysteries. Medieval survival was a true art where every choice, every detail mattered. It was an era where a person's life directly depended on their ancestors' wisdom, their own experience, and their ability to foresee danger. And among all decisions, none was more critical to a family's survival than the choice of location for their future home. This was not merely a building for shelter, it was a fortress against a harsh and unforgiving nature. A poorly located shelter could render all hard labour futile and push its inhabitants towards a cold death in the first winter. Therefore, selecting the site for a future hut was a complex science involving dozens of life or death factors. A south or southeast facing slope was considered ideal, a choice born of profound observation of natural laws. It maximised the use of precious winter sunlight, allowing its rays to warm the walls and penetrate the small windows, bringing heat and light indoors simultaneously. The slope itself acted as a natural barrier against the bitter north winds, winds that could penetrate the thinnest walls and steal away all precious warmth. The importance of wind protection cannot be overstated, for even the thickest walls were futile if biting winds could find cracks to enter and disperse the heat accumulated by the hearth. Meanwhile, people never built houses on hilltops or in deep valleys. Hilltops were exposed to winds from all directions, while valleys tended to accumulate cold air, and the even more deadly humidity. Dampness not only made life unbearable, but also led to frequent illness in bodies already weakened by cold and malnutrition. Through generations of practice, it was found that the middle section of a slope, the so-called comfort zone, was optimal. Where warm air gently settled, moisture was less likely to accumulate, and natural forces were harnessed, not resisted. Proximity to a water source was another crucial factor. Streams, lakes, or springs had to be within easy reach, yet not too close, lest spring meltwater or heavy rains cause flooding that threatened the dwelling. Finding a stream not directly exposed to biting winds was a blessing, as such water was less likely to freeze solid in deep winter, providing a source of life even when everything else was icebound. Moreover, closeness to a forest was vital. Firewood was the sole source of heat, and every heavy log that had to be carried meant a drain on physical energy. Thus, huts were often built at the forest's edge, surrounded by dense woods that provided both fuel and building materials. The forest was not just a resource, but a treasure trove. Experienced builders knew how to find the right fertile clay for daubing walls, thick, damp moss for chinking gaps, and birch bark and straw for waterproofing roofs. All these materials had to be gathered and prepared in abundance before the cold set in. Soil type was also a consideration. Clay soils, with good thermal retention and impermeability, were suitable for building sturdy, durable walls and formed the basis for later insulation features like heated sleeping platforms. Rocky soils, on the other hand, were cold, hard, and difficult to cultivate, making it nearly impossible to build directly upon them. In areas with hard soil, people often dug down to create semi-subterranean dwellings. Where soil was soft, they built lightweight wooden huts above ground. Could people without modern tools and scientific knowledge really consider so many factors? The answer lies in inheritance. This knowledge was passed down orally from generation to generation, from father to son, from mother to daughter. Studies of medieval village layouts reveal a thoughtful coexistence with the natural environment, proving our ancestors possessed remarkable intuition, observational skills, and attention to detail based on long-term survival practices. For them, choosing the right dwelling was not just about convenience, it was the science of familial continuity. After selecting the perfect location, people began building their hut. This was not just a shelter, but a precisely tuned survival machine. Its design, materials, and layout all served one core goal: to trap every bit of heat and keep the deadly cold outside. Every decision, from selecting logs to the thickness of the roof, embodied centuries of hard-won experience paid for by harsh winters. The hut's foundation lay in large, carefully chosen logs. Their diameter needed to be at least 40 centimeters so the walls could absorb the heat from the hearth by day and release it slowly at night, warming the sleeping inhabitants like a massive masonry stove. The logs were fitted together with astonishing, almost artisanal precision, using primitive but highly effective tools. This tight fit was crucial, as any gap could become a passage for cold air. Cracks between logs were thoroughly chinked, leaving no openings. Materials used included moss, clay, wood chips, and sometimes animal hair. This mixture, when dried, formed a dense, airtight mass that not only insulated but also resisted rodents and insects. Sometimes an additional layer of clay mixed with dung and straw was applied to the exterior walls. This coat, when dry, provided extra insulation and enhanced the house's moisture resistance. The hut's floor was usually a treated earthen surface. It was repeatedly tamped down, mixed with clay and gravel for density and levelling, and finally covered with a thick layer of straw or animal skins. But that wasn't enough. To further isolate ground chill, a shallow pit was sometimes dug beneath the floor and filled with dry leaves, moss or sawdust. This underground insulation layer effectively prevented cold from the deep earth from invading the living space. The roof, the most vulnerable yet crucial part of the house, was a survival masterpiece. It was built with a steep pitch so snow would slide off rather than accumulate, while a thin layer of snow was often left as it formed an insulating air layer. Roof thickness could reach 1/2 meter or more, composed of multiple layers, each with a purpose. First, a waterproof layer of birch bark, next, a main insulating layer of thick moss or hay, and the outermost layer of sod, thatch, or reeds. Sod roofs were particularly excellent, clinging tightly to the frame and even sprouting grass over time, turning the roof into a living, insulating grass blanket, an enduring ecological building wisdom in northern and eastern Europe. Such roofs were not only effective at insulation and waterproofing, but also remarkably durable. Windows were rare, typically replaced by small openings covered with oiled parchment or animal bladders. These windows were only on the south wall to capture the most sunlight. During severe cold, they were tightly sealed with heavy wooden shutters stuffed internally with hay or straw. Doors were designed with double layers, creating a buffer space, an enclosed porch or vestibule, between the inner and outer doors, functioning like an airlock in modern buildings to prevent cold air from rushing in with each entry or exit. Thresholds were deliberately made high to block cold air flowing close to the ground. The entire family lived in one room, with the hearth or stove as the heart and soul of the space. Sleeping areas were often on raised platforms, lofts, or a second level, as warm air naturally rose. Thus, even if the ground was cold, family members could sleep in relative warmth above. In the next chapter, we will explore an astonishing discovery: pit dwellings. Far from the crude temporary holes we might imagine, they were ingeniously designed subterranean dwellings whose sophistication even surprises modern researchers. We often mistakenly believe pit dwellings were primitive, uncomfortable temporary hideouts. However, archaeological findings and experiments by contemporary reenactors reveal a completely different picture. Pit dwellings represent the pinnacle of engineering wisdom for survival in extreme environments. They were not randomly dug holes, but complex, well-planned underground houses offering unparalleled protection against cold, wind, and even enemies. The most fundamental and irreplaceable advantage of a pit dwelling was its utilization of the Earth's stable temperature. At a depth of 2 meters below ground, soil temperature remains above freezing year-round, even during the harshest surface frosts. This meant maintaining a comfortable temperature inside. A pit dwelling required significantly less firewood than a surface house, a crucial survival advantage in an era where fuel gathering was exceptionally arduous. A pit dwelling didn't need to fight the cold invading from all sides, because it cleverly used a natural constant temperature thermal mass. Building a pit dwelling began with digging the pit, a labour-intensive task requiring the whole family's cooperation. Once shaped, the pit's walls and floor were reinforced with logs, planks or stones to prevent collapse and ensure long-term stability, especially important in damp environments. The ventilation system was the essence of pit dwelling design. A completely sealed space would lead to moisture accumulation and fatal carbon monoxide buildup, therefore. Builders created small ventilation openings near the top, allowing fresh air in while capable of being closed during blizzards. These openings also served as smoke outlets. The roof of a pit dwelling used a multi-layered structure similar to but more efficient than surface houses, a log frame covered with an insulating layer of moss and hay, topped with the thick soil removed from the pit. The soil, mixed with plant roots, formed a natural superinsulator, excellent at storing heat and effectively defending against rain. Such roofs were remarkably sturdy, even capable of supporting people and livestock, making the dwelling almost one with the earth, difficult to detect from outside, and offering excellent concealment. The hearth in a pit dwelling was often central, but its true ingenuity lay in the smoke exhaust system. Smoke wasn't expelled directly upward, but was slowly channeled through underground flues, made of stones or simply dug into the earth beneath the floor. Thus, as smoke exited, it transferred its residual heat to the overlying soil, which in turn radiated warmth to the entire living space's floor and walls. This was a primitive yet highly efficient underfloor heating system, maximizing every bit of heat from the fuel. The interior layout of a pit dwelling was also highly practical. Sleeping benches lined the walls, covered with hay and hides, while the central area was reserved for the hearth and daily activities. Archaeologists have found storage niches carved into pit dwelling walls, proving these were not temporary refuges but planned long-term homes. Compared to above-ground log houses, the concealment of pit dwellings was another major advantage. Roofs covered with soil and vegetation blended seamlessly with the surroundings, offering additional protection against enemies or wild animals. It was both a warm shelter and a hidden underground fortress. Archaeological excavations across Europe and Scandinavia have uncovered pit-dwelling village sites that existed for centuries, completely overturning old notions of their primitive temporariness. Experiments by reenactors have confirmed that a well-built pit dwelling can maintain comfortable indoor temperatures with only a small amount of firewood daily, making it an ideal solution for harsh winters. Whether in an above-ground hut or a subterranean dwelling, the hearth was the centre and soul of life. It was not just a heat source, but the family's heart, crucial for warmth, cooking, and the safety of all members. It was a multifunctional system without which survival was hard to imagine. The simplest hearth was a stone-lined fire pit on the ground, but the truly efficient and impactful masterpiece was a complex structure like the large Russian stove. This massive masonry stove, widespread in Eastern Europe and parts of Northern Europe, was the core technological feature of the home. Its large volume, built of clay and brick, could store enormous amounts of thermal energy, acting like a huge thermal mass. After a thorough firing, it could release warmth steadily and evenly for the next dozen or even 20+ hours, In an era where fuel and human labour were extremely precious, this was revolutionary efficiency. The design of such stoves was ingenious. Their internal flues were winding, forcing hot smoke to travel a long path before exiting, thereby transferring the maximum heat to the stove body itself. Chimneys were often built with bends to further increase heat exchange efficiency. It was, in essence, an ancient precursor to modern high-efficiency heating systems. The top of the stove often featured a broad brick-built platform called a sleeping platform or warm shelf, the warmest spot in the house, typically reserved for the elderly, children, or the sick. Its temperature could remain at a comfortable 20 to 30 degrees Celsius year-round, an oasis of life in winter. The stove's flue was also cleverly used for food. Preservation meat and fish hung near the flue would be smoked by the rising warm air, greatly extending their shelf life and providing valuable protein for the long winter. Mushrooms, berries, and herbs could also be dried nearby. Building a fire correctly required skill, starting with easily flammable kindling like small wood chips and birch bark, then gradually adding larger logs. Poor fire building resulted in a smoky room or incomplete combustion, wasting precious fuel. Fuel preparation began in summer. A family needed to store 15-20 cubic meters of firewood, split, stacked, and dried. Dry wood burned more completely and gave more heat. Regularly cleaning ash from the stove and flue was an essential chore, crucial not only for efficiency but also for fire prevention. Fires were the most dreaded disaster in medieval wooden villages. Medieval people did not always stay indoors. Hunters, merchants, shepherds, and travellers were often exposed to the elements, facing sudden snowstorms. The ability to quickly erect temporary shelters was then a matter of life and death. These shelters, seemingly crude, actually contained a deep understanding and clever use of natural laws. The simplest shelter utilised natural features like fallen logs, rocks, as support, building a frame with branches and covering it densely with spruce boughs, moss, or leaves. The interior ground was lined with dry moss or leaves to insulate against ground chill. Its main function was wind and snow protection. When materials allowed, building a simple lean-to with a sloping roof was more ideal. A frame of poles was covered with bark or hides, and a campfire was built on the leeward side. The lean-to provided shelter, the fire provided warmth, light, and deterred animals. In areas with deep snow, snow itself became an excellent building material. Experienced travellers knew how to cut compact snow blocks to build igloo-like domes or dig snow caves into drifts. Snow is a superb insulator. A small candle flame or the body's own heat could keep the interior of such snow shelters above freezing. If time and energy allowed, digging a small dugout was the most reliable choice. A shallow pit was dug, covered with branches and snow, and a small fire built inside the earth provided a more stable base temperature than air, and such shelters were well concealed. For hunting camps intended for several days, multiple shelters were often built around a central large campfire, forming a small community. The fire provided not only warmth and security, but also a centre for cooking, socialising and information exchange. Natural caves were sometimes used but required fires to drive out dampness. Whether permanent homes or temporary shelters, their walls were far from simple enclosures but a multi-layered, carefully designed defence against cold builders, using only local natural materials and generational experience, created astonishing insulation systems. In forested regions, large logs were the first choice. Straight, sturdy trunks of pine, fir, or oak were felled, finely worked with axes and other tools, and interlocked with mortise and tenon-style notches like dovetails. At key joints, moss, antibacterial, insect repellent, and expanding when wet to seal gaps, was stuffed. Where timber was scarce, stone became the main material. Stone houses were sturdy, durable, fireproof, and pest-resistant. But stone itself conducts heat quickly and stores it poorly, a cold material. To compensate, thick clay mortar was used, and exterior walls were coated with a thick layer of clay plaster mixed with chopped straw for reinforcement and dung for adhesion. This coat, when dry, became hard as stone, forming an effective insulating layer. Another common wall technique was rammed earth, or adobe. Soil rich in clay was mixed with straw and gravel, watered and repeatedly trampled into a uniform mud, then either poured into moulds and tamped down layer by layer, or formed into sun-dried bricks. Such earthen walls, when dry, were exceptionally strong and had excellent thermal inertia. Slow to heat up and cool down, balancing daily temperature swings, well wall thickness directly related to insulation. In cold regions, walls could be over 1/2 metre thick. Moreover, interior space was often subdivided with partition walls to reduce air volume, improve heating efficiency, and block drafts. Interior walls were often coated with a thin layer of clay, sometimes mixed with lime to whiten it, increasing indoor brightness and providing moisture and insect resistance. In wealthier households, plank-lined interior walls and even painted or carved decorations occasionally appeared, symbols of wealth and status. Thus, medieval walls were a functional composite: structural support, windproofing, moisture resistance, insulation, thermal mass, and sometimes decoration. This was an engineering achievement reached through trial and error and knowledge transmission without the guidance of modern materials science. In an era where heat was exceptionally precious, a house's entrance was not a simple door, but a meticulously designed thermal defense line aimed at minimizing heat loss with each entry or exit. The most common and effective solution was a double-door system, creating a transitional space known as a vestibule or airlock. When someone entered or exited, the outer door was opened first to enter this unheated buffer zone, quickly closed, and then the inner door was opened to enter the warm interior. Cold air was trapped in the vestibule, unable to rush in directly. The principle is identical to modern air curtains or vestibules. The door leaves themselves, made of thick planks, were a thermal barrier. To enhance this effect, the inner side of doors was often lined with sheepskin, felt, or thick fabric. Gaps between door frames and leaves were carefully filled with hemp, moss, or rags. A long cloth bag filled with sand or straw was placed at the threshold, tightly sealing the gap under the door to block cold drafts flowing along the ground. For both insulation and defence, doorways were often made low and narrow, requiring people to stoop or even crouch to pass. Though inconvenient, this effectively reduced the opening area for heat escape. In simpler dwellings, the doorway might be covered only with a heavy animal hide or blanket. Less airtight than a door, but better than an open gap, locks were relatively simple but reliable, mostly wooden bolts, latches, or hasps. In later periods or wealthier households, metal key-operated locks appeared, with the keys themselves being status symbols. Every detail of the entrance design reflected a pursuit of survival efficiency under resource constraints. In medieval dwellings, the floor was far more than a walking surface. It was a crucial part of the building's overall insulation system. Cleverly designed and multifunctional for most commoners, a tamped earthen floor was the most economical choice. The ground inside the house was repeatedly beaten until extremely compact, then covered with a layer of mortar made from clay, animal dung, and chopped straw. This composite material, when dry, was hard, smooth, and somewhat water-resistant. Over this, a thick layer of fresh, frequently replaced straw, hay, or animal hides was spread. This provided a soft underfoot feel, and the still air trapped between the fibres served as an excellent insulating pad, effectively blocking cold from the earth below. A more refined approach was a wooden floor. Sturdy planks were laid over raised joists, sleepers, which rested directly on the compacted ground or stone footings. The space beneath the planks wasn't left empty but filled with dry leaves, moss, sawdust or sand. This fill was excellent insulation, forming a stable air pocket that prevented ground chill from rising, while also providing some damp proofing and insect resistance. This underfloor space was often used as natural storage, utilising the relatively constant temperature, cool in summer, less cold in winter, to store vegetables, root crops, grains and even preserves, an ancient root cellar or refrigerator. In some spacious houses, the underground storage area could be large enough to stand in, accessed through a trapdoor in the floor. Thus, the medieval floor was a composite system combining load-bearing insulation, moisture resistance and storage, showcasing the builder's wisdom in using natural materials to create a comfortable microenvironment. Maintaining air circulation in a sealed space was another serious challenge of medieval survival. Good ventilation was a matter of health, even life and death. It expelled toxic smoke from burning like carbon monoxide, human breath, and dampness that caused rot and disease. For nearly sealed pit dwellings, ventilation design was particularly critical. Small ventilation holes were typically placed high on walls and in the roof, utilizing the principle of convection. Cold air entered from lower points, warm, moist, stale air exited from higher points. These holes could be temporarily plugged with wooden stoppers or grass wads, depending on wind and weather. In above-ground log houses, ventilation occurred mainly through two means: door openings and the stove's chimney. The rising hot smoke naturally created a draft, drawing stale air out. Fresh air entered through inevitable tiny gaps in the log walls, specially designed vents, or each time the door opened. In more advanced buildings, underground ventilation channels were even deliberately constructed, allowing outside air to be pre-warmed by passing through relatively warmer underground soil before entering, an ancient version of an air preheating system. Maintaining fresh air while retaining heat was an eternal contradiction. Medieval people, through practical experience, found various balances without ventilation. Even the warmest house became a breeding ground for illness. Excessive ventilation meant wasted fuel and lost warmth. Mastering this balancing act was also an essential survival skill. The roof was the house's first line of defense against wind and snow, and the most vulnerable part, therefore. Its reinforcement and ceiling were paramount during construction. The wooden roof structure, rafters, purlins, had to be strong enough to bear the weight of itself, the heavy coverings, and the immense load of winter snow. They were typically joined with complex mortise and tenon structures, not relying on the expensive and unreliable iron nails of the time. A massive ridge beam was often the core of the entire roof structure. The covering was a composite of multiple layers. On the rafters, a layer of waterproofing material like birch bark or planks was laid first, then covered with a thick insulating layer, moss, hay, and finally a weather-resistant top layer, sod, wooden shingles, reeds or straw. As mentioned, sod roofs were characteristic of Northern Europe, forming a living, continuously growing protective layer. The final step in roof construction was thorough chinking and sealing. Craftsmen carefully checked every joint and corner, stuffing them tightly with more moss, clay or wood chips to ensure no wind or rain could penetrate. This work was tedious but vital. Thus, we have completed our exploration of medieval folk shelter technology. We can see that huts, pit dwellings and temporary shelters were not randomly built crude structures, but thoughtfully conceived, highly complex survival machines. Every detail, every material served a clear function, together forming a complete system that helped humans endure in the harshest natural conditions. However, did you think that castles, symbols of power and wealth, were warmer and more comfortable than peasants' huts? The truth may be quite the opposite. Next, let us uncover the other side of castle life. a world of cold and discomfort beneath the grand facade. What if I told you that almost all your romantic imaginings of medieval castles and life within them are largely a beautiful misconception and illusion? Today, the castles we see in books and movies are often magnificent fairy tale palaces. But in the brutal historical reality, a medieval castle was first and foremost a formidable military machine built for war, and only secondarily a place for a family to live. From its very design, its primary function was to defend against enemies and survive sieges, not to create warm, comfortable living conditions for its numerous inhabitants. Every design element of a castle was subservient to military logic, making it an extremely uncomfortable residence in peacetime. The astonishing thickness of a castle's stone walls, up to 5 meters at the base of towers, was primarily intended to withstand impacts from trebuchets and battering rams, not for insulation. Stone is precisely a good conductor of heat, rapidly turning icy in winter and continuously radiating cold into the interior. The thicker the walls, for defense, the more pronounced their effect as a cold radiator, creating a paradox where military needs directly contradicted living comfort. Those narrow openings we romantically call arrow slits were designed for archery. They let in minimal light but allowed copious amounts of cold wind and drafts, making interiors dark and frigid. In an era when glass was extremely expensive and rare, before the 13th century, windows were often covered with oiled linen, parchment, or simply closed entirely with heavy wooden shutters. Glass was so precious that lords might dismantle and take it with them when moving castle interior layouts also followed defensive logic. The lord and his family's living quarters were usually located in the upper levels of towers, away from ground dampness but exposed to high-altitude winds. Narrow, winding staircases, advantageous for defence, acted like chimneys, creating strong vertical drafts that constantly sucked hard-earned warm air upwards. The great hall, with its high vaulted ceiling, saw heat from multiple fireplaces quickly rise to the roof, leaving people at ground level in a cold cellar. An absurd scene. Scorching heat under the roof, while bone-chilling cold at human height. Even the lord's private chambers were often just small spaces partitioned off from a corner of the hall with tapestries or tiny stone rooms directly against the cold outer walls. True warmth and privacy were luxuries there. The technology of the time simply could not effectively heat such massive stone structures. The modern concept of a warm home did not exist in the medieval mind. Cold was seen as an inevitable, insurmountable part of nature, like day and night, something to be endured. Castle architects were experts in fortifications, not heating engineers. Castle design itself presupposed that interiors would be extremely cold in winter, a reality everyone from garrison soldiers to dukes had to accept. Therefore, the core winter survival strategy in castles was not to heat the entire building, impossible, but to heat the human body, through heavy clothing, furs, and proximity to localized heat sources. The philosophy was, don't try to warm the air, warm the body. So, was there a carefully concealed medieval decorative secret that was actually a survival technique? Yes, tapestries. When we see those immense woven hangings covering castle walls, their primary function was not decoration but insulation. These heavy fabrics, hand-woven from wool and silk, were hung on sea.
In the center of the grand yet cold great hall, there was typically a large open hearth on the floor. This was the castle's true heart, the center of social life and cooking. The fire burned day and night, consuming vast quantities of wood. Smoke escaped through a dedicated smoke vent in the roof, but effectiveness depended on wind direction, often leaving the upper hall perpetually smoke-blackened and the air foul. People gathered around the hearth for activities, meals, and discussions. Proximity to the fire directly signaled social status. This heating method was highly inefficient, Most heat lost with the smoke, but it was the only means to gather people, provide light, and some warmth before the widespread adoption of wall fireplaces. So, how were the Lord's private chambers heated? The answer: braziers. These were metal or ceramic containers holding burning charcoal, portable heaters. They provided localized warmth for small rooms but required extreme caution against fire and carbon monoxide poisoning. Burning charcoal produced less smoke than wood, making it more suitable for indoor use. Ornately decorated braziers themselves were status symbols. Servants had to constantly replenish them with hot coals from the main hearth. Braziers were a compromise, creating islands of warmth in icy stone rooms. The ultimate personal heating solution was the bed itself. The Lord's bed was a massive wooden structure with four posts and a canopy, hung with heavy curtains, often firm lined. When drawn closed, the bed became a sealed room within a room, trapping body heat. The mattress was stuffed with down, layered with blankets and fur coverlets. Heated stones or metal bed warmers filled with hot coals were placed inside before sleep. Entire families or hosts and guests often shared a bed, due to space constraints and for shared body warmth. This bed was the final, most private fortress against the castle's chill. Besides external heating, medieval people knew how to generate heat from within. A high-calorie, high-fat diet was essential for survival. Thick stews, fatty meats, and heavy dark bread were fuel for maintaining energy. Boiling spices like pepper, ginger were used abundantly. Heated, spiced, and honey-day-lure wine was a common warming drink. Eating around the main hearth was itself a warming ritual combining heat replenishment, socializing, and psychological comfort. Finally, the human factor cannot be ignored. Medieval people were physiologically adapted to cold from childhood, with far greater cold tolerance than modern people raised in heated environments. Communal living was another key. People spent most of their time gathered in the Great Hall, with many bodies acting as heat sources. Constant physical activity, work, dancing helped maintain circulation. In winter, life contracted to a few heatable rooms. Psychologically, cold was seen as a seasonal hardship to be endured, not an unacceptable disaster. The shared experience of enduring cold strengthened community bonds. Adaptability, collectivism, and correct psychological expectations were as important as tapestries and braziers. Medieval builders, without modern thermal science, possessed profound intuition and experience-based understanding of nature. Castles were often built on sunny southern slopes, with important rooms facing south to capture maximum sunlight, allowing stone walls to store heat by day. Northern sides housed storage rooms, staircases, and other auxiliary spaces as buffer zones. Inner courtyards could form sheltered, heat-strapping microclimates on sunny days. Furthermore, castle floors of stone flag or packed earth were covered with thick, frequently renewed layers of dry hay rushes. This served as a soft carpet, an effective floor insulator, and also absorbed dirt and improved hygiene, sometimes mixed with aromatic herbs. It was typical wisdom in using readily available natural resources to improve life. All the methods above were adaptations to the cold. True transformation began with the appearance and spread of wall fireplaces with chimneys in the late Middle Ages. Moving the hearth into the wall and channeling smoke directly outside revolutionized castle life. Indoor air became cleaner. Heating efficiency increased dramatically, and individual rooms could be effectively heated. This spurred the development of privacy, allowing lords to move from the public hall into warm, private suites. Castles began transitioning from collective fortresses to homes with private spaces. Building fireplaces was complex and expensive, and having multiple fireplaces became a new symbol of wealth. As fireplaces became common, many old methods of cold defense gradually lost their necessity, ushering in a new era of comfort. We can see that castle life was far from a fairy tale. It was a constant, creative struggle using every available means, from layered clothing to tapestries, from braziers to curtained beds, to fight the cold. Every element of daily life served the ultimate goal of survival. These methods showcase humanity's astonishing ingenuity and adaptability in the absence of modern technology. The history of castle heating is an evolution from collective survival around a communal hearth toward individual comfort in private spaces enabled by chimney technology. This history reminds us that the comfort we take for granted today is the result of millennia of accumulated human wisdom. Let's continue exploring the far-reaching impact and modern relevance of medieval heating technology. The widespread adoption of the fireplace was not just a technological revolution, but also a catalyst for social change. As fireplaces moved from the great hall into private rooms, the lives of noble families began to undergo a fundamental transformation. Family members now had warm spaces for solitude, reading, and confidential conversations, fostering the beginnings of individualism and a new value placed on privacy. Simultaneously, the fireplace became a new social center. Smaller, more intimate gatherings began to replace grand public feasts. This profoundly influenced architectural layouts. Castles and larger manor houses started to incorporate more rooms with specialized functions, such as private dining rooms, studies the solar, and bedchambers with their own hearths. This architectural shift mirrored a societal move towards compassionate listening and personal space. The pursuit of warmth also drove innovation in heating technology beyond the simple fireplace. By the late Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, we see the development of more sophisticated systems. One hypocaust S reimagined while the Roman hypocaust underfloor heating had largely been forgotten in Western Europe. Similar principles resurfaced in different forms. In some monasteries and grand houses in colder regions, channels for hot air or smoke were ingeniously rooted beneath stone floors or within walls of important rooms, like the abbot's quarters or the lady's chamber, creating early forms of radiant heating. The ceramic stoves catch LVN in German speaking and Eastern European regions. The tile stove became a masterpiece of heating efficiency. These large, often beautifully decorated ceramic stoves had extensive, labyrinthine internal flues. The massive ceramic mass absorbed heat from a single, hot fire often lit from an adjacent service room and then radiated gentle, even warmth for many hours. They were vastly more efficient than open hearths and became central features of middle-class homes. Free refinement of the Russian stove, the large masonry stove evolved further, sometimes incorporating baking ovens, water-heating niches, and even connected sleeping platforms. The LEZ hanged into a single, multi-functional domestic unit. It remained the undisputed heart of the peasant home in Eastern Europe for centuries. The knowledge and techniques for surviving winter were not static. They were a form of vernacular engineering, constantly adapted to local materials and climates. The thatched roof of England, the log construction of Russia, the stone and clay houses of the Alps, and the pit dwellings of Scandinavia all represent brilliant, context-specific solutions to the same universal problem: conserving the precious resource of heat. Some lessons. Simple solutions of the medieval world offer profound lessons for our modern era, particularly in the context of sustainability and energy resilience. Passive house principles: the medieval builder's intuitive grasp of thermal mass, thick walls, large stoves, super-insulation, multi-layered roofs, moss in king sod coverings, and passive solar gain south-facing orientation. Small windows are the very foundations of today's high-performance passive house standards. They understood that the best way to stay warm is to first prevent heat from escaping. The value of air-tightness and ventilation, the meticulous sealing of gaps and the creation of our locks vestibules show an early understanding of controlled airflow. Their struggle to balance warmth with fresh air prefigures our modern building science concerning ventilation and indoor air quality. Bioclimatic design: medieval settlements were quintessential examples of bioclimatic architecture, designs that work with the local environment rather than against it, using the Earth's stable temperature pit-dwellings, leveraging prevailing winds and sunlight, and sourcing all materials locally created inherently sustainable structures. Resilience and adaptation: in an age before fossil fuels, survival depended on preparation, stockpiling wood, community cooperation, communal building and resource management, and adaptable knowledge, knowing how to build a shelter in a snowstorm. These are timeless principles of resilience. Conclusion: from survival to comfort. The journey from the communal hearth of the smoky great hall to the private fireplace of a warm chamber is more than a history of heating. It is a narrative of humanity's slow but determined march from mere survival towards comfort, privacy, and individuality. It shows how a fundamental physical need, warmth, shaped our buildings, our social structures, and our very conception of home. The medieval approach was holistic. Warmth was not provided by a single device, but by an integrated system: the location of the home, its orientation, its materials, its layout, the clothing of its inhabitants, their diet, and their social habits. In our search for technological solutions to energy challenges, we would do well to remember this systemic, humble, and deeply intelligent wisdom born of necessity. Their legacy is not just in the grand castles that dot the landscape, but in the timeless principles of shelter, efficiency, and living in harmony with a demanding climate.
The wind sweeps across the North American Great Plains tonight, carrying memories of blizzards that run like living things across the endless white horizon. In places far beyond the reach of electric light and insulated walls, there exists a memory of winter, so complete, so absolute, that sleep itself becomes a silent feat of engineering. Have you ever considered what it meant to close your eyes when the only thing separating you from the blizzard was buffalo hide stretched taut on wooden poles? What rest felt like when thunder cracked overhead and hail drummed a rhythm of 1,000 frantic fingers on the leather walls? How a family found warmth in the deep heart of winter, when the prairie held nothing but wind snow and the vast indifferent sky. Tonight we drift back to a time without central heating, without weather forecasts, without the comfortable hum of a modern dwelling. We step into the world of the northern peoples, the Lakota, the Cheyenne, the Blackfoot, communities that made winter camps along frozen rivers and learned to sleep through blizzards that could tear hides and snap lodge poles. The tipi rises now in your mind, a pale cone against the dark smoke rising from its peak, like a prayer lost in the snow. Heavy clouds inside a fire glows low, casting copper shadows on the curved walls. Children sleep pressed against parents wrapped in buffalo robes that hold the smell of smoke and the memory of animal warmth. Outside, the world prepares itself, testing every tie, every peg, every carefully positioned smoke flap. If these journeys into the quiet corners of history help you unwind at the end of your day, a like and a subscription are always welcome. No pressure. It's just a gentle way for me to know these stories hold meaning for you. If you're listening right now, wherever you are in the world, feel free to share your location and the local time in the comments. Thank you for being here, for letting history soothe your mind, for allowing yourself to simply listen. Now let the noise of the outside world fade a little more. If you haven't already, dim the light, settle deeper into whatever softness carries you tonight. We are about to enter a tipi on the coldest night of winter, just as the first hailstones begin to fall. And we are going to understand, truly understand, what sleep meant when survival and rest were equally fragile. The year matters less than the season. What matters is the north wind, the snow piling against the walls, the rhythm of breath visible in the frozen air. You are tired, bone tired, the kind of tired that comes from walking through deep snow all day. Your legs ache from the morning's journey to gather firewood. Your fingers are stiff from scraping ice from hides. Your back holds the dull pain of hours spent bent over work that had to be done before dark fell. This is the winter camp situated in a river valley where cottonwoods offer some buffer from the worst winds, and water, though frozen, is close by accessible without venturing onto the exposed plains. The sun has set and the temperature has dropped, with it a cold so sharp you feel it between your teeth. Your breath forms a cloud that hangs for a moment before vanishing into the greater cold. In the last hour of light, you cleared the snow from around the base of your family's teepee, deliberately packing it against the hide walls to form a barrier. It isn't thick, but it will slow the wind that will come searching for gaps in the night. Inside, the air is thick and layered. Close to the fire, it is warm, almost too warm, the kind of heat that makes your cheeks flush and your eyes water from the smoke. 3 feet from the flames, the air is noticeably cooler. By the time you reach the outer wall where the sleeping robes lie, the cold rises from the ground with stubborn patience. The ground beneath you is earth first, then a layer of dry grass, then cedar boughs, then your sleeping robe, buffalo hide, fur side in heavy and slightly damp from the breath of the previous night. The tipi isn't large, perhaps 15 feet across at its widest 7 lodge poles. Note, the actual number varies by size, typically 12, 15. Rise and converge overhead, their tips passing through the smoke hole always open to the sky, a necessary gap to let smoke escape, but also a conduit for wind, snow, and the biting chill of a winter night. In summer, this opening is a blessing, a source of ventilation and light. In winter, it is a compromise, a calculated loss of heat, traded for air. You can breathe inside. The interior holds the tiny universe of your family and their necessities. Hide bags hang from the poles, containing dried meat, herbs, tools, and the precious small things that make life more than mere survival. Your mother's sewing kit lies by her sleeping place. Bonals, sinew, thread, softened strips of hide waiting to become moccasins or a patch for the outer wall. Your father's weapons lean against a frame near the entrance within reach, in case an animal or another person approaches in the night. The central fire is small, now deliberately banked down as the family prepares for sleep. A fire too large wastes precious wood and creates dangerous sweat under the buffalo robes, and sweat in winter is a death sentence. Moisture that will freeze, that will pull heat from your body with ruthless efficiency. The wood burning now is cottonwood, slow and steady, producing less intense heat than willow but lasting longer through the dark hours. The fire casts restless shadows that climb the curved walls, making the painted symbols and geometric patterns seem to move as if alive. You can smell everything in this enclosed space. Smoke always smokes so constant it no longer registers. The specific scent of burning juniper and cottonwood, releasing its unique fragrance into the air. Beneath that, the smell of rendered fat used to waterproof seams and soften leather. The animal scent of the buffalo robes, not unpleasant, but heavy and real. The faint sweetness of the dry grass under the bedding, and under it all the smell of human life in a confined space. Breath sweat. Bodies that cannot be washed often in the harsh cold. Outside the wind is rising. You felt it building for the last hour. It always announces itself with sound before you feel its full force. First a distant howl like water rushing through a far-off canyon. Then the temperature drops another degree and another. Your father glances toward the entrance, the hide door flap tied tight to its frame. His expression is calm, but you recognize the slight tightness around his eyes. He's listening, reading the storm like a face. Your mother moves about the tipi with practiced, efficient motions, her actions economical and silent. She adjusts the bedding, pulling it slightly closer to the fire, but not blocking the heat from reaching the children, who sleep at the outer edges. She checks the smoke flaps. The 2 wing-like hide extensions from the smoke hole, adjustable with long poles from inside. Tonight, these flaps are critical, positioned correctly. They create a draft, pulling smoke up and out. Positioned wrong, they trap it, filling the tipi with a choking haze that makes sleep impossible and can even be fatal. The wind shifts direction abruptly. Your mother instantly adjusts the flaps with the long pole, repositioning the wings to accommodate the new wind. It is a fine calibration, one she has performed thousands of times, reading the wind by sound and feel, by the way the flame leans, by the flow of smoke in the air. Close them too tight and smoke fills the teepee. Open them too wide and wind and snow pour into the opening, extinguishing the fire and filling the teepee with deadly cold. You begin to undress for bed, but undressing in winter is not the luxury it is in summer. You remove your outer moccasins, but keep the inner wrappings. You loosen your leather leggings, but do not remove them entirely. Your shirt stays on, and over it you will wrap the buffalo robe that serves as blanket mattress, and the only barrier against the frozen ground beneath you. You have learned to keep your clothes within reach, for if the fire dies in the night, or if the wind tears at the lodge, You will need to dress quickly, still half asleep, fingers fumbling for ties and toggles in the dark. Your sleeping place is among your siblings near the outer wall, but not against it. The coldest place is right against the wall, where the hide transmits the outside cold with almost no buffer. The warmest places closest to the fire are reserved for the youngest children and the eldest grandparents, those most vulnerable to cold whose bodies produce heat less efficiently. And you, as a young, strong person, are expected to bear the moderate cold of the middle distance. You slide under the buffalo robe and immediately feel the shock of cold leather against your skin. The robe has been lying in the outer part of the teepee all day, absorbing the ambient temperature, and now it radiates that chill back into you. You curl into yourself, knees to chest, arms wrapped around your torso, breathing into the tiny space between your body and the robe, trying to warm the trapped air with your own heat. Slowly the robe begins to warm, but it will never become truly warm, not like the easy heat of summer. It becomes tolerable, survivable, a state of asterisk, less cold asterisk, that you accept as comfort, only because you have no other choice. The first hailstones strike the teepee, sounding like thrown pebbles. They are small at first, no bigger than seeds pattering against the leather with a dry rhythm. Your mother looks up at the sound, her face lit by the fire, and you see her weighing risks. Hail means ice, means moisture, means potential damage to the outer wall. If the hail is large enough, it can puncture the hide, tiny tears that will widen with wind and sun, letting in a fatal draft, turning a survivable night into a crisis. The hail is larger now. They fall with a deeper, more solid thud. Each impact makes the hide wall give a brief taut shudder visible from inside. The material dips inward slightly, then springs back. The sound is chaotic, like 1,000 drummers with no common rhythm. It is a sound that makes sleep difficult even when you are exhausted, because somewhere in your animal brain you recognize it as danger, as something that requires attention and response. Your younger sister begins to cry softly. She's only 7 winters old, and storms still frighten her in a way they no longer frighten you. Your mother pulls her close, wrapping her in the same robe, sharing body heat and presence. She murmurs words you cannot quite hear, whether speech or song you are not sure, and gradually the crying subsides into sniffles, then into the deep breathing of exhaustion. It is a skill your mother possesses, the ability to project calm even when circumstances call for fear. The wind intensifies. Now it is not merely blowing, it is roaring. A sound that makes the prairie into a living thing with a voice. The teepee begins to sway slightly, the poles bending under the pressure. This is normal, even expected. The teepee's conical shape is designed to shed wind to present minimal resistance to gales, to bend rather than break, but knowing this intellectually does not stop your body from tensing with each particularly strong gust. Nor does it stop the small voice in your mind from wondering, will tonight be the night the storm is too strong? Will the pegs pull from the frozen ground? Will the whole structure collapse inward, trapping you under heavy hides and wooden poles? Thunder rolls across the sky, distant but approaching. You count the seconds between the flash and the boom, as your grandmother taught you, estimating the distance between you and the storm's heart. 5 seconds, 4, 3. The storm is moving fast, driven by the north wind that brings the coldest air, the deepest snow, the most dangerous weather of winter. A flash of lightning illuminates the outside, visible through the smoke hole, a moment of brilliance that turns everything inside the teepee into stark shadow and white light. For that instant, you can see every detail. The grain of the hide walls, the wood grain of the poles, the faces of your family. Then the light vanishes. The darkness returns deeper than before, and your eyes struggle to readjust to the dimmer glow of the fire. The thunder that follows is immediate, so loud it seems to split the sky directly overhead. Your sister startles, crying out, and even your father flinches, A quick controlled little motion, but a flinch nonetheless. Thunder that close means the storm is directly upon you, means lightning is striking the prairie with force enough to split trees, kill animals, and set the autumn dry grass ablaze if it were not winter. Your mother moves again, checking the smoke flaps, adjusting them against the sudden shifts in wind direction that come with thunderstorms. One of your older brothers, responsible and alert, rises without being asked, and adds 2 pieces of wood to the fire, stoking it slightly brighter, to compensate for the cold air now pouring into the smoke hole. It is the eternal trade-off of winter, teepee life. Warmth versus cold smoke versus breathable air, light versus dark comfort versus survival. The door flap high up batters against its tie, and your father gets up to reinforce it, adding an extra wrap of rope to secure it. Before he pulls it tight, you catch a glimpse through the crack of the world outside, a chaos of wind, hail, and snow, everything moving horizontally, the storm so complete you cannot see more than a few feet into the dark. Then the door is secured again, and you are enclosed, contained left, in this small cone of relative safety while the prairie tears itself apart. Sleep seems impossible now, but your body disagrees. You're so tired, the warmth building under the robe is so seductive, the sound of the storm is so overwhelming that it becomes almost hypnotic. A white noise that drowns out thought, reducing everything to the simple facts of survival breath and the steady glow of the flame. Despite the noise, despite the cold seeping through the hide walls, despite the knowledge that the night is far from over, your eyelids grow heavy, but the sleep will not be continuous, will not be restful in any modern sense. Every hour, someone must tend the fire, add fuel to keep the embers alive, adjust its position to ensure efficient burning. Every time the wind shifts, the smoke flaps must be adjusted, or the teepee will fill with choking smoke, waking everyone coughing and gasping. If snow begins to pile against the outer walls, someone must go out and clear it, preventing the weight from collapsing the structure or creating an ice dam that traps moisture inside. You drift into a light sleep, not fully unconscious, not fully awake. You're still aware of the warmth of the fire on your face, the cold at your back, the body heat of your brother pressed against you, not for affection but for warmth, for survival, sharing heat in the most practical way possible. You are still aware of the rhythm of the storm, how it surges and ebbs like the breath of some great beast that has swallowed the world. At some point in the night you have lost all sense of time. There is no way to measure its passage except by the vague feeling that you have dozed and woken. Many times your father shakes your shoulder. It is your turn to tend the fire. You don't want to leave the cocoon of the robe, don't want to expose yourself to the cold air, but you do, because this is the contract of winter survival. Everyone contributes, everyone sacrifices, everyone endures. You slide out from under the robe and immediately feel the cold as a physical blow. The air near the ground is biting, making your joints ache as you crawl toward the fire. You add wood carefully, placing it where it will catch the embers, blowing gently to encourage the flame, avoiding sparks that could ignite the hide wall. The fire responds, burning a little brighter, pushing the darkness back a few feet. Awake now, you notice a thin layer of frost has formed on the inner surface of the hide wall. It is moisture from the breath of 8 people in a confined space, condensing and freezing the moment it touches the cold leather. In the morning, when the sun warms the outside, this frost will melt, creating a dampness that never fully dries, leaving everything slightly moist, slightly cold, slightly uncomfortable. It is the part of winter teepee life that few talk about. The constant dampness, the way everything feels clammy and cold, never truly dry. You crawl back under the robe. In your absence, the cold has invaded the leather, and now you must warm it again, must endure once more the initial shock of cold material against your skin. You curl up shivering, waiting for your body heat to work its slow magic. Eventually you drift back into something like sleep. The hail has stopped, but snow has begun to fall. You can tell the difference by the sound. the softer rustle of snowflakes versus the hard patter of ice pellets. Snow is preferable to hail in many ways. It does not damage the outer wall, and when it piles up, it adds insulation. But snow has its own dangers. Too much weight can collapse the structure, bury the entrance, trap you inside, unable to fetch more wood or water. Lightning flashes again, thunder following. But it is more distant now. The storm moving east, chasing the dawn that must come, though in the dark of the tipi you have no way of knowing how far off morning is. You only know you have survived another hour and then another, and that each hour's survival is itself a tiny victory. Your muscles ache from the cold tension from holding your body in a tight curl for so long. Your feet are numb despite the fur-lined moccasins and being buried under the robe. Your fingers tingle with cold and poor circulation. Your face feels flushed on one side from the fire's heat and icy on the other from the draft, an uncomfortable split that makes it hard to find a restful position. But you do sleep in stolen moments between fire tending and the sound of the storm. You sleep as humans have slept through 1,000 winters, without certainty, without comfort, but with the stubborn insistence of a body that must rest regardless of circumstance. You sleep with part of your mind still listening alert for sounds that mean danger. The sharp crack of a lodgepole breaking the whistle of wind through a torn hide, the cry of a child in distress. In these fragments of sleep you dream of summer, of warm days when the tipi door stood open and sunlight poured through the smoke hole like liquid gold. You dream of picking berries with your sister, of swimming when the river was warm and lazy, of lying in the tall grass watching clouds shape themselves into buffalo and birds. These dreams are a gift, a small escape from the reality that winter holds. When you wake from them, the cold feels more biting by contrast. In the deepest part of the night, the storm's fury begins to abate. The wind drops from a roar to a moan, from a moan to a whisper. The thunder moves away, finally ceasing. The snow continues to fall, but gently now with no wind to drive it sideways, just a patient descent from the sky, the kind that can last for days without drama, but with cumulative consequence. You wake at what might be morning, though the dark inside the tipi offers no indication of time. Your father is awake. You can tell by his breathing, by the still alert way he lies. He's listening to the storm's departure, assessing, planning the day's work that will begin as soon as there is enough light. The snow will need to be cleared, the hides will need to be checked for damage, firewood will need to be gathered. If the river is not completely frozen, water will need to be drawn, life will continue, because there is no other choice, because to stop is to die. Because survival is the choice you make with every action, every hour, every morning you force yourself from the thin warmth of the robe to face another cold day. This is why sleeping in a teepee during a winter storm is so arduous. Not because of any single moment of dramatic danger, though those moments exist, but because of the grinding, persistent nature of the discomfort. Because warmth is always temporary, always threatened, always requiring attention and maintenance. Because privacy does not exist. Personal space does not exist. Because the simple act of staying alive requires the participation of every family member in an endless rotation of tasks. Because you can never fully relax, never fully surrender to rest. Never be certain the storm will not worsen, the fire will not die. The cold will not find a way through your defences, because even surviving one night offers no guarantee the next will not be worse. The winter not deepen the blizzards, not continue until the food runs out. The wood is gone or someone makes a mistake whose cost is a finger, a toe, a life. This is sleep as survival, rest as strategy, the night as a battleground, where the enemy is cold wind and the slow erosion of human endurance. And yet people survived. Not only survived, but lived, loved, raised children, told stories, maintained cultures, adapted, innovated, and persisted through winters that could kill the unprepared in hours. The light is changing, you can feel it, even before you see it. The darkness inside the tipi is shifting from absolute black to deep grey. It is the first hint of dawn, meaning you have survived another night. Outside, the storm has passed, leaving a transformed landscape. Snow is piled against the north side of the teepee, covering the remains of last night's fire pit, burying the paths between lodges. The sky is clearing, stars visible now. Between breaks in the clouds, a hint of light to the east. Where day will come, you have made it. Your family has made it. The teepee stands, the fire lives. Now, another day begins ****. Her name is Watiwi, which in her people's language means dancer. Though in her 35th winter she dances less often. Not because the joy is gone, it is not, but because dancing is for warm seasons, for gatherings, for times when food is plentiful and work is light. Winter demands a different kind of movement, the practical choreography of survival, of tending the fire, mending hides, raising children in spaces too small for anything but necessary motion. She is known, though not famous, known for the quality of her leatherwork, stitches that hold water patches that stay firm when storms tear at inferior work, known for her quietness, not the silence of someone with nothing to say, but the quiet of someone who understands that words are tools to be used precisely, not wasted. Known for her hands, hands that move with the certainty of long practice, capable of tying complex knots in the dark, of knowing, by the feel of leather under her fingers, whether it needs more smoking, more rubbing, more application of grease to reach the perfect suppleness. And that suppleness means the difference between life and death in a winter wind. The winter camp is situated in a depression formed by a creek that feeds into the Missouri River. Both waterways are frozen now, ice thick enough to ride a horse across without fear. The camp was established in early autumn before the first snows chosen for its strategic advantages. The creek valley offers shelter from the strongest winds that sweep the open plains. The cottonwoods that grow thick along its banks provide firewood that, while not ideal, is abundant and close. And the river, though frozen, is a known source of water, accessible by chipping through the ice with a stone axe, dipping a long-handled ladle into the persistent flow beneath. It is late in the moon of frost, and inside the teepee it is the deepest, darkest part of winter, when the sun seems to have forgotten the northern lands entirely. The hunting party, 15 men, including Watiwi's husband and her 2 brothers, left 5 days ago, following signs reported by scouts of a buffalo herd moving south. This is not unusual. Winter hunts happen when opportunity presents itself, when the herd's movement brings them close enough to make the dangerous journey worthwhile. What is unusual is the timing, so close to a storm that anyone with experience could read in the sky, in the behavior of animals, in the quality of the light and air. But buffalo do not care for human convenience. The herd was moving and the camp's meat stores were dwindling, so the men left, leaving behind a camp of women, children, and a few elders, too old for the rigours of a winter hunt. This means extra responsibility for those left behind, a reshuffling of labour to cover all necessary work without the strength and numbers of the men Watiwi noticed the storm's approach 2 days before it arrived. The signs were obvious to anyone who knew how to look. A perfect pale ring around the moon, a moon dog, signifying moisture in the air. The camp dogs grew restless, whining and pacing even after being fed. The horses, usually placid in the winter cold, clustered together more tightly than usual, their breath forming a collective cloud of steam, and the temperature, steady for weeks, dropped sharply, not gradually but suddenly, as if a door in the sky had opened and let in air from a colder place beyond human knowing. She did not comment on these observations. Everyone in the camp saw the same signs, made the same calculations. Instead, she simply began to prepare, working through a mental checklist of tasks that needed completing before the storm hit. She inspected every seam of her family's teepee, running her fingers along the places where hide met hide, searching for any separation or weakness that might let in wind. She found 3 spots that needed attention. Not torn yet, but stressed, the stitching beginning to pull loose. She repaired them with fresh sinew thread, passing it through holes she'd punched years before, aligned with perfect precision. She gathered extra firewood more than she thought she would need, because you never regret having too much fuel, but you often regret having too little. She stacked it carefully in a dry corner of the tipi away from the fire pit, but close enough to reach in the dark. She checked the fire stones, smooth river rocks that held heat, and repositioned them for maximum efficiency, forming a circle that would reflect warmth inward, rather than letting it dissipate toward the outer walls. She went through the sleeping places one by one. Buffalo robes that showed signs of thinning were doubled up, providing better insulation. The cedar boughs were renewed, the old dry crushed ones replaced with newly cut branches that still held their aromatic oils. These helped dispel dampness and added a pleasant scent to the ever-present smoky air. She arranged the sleeping places in a thoughtful pattern, ensuring the youngest children and her mother-in-law Winona, who was 64 winters old and growing frail, had the spots closest to the fire. The storm announced itself in earnest as evening fell 2 days after the first signs. The already cold temperature plunged the kind of cold that burns exposed skin in seconds. The wind came not building gradually, but arriving all at once as if struck by a giant hand. Within an hour, the world beyond the teepee entrance was invisible, erased by ground blizzard conditions, snow driven horizontally by the wind. Watiwi had already secured the door flap, tying it tight with leather cords, and adjusted the smoke flaps to their winter storm position, angled to prevent downdrafts while still allowing smoke to escape. She'd done this hundreds, perhaps thousands of times, her hands performing the process with the automatic certainty of breathing or a heartbeat. Inside the tipi, her 3 children sat quietly by the fire. The eldest boy, 13 winters, was old enough to understand the seriousness of the storm, old enough to help tend the fire, watch his siblings. The middle girl, 9 winters, sat with her hands folded in her lap, eyes wide but calm, trusting the adults to handle things. The youngest boy, 4 winters, dozed against his grandmother, his face pressed into her side, oblivious to or unconcerned with the dangerous world outside. Watiwi's mother-in-law, Winona, sat in the place of honour at the warmest edge of the fire. She was a woman who had seen 64 winters, who had raised 6 children to adulthood, a remarkable feat in a world where half of all children died before they saw 10 winters. Her hands were twisted now with the joint pain common to many elders, but they still held needlework, slowly, steadily making winter moccasins. She did not speak much, having grown quiet in her later years, but when she did speak, people listened for. She'd earned the right to be heard. The hail came first, as it often did with such storms, ice forming high in the clouds, growing in layers like some strange fruit falling when it grew too heavy for the wind to support. The first hailstones were small, no bigger than berry seeds, pattering dryly against the outer wall, more annoying than alarming. But hail is unpredictable. Stones that start small can cycle back up into the clouds multiple times, coating themselves in layer after layer of ice until they grow to the size of eggs, even fists. Those larger stones can puncture hides, can injure or kill anyone caught outside, can break bones, split skulls. The children looked up at the sound, worry on their faces. Watiwi's eldest son looked to her, waiting for some signal, some indication of how worried he should be. She met his gaze and allowed herself the faintest hint of a smile, a softening of expression almost too subtle to detect.
Itself, first with a flash so bright it penetrated the hide walls, turning the interior of the teepee from amber firelight to brilliant white for an instant. In that moment, what Iwi could see every detail, with unnatural clarity, each hair of the buffalo robes, of the texture of the smoke rising from the fire, the wide eyes of the children frozen in expressions of surprise and fear. Thunder followed seconds later, a long roll that seemed to travel the entire width of the sky, from one horizon to the other, like the sound of something vast and incomprehensible. The children flinched, Even what Iwi felt her body tense involuntarily, felt the ancient animal part of her brain react to a sound that signified danger, that warned of powers beyond human control or understanding. But she did not let that tension show in her voice. Win Yan, she said calmly, invoking the thunder beings, the spirits that rode the storms, that spoke with lightning and thunder. They travel tonight. We will be respectful and quiet, and they will pass us by without harm. This was not empty superstition, not the primitive belief a modern person might imagine. It was practical psychology, a way of contextualizing danger, giving the children a framework for understanding without being paralyzed by fear. Thunder beings were real, as all spirits were real. They were the personification of the storm itself, given identity and purpose, by speaking of them respectfully, by maintaining calm while acknowledging their power. He was teaching the children how to exist in a world where forces beyond human control were constant companions. Quinina nodded by the fire, her old eyes reflecting the flames. I remember a storm when I was a girl, she said, her voice soft but clear. The lightning was so close. Thunder had no delay. It split a pine tree just outside our camp. The next morning, we found the heart of the tree shattered, but we were unhurt because we showed respect, because we were quiet and humble, while the Winyan exercised their power. This was how knowledge was passed, not through formal teaching, but through stories, through casual references to past events that carried lessons of survival, of proper behavior, of the way the world worked. The children listened, their fear transforming into fascination. We saw the shift and was satisfied. But then the wind shifted direction, abruptly and violently, with no warning. The smoke flaps, perfectly positioned for the north wind, were now wrong for this new eastern gale. The teepee immediately began to fill with smoke, not gradually, but rapidly, acrid grease smoke pouring down from the smoke hole instead of being drawn up, filling the upper part of the teepee, making everyone's eyes water and throats burn. The children began to cough. Iwi's youngest son woke, crying out in distress, his face pressed into his grandmother's side, trying to escape the smoke with nowhere to go. This was dangerous, truly dangerous. Smoke inhalation in a confined space could kill, more quickly than the cold, could suffocate or damage lungs, weakening a person for the rest of their possibly shortened life. Iwi moved immediately, without panic, with swift precision. She grabbed the adjustment poles, the long sticks that hooked into the bones of the smoke flap wings, allowing repositioning from inside without going out. He pulled the left flap tighter, opened the right one wider, trying to establish a new airflow pattern, to pull the smoke up and out instead of down and in. The smoke continued to pour in. Her adjustment hadn't worked. The wind was too chaotic now, coming from multiple directions as the storm's structure broke down into turbulent confusion. She would need to try a different approach. Winina, she said, her voice steady despite the urgency. Tell me when the smoke thins. Winina nodded, understanding what Iwi's intent immediately. The older woman would watch the behavior of the smoke, while Iwi manipulated the flaps, providing feedback Iwi couldn't see for herself from her position at the smoke hole. Iwi partially closed both flaps, narrowing the opening to a slit. For a moment, the smoke grew thicker. She heard Ada coughing violently. Heard her youngest son's distressed cry intensify. But she held steady, counted 3 breaths, and adjusted the flaps again, changing the angle, creating an asymmetrical opening that miraculously correctly channeled the confused wind. Better, Winina said, her voice calm despite breathing smoky air. The smoke is rising. Towards. Iwi fine-tuned the flap angle once more, and the smoke began to clear noticeably, first the upper part of the teepee, then the middle level, till finally the air near the ground was relatively clear again, aside from the usual haze of a winter lodge interior. The children's coughing subsided. The youngest son's crying faded to a whimper, then to quiet. But Iwi's work was not done. She turned her attention to the fire itself, which had burned to high while she dealt with the smoke. Her eldest son, trying to help, had added wood while she handled the smoke problem, not yet experienced enough to know that during a smoke issue, You reduce the fire, not increase it, for fire meant more smoke. Meant exacerbating the problem you were trying to solve. She moved to the fire pit, carefully removed two burning pieces of wood, and set them aside to smolder but not produce open flame. Then she took a piece of damp bark she kept by the fire for just this purpose and laid it over part of the embers, partially smothering them, producing the heat output without extinguishing the fire completely. The fire settled lower, producing less smoke, and the balance she sought was finally achieved. Then the real crisis came. The wind found a weak spot in the teepee's outer wall, not at a seam, what Iwi had checked, but at a place where the original hide had been damaged months before and patched. That patch, subjected to repeated freeze-minus-thaw cycles, had partially come loose. The wind poured through this tiny gap like water through a crack in a dam. The influx of cold was so immediate, so intense, that everyone felt the carefully maintained warmth inside the teepee draining away through this unexpected breach. The wind created a whistling sound, a high, inauspicious shriek that set teeth on edge and made concentration difficult. Worst of all, it was blowing snow in through the gap, snow that would melt from the fire's heat, creating moisture, creating dampness, conditions for hypothermia even inside the shelter. Iwi knew the exact location of the gap. She could pinpoint it by the sound and the direction of the cold draft. It was low on the northwest wall, about 3 feet off the ground, in an area difficult to reach from inside. Sleeping robes and stored items would need to be moved, and it was facing directly into the storm's fiercest direction, meaning any external repair would expose her to the worst of the conditions. But there was no choice. If left untreated, the gap would only worsen, the wind would enlarge it, and by morning, they might be facing a rent large enough to make the teepee uninhabitable. Who would have to go out and fix it now in the dark, in the storm, in conditions that could kill an unprepared person in the time it took to smoke a pipe. He moved to the stores of materials, selecting what she would need: a piece of leather roughly cut to cover the damaged area with overlap on all sides, sinew thread pre-minus soaked. It would swell as it dried, creating a waterproof seal, a bone AWL for punching new holes, and leather cords for temporarily holding the patch in place while she did the more permanent sinew stitching. She dressed as warmly as possible, adding extra layers that would slow her movements but might prevent frostbite. Heavy winter moccasins with fur lining, double minus reinforced leather leggings, a buffalo minus hide robe worn cloak minus style, tied at the neck, and bear minus hide mittens that kept the outer guard hairs for shedding snow and ice. Her eldest son watched her prepare, understanding what she was about to do, his face showing a worry he tried to mask. "I should go with you," he said. She heard in his voice the desire to prove himself, to take on adult responsibility, to protect his mother. "You are responsible for the fire," she told him. Not unkindly. "That is your job tonight." He but steady. "Not too big. Not too small. Watch the smoke flaps. If the wind shifts again, adjust them. That is as important as what I must do outside." He nodded, accepting this, and she saw him straighten slightly, saw him taking on the temporary responsibility for the family in his father's absence. The boy was learning everything he would need to know when he established his own family, his own teepee, his own responsibilities. But Iwi moved to the entrance and began untying the cords that held the door flap shut. The moment she loosened the first knot, the wind forced its way through the crack, bringing with it snow, cold in the full minus throated roar of the storm. She moved quickly, opening just a gap wide enough for her to squeeze through, then pulling the door shut behind her. Otter immediately raked, tying it from inside. Outside was chaos. The wind hit her like a physical blow, driving snow into her face with such force it stung. Exposed skin made breathing difficult, made vision almost impossible. The world beyond her immediate vicinity did not exist at all. Only weight, only wind, only a roaring that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, filling her ears, making thought difficult. She located herself by touch, theory hands moving along the teepee's outer wall, counting steps, measuring distance with her body's memory of the lodge's dimensions. She moved in the direction of the gap, trudging through snow already knee-minus deep and sculpted by the wind into shapes having nothing to do with the underlying terrain. The cold was extraordinary. Within seconds, she felt it penetrating her layers, finding the gaps between leather and skin, between mitten and wrist, between moccasin and legging. Her face began to go numb, skin losing sensation in that way that would lead to frostbite if exposure continued. Her eyes watered from the wind, and the tears froze on her cheeks, forming tiny lines of ice that pulled at her skin. He found the gap by sound the whistling shriek, distinguishable even over the storm's roar. Up close, he saw the damage was worse than she had thought. The patch wasn't just loose, it was partially torn, leaving a flap of hide that whipped in the wind, threatening to enlarge the tear with each gust. He positioned her body to block as much wind as possible and began to work. Her hands were already clumsy with cold, the fine motor skills needed for the task beginning to fail. She fumbled for the bone AWL, almost dropped it, caught it, forced her fingers to maintain their grip. The hail returned, the stones larger now, striking her back and shoulders with bruising force. Each impact was a tiny violence, a reminder that she was completely exposed, that the storm was indifferent to her survival, that nature would kill her without malice or pity if she made a mistake, took too long, or simply ran out of the heat her body could produce. She punched holes in the new patch, working by memory and feel rather than sight. She turned her face away from the wind to preserve what little vision she had, and she punched corresponding holes in the main teepee wall, aligning them with the patch holes, creating the matching pattern that would allow her to stitch the two together. Her hands were losing sensation now. She could see them moving but could barely feel them. Couldn't be sure they were executing the commands from her brain. This was the dangerous stage, the time when mistakes happened, when tools were dropped, when nuts were drawn, or when one simply stopped moving because the cold and exhaustion overwhelmed the will to continue. But what Yui had been called before, had been exhausted before, had worked in conditions that defeated comfort and demanded only persistence, only the stubborn refusal to stop until the task was done. So she continued, threading the sinew through the punched holes, pulling it tight, moving to the next hole, establishing a pattern of stitching that would hold, that would seal the gap, that would protect the family sleeping on the other side of this thin barrier. A gust of wind hit her with such force it knocked her off balance. She fell against the teepee wall, felt the structure give slightly under her weight and spring back. For a moment, she just leaned there, her cheek against the cold material, gathering strength for the final effort. Then she pushed herself upright and continued working. 3 more stitches. 2-1. She tied off the sinew with a knot her grandmother had taught her, a knot that held under pressure. That would tighten under stress rather than come undone. She tested the patch with numb hands, tugging at it, trying to find any give, any weakness. It held. The whistling stopped. The gap was sealed. She gathered her tools, tucking them close to her body so the wind wouldn't take them, and began moving back toward the entrance. The short journey felt endless. Her legs were stiff, her body shivering violently with the cold, the disorientation from the storm making it hard to judge direction or distance. She trudged, one hand on the wall for guidance, counting steps, trusting her memory of the lodge's layout. The entrance appeared, or rather, he found it by touch. By the seam where the door flap met the wall, she scratched at the hide, signaling her presence, and immediately the cords were loosened from inside. Hurt Alta had been waiting, had been listening for the signal, and now pulled the door flap open just enough for Yui to squeeze back inside. Inside was warmth, relative warmth. After the extreme cold outside, it felt like a furnace, though objectively it was only a few degrees above freezing near the walls and truly warm only within a few feet of the fire. What Yui's body began to shiver more violently, as it sensed the temperature change, as blood rushed to her extremities, bringing the painful burning sensation that accompanied thawing tissue. She shed her outer layers, her fingers clumsy with the ties and toggles, and her eldest son came to help, and doing the complicated fastenings. She couldn't manage with hands still numb. He didn't speak, didn't ask questions or express relief at her safe return, but she could see it on his face, could see the worry he'd been holding back, and its release now that she was safely inside. Nana had hot tea ready, just water with some pine needles for flavor, said to have some medicinal property. What? Iwi drank it gratefully, feeling the warmth spread from her core, even as the external warmth of the fire worked on her skin and muscles. The shivering gradually subsided. Feeling returned to her fingers and toes, not pleasantly, but with pain, just tingling as if being stuck with thousands of tiny needles. But she was alive. The gap was sealed. Her family was safe. That was all that mattered. She moved to her sleeping place, slid under the buffalo robe, still wearing most of her clothes, even the layers to help her body retain the heat it was now trying to produce. Her daughter crawled in beside her, pressing close, sharing warmth without being asked. Her youngest son, woken by the commotion, wriggled under the robe from her other side, his small body giving off a surprising amount of heat, his breathing becoming even as he found comfort near his mother. The storm continued through the night, but the crisis had passed. The smoke flaps held their position. The fire burned steadily, tended by her son, who took his new responsibility seriously, adding wood at careful intervals, keeping the flame at that perfect level that provided heat without waste, light without excessive smoke production. The patch held. The Iwi's stitching in the dark and cold proved sufficient to the wind. She did not fall asleep immediately. She lay there, listening to the storm, to the breathing of her children, to the crackle of the fire and the distant howl of wind across the prairie. He thought of her husband and brothers somewhere in the same storm, hoped they had found shelter, hoped they were safe in their travel lodge or had taken refuge in some natural formation, a cut bank, a dry wash where the wind couldn't reach them so fiercely. She thought of the morning to come, of the work that would need doing, the snow that would need clearing from around the teepee to prevent collapse, the fire stones that would need renewing, the breakfast to prepare from dried meat and stored roots. If the hunters returned, she would need to help process whatever game they brought, cutting and preparing it quickly before the meat froze, distributing it according to the complex web of kinship and reciprocal obligation that held the camp together. But that was for tomorrow. Tonight she had done what needed doing. She had kept her family safe through a storm that could have killed them. She did not think of it as heroism. She did not think in those terms, but as competence, as knowledge accumulated over thousands of similar nights, as skills passed from mother to daughter, generation to generation, as the simple, stubborn refusal to let cold and wind defeat the thing human ingenuity had built. Eventually, she did sleep, not deeply, ever deeply in winter, but enough to rest, enough to let her body recover the energy it would need for tomorrow's work. And when dawn came, the end cold but calm, the storm having spent itself, moving east toward the river and beyond, she rose with the others and began the day's work, moving through the tasks with the same quiet competence that had carried her through the night. Years later, when she was old and her own grandchildren asked about the hardships of her youth, she would tell of the storm, but not in the way you might expect. She would not dramatize or exaggerate. She would simply describe what happened, what she did, how the problems were solved. And in that simple telling, her grandchildren would understand something important about survival, about competence, about the way humans adapt to conditions that seem impossible until you have lived through them enough times for them to become simply the rhythm of life. The storm that nearly killed them became just a storm. The night she went out into the blizzard to fix the gap became just a night. And that, perhaps, was the real lesson, not that heroism was common, that survival required treating extraordinary danger as ordinary work, to be managed with skill and patience, not faced with panic or despair. The modern mind has trouble comprehending the teepee as a winter shelter. It asks us to set aside assumptions about what kind of dwelling is suitable for extreme cold. The difficulty lies not in the technical understanding, but in perception itself, in the way the contemporary consciousness is shaped by central heating, insulated walls, thermostats, weather forecasts, by the assumption that comfort means separation from the elements rather than a wise negotiation with them. We might imagine that indigenous peoples simply endured, that they suffered through winter with primitive technology and made the best of an unfortunate situation. That imagining is comfortable because it positions us as the advanced ones, as people who have moved beyond such hardship, living in a present clearly superior to a past defined largely by its deficits. But this understanding is profoundly, fundamentally mistaken. It is rooted not in evidence, but in a kind of cultural superiority that mistakes difference for deficiency. The teepee was not a compromise or a makeshift. Not something people accepted because they lacked the knowledge to build something better. It was an engineering solution to a specific set of problems, refined over centuries of observation and experiment, evolving through countless iterations until it reached a state of perfection suited to its purpose. Its conical shape, so simple in appearance that a modern observer might dismiss it as primitive, actually represents a deep understanding of aerodynamics long before that science had a name. Before anyone thought to describe with equations how it moves around objects, how the plains peoples modified the structure for winter survival involved knowledge that archaeologists and anthropologists are still working to fully comprehend. This knowledge was not encoded in written texts, but in practice, in the accumulated wisdom of generations of living and dying, of testing what worked and what did not by the starkest of measures survival. The challenge for modern researchers is not only to reconstruct the technology, but to recognize the intelligence behind it, to acknowledge that people without laboratories or formal education nonetheless arrived at a precise understanding of principles of thermodynamics and structural engineering, driven by necessity and validated by survival itself. Consider the basic physics of wind interacting with a structure, the forces involved when moving air encounters a solid object in its path. A rectangular building presents flat surfaces to the wind, creating areas of high and low pressure that exert tremendous stress on walls and roofs, forces that must be resisted by structural strength, by walls thick enough and foundations deep enough to hold. Wind hitting a flat surface has nowhere to go but around the edges, accelerating and creating turbulence as it is forced to change course, forming eddies and vortices that multiply the forces applied to the structure. But a cone has no flat surfaces, offers no resistance that must be overcome by force. Gives the wind nothing to push against. Wind encountering a conical shape simply deflects, flowing around the curves as water flows around a stone in a stream, continuing on its path with minimal transfer of energy to the structure itself. This shape does not fight the wind, it yields to it, guides it, transforms what could be a destructive force into something that passes almost unnoticed. This was critical in an environment where wind was not occasional but constant, where days without wind were air enough to be memorable, where the sound of air moving through grass was a kind of silence because it never ceased. Storms could produce gusts over 60 miles per hour, pressure sustained for hours or days. Wind that would quickly destroy any rigid structure not anchored deep into frozen ground. The teepee, by contrast, bent with the wind, its poles flexing like grass stalks, its height covering, moving and breathing, the whole structure behaving more like a living thing than a static building. There is something almost organic in the way a properly erected teepee responds to wind. Suggestion that it is something grown rather than built, as if the shelter evolved naturally rather than was deliberately constructed. Though large poles, cut from straight saplings chosen for their flexibility and strength, bent but did not break under pressure, storing the wind's energy and releasing it gradually after a gust passed. The buffalo, minus hide covering, stretched taut, but not rigid, moved in waves, dispersing force rather than concentrating it, allowing the structure to breathe rather than requiring it to resist. But the real mystery begins when you examine how the plains peoples modified the basic teepee design for winter, use how a shelter that performed excellently in summer, providing shade and shedding rain, became a different, more complex thing when winter demanded additional adaptations. Where the summer teepee was an efficient shelter, the winter teepee had to retain heat while managing moisture. had to keep people warm without suffocating them with smoke, had to remain habitable through blizzards that could last for days. The first and most critical modification was the addition of a liner, or an inner lining, a secondary barrier of hide hung from the lodge poles inside the teepee, several feet away from the outer wall, to create an air gap between the two layers. This liner served multiple purposes, though explaining how it worked requires understanding concepts not formally named until the development of modern thermal engineering. Things like convection, thermal mass, and vapor pressure. The air gap between the liner and the outer wall acted as insulation, yes, creating a buffer zone that slowed the loss of heat from the inhabited interior to the frigid outside. But it also created something more dynamic, more active than a simple dead air space. The system created a convection current. Air warmed by the fire rose along the inner surface of the liner, reached the smoke hole opening at the teepee's peak, then traveled down along the inside of the cold outer wall, creating a continuous circulation that carried moisture away from the living space and expelled it to the outside. This circulation prevented condensation from forming where people slept and lived, prevented the buildup of moisture, a buildup that would make the space damp and chill, lead to freezing, and gradually lower warmth and comfort. The liner effectively turned the teepee into a passive climate control system, one that required no mechanical energy, that would run as long as the fire burned and the temperature difference existed. We know this system existed because of descriptions from early observers, traders, explorers, and later anthropologists who lived with the plains peoples and recorded what they saw. Extant photographs from the late 19th and early 20th centuries show Wintertip is with the distinctive sag of the inner liner, the particular pattern of its hanging suggesting it was more than decoration. Elders in the 20th century recalled and described these techniques to anthropologists who were wise enough to ask and patient enough to listen, scholars who recognized they were hearing genuine expertise and exotic folklore. But what we don't fully understand is how the plains peoples discovered this system, how they developed an intuitive understanding of thermodynamics, sophisticated enough to create a passive climate control system without any of the mathematical frameworks that would later explain how it worked. How did someone first realize that a second inner wall did more than add another layer of barrier, that the gap space would create movement, and that movement would solve problems a simple barrier could not? How did knowledge develop about the optimal spacing, recognizing that the gap needed to be wide enough to allow circulation, but not so wide as to waste interior space or let heat dissipate uselessly? Some researchers speculate that the system was discovered through observation of animal dens, noting how hibernating animals like bears created spaces with multiple layers of insulation, how they used vegetation and their own body heat to create a microclimate that remained remarkably stable even as outside temperatures plummeted. Others suggest it was simple trial and error, generations of cold nights, leading to incremental improvements until, through a process of cultural evolution akin to natural selection, the optimal configuration emerged. But there's a third possibility, one that makes some Western mind-trained scientists uncomfortable because it challenges assumptions about the relationship between formal education and true understanding. This possibility is that indigenous peoples understood these principles conceptually, that they were able to conceptualize how heat moves in a space, how air behaves when heated, how moisture could be managed through deliberate design in ways that did not require written mathematics, but were nonetheless complex and accurate. Their knowledge was not merely empirical, we do this because it works, but conceptual, rooted in a true understanding of cause and mechanism. Even if the vocabulary for describing that understanding differed from modern technical language, the archaeological evidence for these questions is frustratingly incomplete, insufficient to settle debates about the origins and spread of this knowledge. Hippies leave almost no permanent trace, no foundations, no stone walls, to nothing that survives burial in prairie soils for millennia, subjected to freeze minus thus equals erosion, and the countless processes that erase organic materials. Instead, what we find are fire-harsh rings of stones that mark where Tippis stood, that held down the hide walls and occasionally host holes for the poles. From these minimal remains, stones, circles, and shallow depressions compacted by years of footsteps, archaeologists try to reconstruct not only what these structures looked like, but how they functioned, how people lived in them, how they managed problems that left no physical trace, is a particular kind of detective work. Inference based on absence, conclusions drawn not only from what survives, but from what is missing. Particularly dense scatters of stone flakes might suggest a toll minus making work area, place where people spent long winter hours confined indoors. The size of a fire hearth might indicate how many people typically gathered around it. The arrangement of stone circles might reveal whether they held down a large structure or a small one, whether it was designed for a single family or an extended group. The fire hearths themselves reveal some things, offering clues about temperature, technique, and the rhythm of daily life in a winter camp. Many hearths show evidence of having been stone-lined river stones arranged around the burning area. These stones often show a particular kind of damage racking pattern indicative of repeated heating-uncooling cycles. And a stone is heated intensely and then cooled suddenly, perhaps by spilled water or snow falling through the smoke hole. Stress fractures develop in its internal structure. When this happens repeatedly over months or years, and a stone experiences dozens or hundreds of cycles from fire minus hot to winter minus cold, the accumulated stress eventually causes the stone to break. This breaking pattern can tell researchers about the temperature range, about how hot the fire got and how quickly it cooled, about whether the fire was maintained continuously or allowed to die and to be rekindled. Stones that shatter into many small pieces indicate more extreme temperature swings or violent stress than stones that crack into a few large pieces. The location of the break within the stone can indicate whether heating was even or concentrated. Soot embedded in fracture surfaces can indicate how long the stone was used after it began to fail. Some hearths show evidence of a clay lining, not fired pottery or ceramics, but rock lay pressed into the soil and hardened by repeated exposure to fire over weeks or months. This clay lining would have reduced heat loss to the ground, making the fire more efficient by reflecting heat upward and outward into the living space rather than letting it sink into the cold earth, which could absorb heat endlessly and never warm. A clay-lined hearth turned the fire from something that primarily heated the air directly above it into something that radiated warmth more widely, more effectively. But clay-lined hearths are relatively rare in the archaeological record, which raises questions: were they a specialized technique used only by certain groups or in certain circumstances? Or were they more common than the evidence suggests, simply failing to survive? Clay exposed to wet minus dry and freeze minus thus Eichels gradually breaks down, becomes indistinguishable from surrounding soil. What looks like simple dirt in an excavation may once have been a carefully maintained clay surface, its purpose now invisible, its existence unrecognized. Then there is the matter of fuel management. It sounds mundane but represented a major challenge in the winter prairie environment. Cold increased the demand for fire, while ice and snow made gathering fuel more difficult. Wood was not abundant on the open plains, not like it was for forest-dwelling peoples who could view it as an inexhaustible supply. Cottonwood grew along rivers and streams, its pale bark distinctive even from a distance, but it burned quickly, provided relatively little heat, and required almost constant feeding to maintain a fire. Willow was common in wet areas, but grew in thin branches, small minus diameter, with it needed constant addition to keep a fire going. Meaning someone had to tend it all night unless a family was willing to let the fired iron wake in frozen darkness. Buffalo chips, dried dung, could be stacked and stored, burned slowly and steadily, but produced less heat than wouldn't required large reserves to get a family through a winter, which meant work in the weeks before the first snows fell. Gathering and preparing fuel. How did families calculate fuel needs? How did they estimate what was necessary to survive until spring returned and travel became easier? How did they balance the need to stay warm against the labor of gathering fuel, and against the risk of depleting nearby resources, making next winter even harder? We have some clues from oral histories. Mentions that fuel gathering was a major winter activity, that conflicts arose between groups over access to the woodlands along stream banks, but we lack the kind of detailed, Quantitative information that would let us really understand the economics of winter survival, how many pounds of wood or chips were needed per person per day, how far people had to travel to gather it, how they balanced quantity against quantity. Would that give more heat against chips that were easier to transport? We know that fuel gathering was constant work, occupying significant time and energy, and that shortages were a real crisis, potentially meaning death for the elderly or the very young. But the precise calculus of survival, the mental arithmetic families performed as they prepared for winter in the autumn, remains largely opaque to us. The relationship between fire management and smoke management adds another layer of complexity, another balance that had to be struck between competing necessities. A fire too large produced too much smoke, created more combustion by minus products than the smoke hole could vent, filling the living space with choking haze. In a confined space, smoke could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning, a colorless, odorless gas that binds to hemoglobin more readily than oxygen, gradually suffocating the victim as they continue to breathe. Symptoms begin with headache and nausea, easily mistaken for minor discomfort, progress to confusion and loss of coordination, and end in unconsciousness and death. Plains peoples would not have understood carbon monoxide in chemical terms, would not have known the precise molecular mechanisms of hemoglobin binding, oxygen displacement, and poisoning, but they certainly understood the phenomenon, understood that bad air from a poorly managed fire could kill, that certain conditions made it more likely, and that prevention required attention to fire size and smoke flap positioning. The smoke flaps, the adjustable triangular extensions at the top of the teepee that could be opened or closed to control airflow, required constant management in winter. They adjusted throughout the day and night as wind direction changed and fire intensity varied. Open them too wide, and cold air poured in, wasting precious heat, making the interior cold despite the fire. Close them tight, and smoke was trapped, creating dangerous conditions, forcing a choice between breathable air and warmth. How many people died of carbon monoxide poisoning in wintertime is when snow blocked ventilation or wind made smoke flap adjustment impossible. We have no way of knowing. Deaths in a teepee from smoke or cold leave no distinctive archaeological signature, no unique skeletal damage, no chemical traces that survive centuries buried in the earth. The deceased would simply be buried according to cultural custom, their cause of death unknown and unknowable to future researchers, digging up graves long after the memory of specific individuals had faded. But it must have happened. Must have been a known risk, must have been part of the body of knowledge passed down through generations, how to recognize the signs of bad air, how to correct conditions before they became lethal, how to balance heat against safety when both were desperately necessary to maintain. Parents taught children to watch for certain symptoms, to notice when people became drowsy or confused near the fire, and to understand that these signs meant danger. Not merely tiredness. The knowledge was not preserved in written manuals, but in stories, in warnings, in quiet instruction by the fire in the evenings when there was time to talk and no immediate crisis to pressure the learning. And this brings us to lightning, to thunder, and to the spiritual framework that surrounded storms, that made them more than simple meteorological events, more than the impersonal collision of weather systems described by modern understanding. The Plains people spoke of thunder beings Wakinyan and Lakota, similar concepts across the prairie languages and cultures, entities associated with storms and lightning, the zest of great power and a somewhat unpredictable temperament. These beings were not metaphors, not symbols of a nature personified for poetic effect by modern minds. They were understood as real, present, active agents in the world, to be encountered and who must be treated with the caution due to powerful beings whose favor was valuable, whose anger was dangerous. Western observers, coming from cultures where religion and science had increasingly separated into distinct realms, often classified these beliefs as primitive superstition, the kind of thing that would eventually be replaced by education and scientific understanding with more accurate knowledge. But this classification misses the essence of what these beliefs actually did, how they functioned in the context of winter survival, the role they played in helping people manage real dangers. Consider the practical reality of lightning on the prairie. Set aside modern understanding of electrical discharge and think instead of the immediate physical experience. It was a real threat, a sudden discharge from cloud to ground, following the path of least resistance, seeking anything that protrudes upward from the flat landscape, a teepee, with its large poles reaching 15 or 20 feet into the air. Its peak, often the highest point for a considerable distance on the flat prairie, was just such a protrusion, a potential lightning target. A direct strike on a teepee could be catastrophic. The large poles might explode from sudden heat, internal moisture instantly boiling, shattering the wood like tiny bombs. The hide covering could ignite, turning the shelter into a fireball in seconds. People inside could be killed instantly by the current or suffer burns that could prove fatal in the following days, wounds becoming infected, spreading without modern medicine. So the danger was real, measurable, not imagined or exaggerated for dramatic effect. The question is how people conceptualized and managed that danger. How they thought about something that was both predictable. It happened during storms and random. Any particular teepee might be struck or spared, with no apparent reason. Here the framework of thunder beings reveals itself to be surprisingly practical, to be functional rather than merely symbolic. If lightning was the action of powerful beings who could be spoken to, shown respect, possibly influenced by proper behavior, then you had a framework for action, a sense of agency, a feeling that you were not a passive victim of random chance, but an active participant managing your relationship with dangerous powers. This did not mean the belief was scientifically accurate in the modern sense. Did not mean thunder beings existed as entities you could capture with instruments, study, measure, and predict, but believing in them had entirely practical consequences, led to actions that genuinely reduced risk, keeping quiet during a storm, avoiding unnecessary movement or loud speech, created conditions where people could better hear approaching danger, notice shifts in wind or storm intensity which might presage increased lightning risk, avoiding behaviors that might draw attention, not pointing at lightning. Not speaking disrespectfully of the storm reduced the likelihood of people being outside at dangerous moments, reduced exposure when a strike did occur, treating objects struck by lightning as powerful and dangerous, handling them carefully or avoiding them altogether, meant people would approach a struck tree or other object with caution, not rush to see it while storm conditions persisted and additional strikes were possible. Furthermore, the objects struck by lightning stones showing the distinctive melting and fusion from exposure to extreme heat, which showing burn patterns were collected and treated as sacred items, as things imbued with the power of the thunder beings. Modern analysis shows that lightning does physically alter stone, can create right glass tubes formed underground along the path of the electrical current when it strikes sandy soil. It can alter the magnetism of iron-bearing rocks, can weave permanent changes detectable with sensitive instruments. So the physical effects the plains peoples attributed to contact with thunder beings were real, observable phenomena, changes in material properties that anyone could see and feel. The explanatory framework differed from modern physics, the explanation involving entities and agency rather than voltage and current. But the observation underpinning it was accurate. Lightning did change things, did leave marks, did transform ordinary objects into something different. The fact that modern science explains these changes through electromagnetic theory rather than spiritual entities does not invalidate the initial observation that something profound had happened. There is a particular mystery surrounding what archaeologists call lightning stones, small stones found in burial contexts or in medicine bundles, stones that show evidence of having been struck by lightning, displaying the characteristic melting or magnetic alteration that marks them as different from ordinary stones. The mystery is not whether lightning could cause such changes to stone. We know it can, and similar effects can be reproduced in laboratory conditions. But how people found these stones show they located the specific objects struck during a storm, when visibility was near zero, when rain fell so heavily that anything more than a few feet away vanished into gray obscurity, when precise locations could not be marked. A struck stone would simply lie among countless others scattered across the landscape, looking from a distance like any other stone, distinguishable only by close inspection or touch. And yet people found them not occasionally, but regularly enough that lightning stones appear in burial sites and medicine bundles across a wide geographic range and from different groups and periods spanning centuries. How did they return to the location of a lightning strike after the storm passed? Systematically searching the area where the lightning was seen to hit, examining stones one by one until they found the one showing signs of transformation. Did they notice changes in vegetation or soil that marked the strike point areas where the discharge killed grass or altered the ground, visible days or weeks after the storm? Did they have some technique for detecting the magnetic changes on struck stones, some form of dowsing or divination that left no physical record but was effective? Some sensitivity to magnetic fields that modern people have lost or never developed? The questions multiply, but answers remain scarce, speculative at best. We know that lightning stones were found and valued, that they played a role in spiritual practice, and that they were buried with individuals for whom they held special significance. But the practical techniques for locating them remain a mystery. This unknown is important because it represents a gap in our broader understanding of how indigenous knowledge systems worked, how information was passed between generations, how specialties developed in the absence of formal institutions. The assumption that all human knowledge must follow the path Western science took: observation, hypothesis, experiment, formal theory expressed in mathematical language, is itself a kind of cultural blindness and inability to recognize that there might be other ways of knowing, other valid paths to understanding the world that do not fit neatly into the categories we recognize. Perhaps there were observation skills developed through a lifetime of attention to the landscape, through moving through terrain day after day and noticing patterns a casual observer would miss. Perhaps there were teaching methods that passed knowledge through story and demonstration rather than abstract explanation. Perhaps there were individuals who specialized in certain kinds of knowledge, who became experts in reading weather or tracking animals or recognizing important stones. His expertise was recognized and utilized by the wider community. In this context, sleep itself was understood differently. It was not merely the physiological state described by modern medicine, but something more complex, or significant. The modern Western view sees sleep primarily as a biological necessity, an unconscious period when the body rests and repairs itself. Then the brain consolidates memories and performs necessary housekeeping functions. But Plains cultures saw sleep as an active state, a time when different experiences became possible, when the boundaries between physical and spiritual reality became permeable, when contact might be made with layers of existence hidden during waking hours. Dreams were not dismissed as mere brain activity during rest, as random neural firing or subconscious processing of daily experience to be ignored. They were seen as meaningful experiences, as potential sources of information or guidance, as encounters with levels of reality not accessible while awake. Dreams during a storm might be interpreted as communication with the thunder beings, as messages to be heeded, warnings or revelations. Recurring dreams might be understood as visions requiring interpretation. Find that something important was trying to make itself known, and the boundary between sleep and wakefulness was itself less sharply defined. Less absolute than modern thought tends to make it, was more of a spectrum of states of consciousness, fitting into one another. The half-minus awake state of tending the fire in the middle of the night, the drowsy alertness of listening for danger, while not fully conscious the hypine agag icy hallucinations that occur in the space between waking and sleeping. These and minus between states were acknowledged as real and important, as places where certain kinds of knowing became possible. There is archaeological evidence that supports this different relationship to sleep and dreams, suggesting these beliefs were embedded in material practice, not just held as abstract concepts. Grave goods sometimes include items associated with sleep and dreaming. Specific stones, herbs, or carvings whose presence suggests they played a role in sleep rituals or dream practice, were tools for navigating the landscape of sleep other than merely decoration or status markers. Layouts sometimes show the orientation of sleeping places inside tipis, suggesting a conscious alignment with astronomical features or geographical landmarks, implying that even the direction one slept might have meaning, might affect the quality or content of dreams. A person sleeping with their head to the east might dream differently than one with their head to the west. A teepee with its entrance facing a particular mountain or star might influence the experiences of those sleeping within. But again, we run into the limits of what physical evidence can tell us that boundary archaeology cannot cross, however advanced its methods become. You cannot excavate a dream, cannot recover from ancient soil the subjective experience of a sleeper 500 years ago, cannot perform the kind of empirical analysis on spiritual experience that works so well for stone tools and fire hearts. The inner experience of the people sleeping in that teepee during that winter storm 500 years ago is gone. It can only be approached now through the attenuated chain of oral tradition, and through the written accounts of observers who often unlack the cultural framework to understand what they were seeing. What we can say is that sleep under these conditions was never simply unconsciousness. Every 8 hours of uninterrupted rest modern sleep hygiene recommends is optimal. It was segmented, interrupted, broken by the necessity of tending the fire, adjusting the smoke flaps, and by sudden awakenings when some sound or change was recognized as a potential danger. An instinct overrode fatigue and pulled consciousness back to alertness. Someone had to wake periodically to add fuel to the fire, to keep it from dying and plunging the family into deadly cold. Someone had to monitor smoke buildup, adjust ventilation before conditions became dangerous. Someone had to listen for sounds that might signal a threat, an animal approaching the camp, worsening weather, other people moving outside. In these fragments of sleep, these in minus between states of semi-minus wakefulness and semi-minus slumber, people may indeed have experienced what we would classify as dreams, but which they understood as something more, as other, blurring the line between inner and outer experience. The practice of segmented sleeps, sleeping in multiple shorter periods rather than one long stretch, may not have been a deprivation, but a different pattern. One humans likely followed for most of our evolutionary history, before artificial lighting made it possible to stay awake long after sunset. Winter in a teepee enforced this pattern, made continuous sleep impossible, demanded a rhythm of wakefulness and sleep that followed the needs of the fire rather than an abstract schedule. And in that rhythm, in the cycling between consciousness and unconsciousness that happened multiple times each night, people may have entered states modern sleepers rarely experience, states where the boundaries of the self became fluid, where individual consciousness merged with something larger or touched something deeper. The dark of the winter teepee, broken only by firelight, created sensory conditions radically different from a modern bedroom: the sound of the wind and distant animals, the smell of smoke and leather, and the sharp tang of extreme cold. Physical sensation of cold air on the face while the body stayed warm under buffalo robes. These created an environment where ordinary consciousness might be more easily shifted than in the controlled, familiar spaces where most modern people sleep. The cold itself affected consciousness, altering the boundary between sleep and wakefulness in ways that are difficult to describe but unmistakable to anyone who has experienced it. Thought, an extreme cold has a particular quality, a combination of sharp clarity and a strange detachment, as if consciousness becomes more alert and yet more removed at the same time. The body's response to cold vasocontration, pulling blood to the core. Shivering to generate heat through muscle activity creates physical sensations that prevent deep sleep and yet don't quite constitute full wakefulness. And in that state, in the cold alertness that descends on a winter night, people may have found it easier to maintain awareness of dreams, to keep some thread of consciousness even while sleeping, to navigate the landscape of sleep with more intention than is usually possible. Shamanic practices in some cultures deliberately induce altered states of consciousness through cold exposure, understanding that physical extremes can shift awareness in useful ways. Whether plains peoples consciously used cold in this way, or simply adapted to its presence, isn't clear, but the effect would have been similar. Winter nights in a teepee put people into states of consciousness modern people rarely visit. The ultimate mystery is not merely about engineering or survival techniques, not merely about how teepees work mechanically or how people stayed warm in a blizzard. It is about consciousness itself, about how people experience being human under conditions so far removed from modern comforts that we struggle to imagine them as anything but miserable, desperate survival, lacking in meaning or beauty. That they were not merely miserable, not merely surviving in the minimal sense the word implies. They lived, thought, felt, dreamed, created meaning, built culture, passed on knowledge that allowed their descendants to survive and eventually to thrive. They told stories by the winter fire, stories that preserved history, transmitted values, created the framework through which children understood their place in the world. They made tools and art, working leather and feathers during the long hours when weather confined them indoors, creating objects that held beauty as well as utility. They maintained relationships, negotiated conflicts, fell in love, raised children, mourned the dead. He left, argued, decided where to move when winter broke. They experienced the full range of human emotion and thought, lived complete lives, even under conditions we consider almost uninhabitable. The teepee was not a cage or a prison, not merely a place of suffering, but a home, a space made meaningful by occupation, by the accumulation of memories and experiences that transformed a mere shelter into something deeper. On certain winter nights, when the wind howls and the temperature plummets and you try to sleep in the cold, if you listen closely enough, you can almost hear them, all those generations who slept in hide lodges, breathed smoky cold air, endured, persisted, found rest when rest seemed impossible. They are there in the space between waking and sleeping, in the moment when consciousness relaxes its grip and you drift toward dreams, in that twilight country where the boundaries of time become permeable not as ghosts or spirits, not as supernatural beings requiring belief in the extra minus physical, but as memory, as the accumulated weight of human experience encoded in genes, in stories, in the stubborn fact of your own existence. Everyone alive today whose ancestors survived on the plains carries some part of the legacy of those winter nights, carries the genetic inheritance of people who could sleep in the cold, wake when necessary, manage the precise balance between rest and alertness that winter's survival demanded. You exist because they slept and woke through 10,000 winters, through storms that would have killed less resilient people, through nights that tested the limits of human endurance and revealed capacities ordinary comfort never calls forth. You exist because someone, hundreds or thousands of years ago, woke in the dark to tend the fire, fought exhaustion, added fuel, adjusted the smoke flaps, kept their family alive for one more night. They did it night after night, through a winter that must have seemed endless, with spring a distant promise. And in that persistence, in that refusal to surrender to cold and dark, and the daily acts of maintenance and care that kept life going when letting go would have been easier, they earned more than survival. They earned the right to be remembered, the right to have their knowledge recognized as true understanding and not lucky accident, the right to be seen, not as primitive people barely scraping by, but as experts in a kind of survival that required wisdom, courage, and a deep, abiding competence. They deserve profound respect, the acknowledgement that what they knew was real knowledge, that the way they lived demonstrated mastery of their environment, not helpless subjection to it. The teepee was not a primitive dwelling, but a sophisticated solution that worked precisely because it was designed by people who understood their world with an integrity no formal education could replicate, by people who knew through lived experience principles modern science would only approximate through theory and experiment. And in quiet moments, in the space between words and thoughts, their presence remains, not supernatural, but real as all human history remains, as real as the way the past continuously shapes the present, even when we are not aware of it. They are there in the ability to endure cold, in the capacity to find solace under harsh conditions, and the knowledge that humans can adapt to almost anything given time and necessity. They are there in the understanding that survival is not only physical, but spiritual, that it is not merely about staying alive, but about remaining human, about preserving the things that make life worth living even when life itself is hard. The winter teepee stands as a witness to this truth, as evidence that humans have always been more than their immediate environment suggests. That intelligent adaptation runs deeper than technology or formal education, and in studying it, in trying to understand how it worked and why it succeeded, we may learn not only about history, but about ourselves, about capacities we still possess but rarely need to use, about kinds of knowledge that persist in forms we no longer recognize, that might become available again if we learn to look. Not all tipis were equal. Not all families went to sleep with the same degree of discomfort. This is a fact that complicates the narrative. That asks us to acknowledge that even in societies we romanticize as egalitarian, privilege existed, and that when storms howled across the winter prairie, that privilege manifested in very material ways. The difference was not wealth as modern people understand it. There were no bank accounts, no accumulated currency, no real estate generating passive income. But there was social status earned through different means: spiritual authority, bravery proven in war, successful leadership in the hunt, or simply the accident of birth into a family with prestige and its corresponding obligations. And that status translated into advantages when winter made survival a daily negotiation. Nay, high-status families' teepee might be 20 feet in diameter rather than 15, might use 20 or even 30 lodge poles rather than the dozen or so sufficient for an ordinary family shelter. This was not merely ostentation. Greater diameter meant more floor space. Sleeping areas farther from the cold walls meant measurably warmer sleeping conditions. Extra lodge poles created a more stable frame, more resistant to strong winds, less likely to fail catastrophically when storms tested the structure's limits. The hides covering these elite lodges were of better quality. It's a prime leather from buffalo taken in their best condition, carefully processed to retain maximum flexibility and water resistance. They used double-thick in winter configurations, so that a complete double layer of hide separated the interior from the outside, where an ordinary family might make do with one good outer layer and a thinner. Hatchliner, the high-status family, could afford the full double-wall construction that made a significant difference in livability. There were other, less obvious but equally important material advantages. More buffalo robes for sleeping, not the bare minimum necessary, but an abundance, allowing for layering, creating genuine warmth rather than merely survivable cold. Rare, precious bear hides might supplement the buffalo robes, providing superior insulation at the cost of extra weight and bulk. Beaver pelts, otter furs, the pelts of small animals that required specialized knowledge and skill to obtain. These might appear as supplemental bedding, as extra layers for moccasins, as the difference between fingers that remained functional all night and fingers that went numb and painful with cold. Fuel supplies also favored the elite. A high-status family could command extra labor younger relatives, families who owed favors through complex networks of reciprocal obligation, individuals seeking to prove their reliability and worth. This meant fuel gathering was not a constant worry, but a managed task, ensuring piles of wood were always ready near the entrance, that the fire could burn steadily through the night without the anxiety of dwindling supplies forcing impossible choices between warmth and waste. But perhaps the deepest privilege was the most intangible: the presence of a dedicated fire-ender. In an ordinary family, everyone took turns with fire-ending duties. Everyone sacrificed sleep. Everyone endured the abrupt transition from warm robe to cold air multiple times. But in an elite lodge, there might be a young relative, a nephew, a younger brother, someone establishing his place in the family hierarchy whose duty was specifically to maintain the fire through the night, allowing others to sleep more deeply, or continuously, with fewer interruptions. This young man would sleep more lightly, stay near the fire, be responsible for adding wood, adjusting embers, ensuring the heat kept coming through the dark hours. It was a position of trust, but also one of hardship. You slept less, worked more, endured greater discomfort, but it was also a position within a high status family, a place where you learned by proximity to power, where you observed how decisions were made, how authority was exercised, where you built relationships that might eventually translate into higher status of your own. The spiritual dimension of elite status manifested particularly in relation to storms and lightning, where an ordinary family responded to thunder with quiet respect and a hope to pass unnoticed. The family of a medicine keeper or spiritual authority often held a different understanding. For them, storm was not only a danger to be endured, but a potential opportunity for an encounter with power, a moment when the boundary between the ordinary and the sacred became thin, permeable. A medicine keeper's lodge might be deliberately placed at the center of the camp, not on the windward, more dangerous edges. This central position was both practical. Surrounding lodges provided some windbreak and buffer, and symbolic. The arrangement of space reflected a spiritual geography, the most important families occupying the most protected position. During a storm, these families might perform specific rituals, not the elaborate public ceremonies of summer, but private, family-space practices meant to maintain proper relationships with the powers manifesting in the weather. Certain herbs might be burned, certain prayers recited, certain items arranged or handled in prescribed ways. These practices, whatever their objective efficacy, created a sense of agency, a sense of doing something rather than merely enduring, of establishing a relationship with the storm rather than simply submitting to its violence. There are accounts, passed down through oral tradition and later recorded by anthropologists. The tip is struck by lightning being interpreted not as disaster but as a confirmation of power, as a dangerous blessing that elevated rather than destroyed. A lodge struck by lightning might be temporarily abandoned, but would be understood as having been touched by sacred power, having received an initiation that marked it and its occupants as special. Objects produced by the strike was showing distinctive burn patterns, stones fused or cracked by intense heat. Soil melted into glassy forms would be collected and incorporated into medicine bundles, those collections of sacred objects that held power and meaning for families and individuals. These lightning-touched objects were not curiosities or decorations. They were understood to carry actual power, transformed by contact with a force beyond human control. Bridges between the realms of ordinary and extraordinary experience. But we must be careful not to exaggerate the protections that is provided. A larger teepee was still made of hide and wood, still subject to the same forces that threatened smaller lodges. More buffalo robes made you warmer, but not invulnerable. Dedicated fire and reduced your personal burden, but did not eliminate the fundamental precariances of winter survival. And lightning, when it struck, discriminated according to physics, not social rank. The highest lodge pole, whether belonging to a medicine keeper or an ordinary family, attracted the strike with the same indifference. In fact, elite status in nomadic cultures had a vulnerability that settled agricultural peoples easily overlook. Prestige depended on your ability to fulfill obligations, to demonstrate generosity, to maintain the relationships that created your high position. A hard winter could deplete resources, a failed hunt could damage your reputation for providing, and the mobility required by Plains life meant you could not accumulate property beyond what was transportable. A teepee might be larger, but it still had to be folded and packed, still had to be erected and taken down with each move of the camp, still had to be light enough for dogs or horses to drag across the prairie. Moreover, the responsibilities of high status were real and burdensome. Family of a medicine keeper did not merely enjoy advantages. They were expected to provide services, to properly maintain sacred objects, to perform rituals that benefited the entire community, to offer advice on spiritual matters, to interpret dreams and signs. The family of a war leader gained prestige from victories, but also carried the weight of decisions that meant life or death, that determined whether people went hungry, that placed the camp in locations that proved wise or disastrous when winter storms came, and when the storm hit, When the night grew wild and the teepee walls creaked under wind pressure and hail threatened to tear the leather and cold poured in with murderous intent, the gap between elite and ordinary narrowed considerably. Everyone slept in the same material structure. Everyone was subject to the same weather. Everyone was fundamentally at the mercy of forces that did not care about social distinctions. There is a story, recorded from an elderly Lakota woman in the early 20th century, about a winter storm that collapsed several lodges, including that of a prominent family. The storm came suddenly, with winds stronger than any in recent memory, and the lodge poles, even the stout, carefully selected poles of the medicine keeper's large teepee, snapped like kindling. The family escaped injury, but lost most of their material wealth. The carefully accumulated buffalo robes buried under snow and hide food stores, scattered, their prestige temporarily tarnished by the visible evidence of being defeated by natural forces. What the story emphasizes is how the community responded. Other families offered shelter, shared food, helped salvage what could be saved, and that response was not seen as special charity, but as expected behavior, as the fulfillment of reciprocal obligations that held the community together. The medicine keeper's family had provided services when they could. Now others provided assistance when it was needed. The storm proved what everyone already knew in some way, that survival was communal, that no family was truly independent, that the security status provided was an illusion that could be torn away as easily as the wind tore hide. So the contrast between elite and ordinary was real, but not absolute. It was difference within common vulnerability, advantage within shared precariousness. The children of the medicine keeper slept warmer than the children of an ordinary family. But they still slept on frozen ground inside a hide lodge, still breathed smoky air, still woke to tend the fire, still endured the basic discomforts of a plains winter. And in the deepest part of the night, when the storm was fiercest and sleep came in fragments between fire minus tending and worry, the difference perhaps shrank to zero. Perhaps the medicine keeper, lying on his bare robes in his large lodge, experienced the same basic human reaction to cold and danger as the youngest child of the most ordinary family, that animal awareness that you are small and fragile, that the forces arrayed against you are vast and indifferent. That survival is never guaranteed, only earned through constant attention and effort. Elite in this context did not mean living under different conditions as a separate class. They were the same kinds of people facing the same challenges, with slightly better tools and slightly more support, but still fundamentally engaged in the same struggle. That is perhaps why Plains oral traditions and narratives of winter survival rarely emphasize material differences between families. The stories that are told, the knowledge that is passed on, focuses on what everyone needed to know: how to read the storm, how to maintain the fire, how to position the smoke flaps, how to keep calm when circumstances called for panic. Because in the end, the storm tested everyone equally. It found every weakness, exploited every gap, pushed every structure to its limit. Whether you were a medicine keeper or an ordinary hunter, whether your lodge had 20 poles or 12, whether you slept on bare hide or ordinary buffalo robes, you still had to solve the same problems, still had to balance heat and smoke and cold, still had to endure the night and wake to face the work of the next day. The privilege of status bought you a degree of comfort, not certainty. It provided advantage, not guarantee. And this fundamental equality in the face of natural forces created a kind of social leveling that no accumulated prestige could completely overcome. You were, in the most literal sense, all in the same boat, or rather, the same teepee riding out the same storm, hoping to see the same dawn. The sun rises now over the winter camp. The world transformed, now lies deep on the prairie, sculpted by wind into drifts and hollows, burying everything but the highest landmarks. The storm has passed, moving east toward the river and beyond, leaving a silence so complete it seems to have weight, to press upon the ears with the absence of sound. Inside the teepee, What Dewey and her family are waiting, emerging from buffalo robes into air cold enough to make breath visible, beginning the day's necessary work with the quiet efficiency of people who have performed the same actions countless times before. The fire is stoked back to life. Snow is gathered to melt. Hides are checked for damage. Life continues because it must, because there is no other choice, because survival is not a single dramatic act, but an endless succession of small, mundane, necessary tasks. And in the camp, in dozens of other lodges, other families are doing the same, entering the same cold dawn, facing the same work, ordinary and delete, young and old, strong and frail, all moving through the same rhythms, all participants in the ancient dance of survival their ancestors performed and their descendants would perform for generation after generation, winter after winter, until the world changed in ways they could not imagine and the teepee became memory rather than home. We have entered that memory tonight, tried to understand what sleep meant when it was never certain, and warmth was always threatened. Then the simple act of closing your eyes and yielding to rest required more courage than most modern people have ever needed to show, and perhaps we have felt an echo of that cold, a shadow of that vulnerability, a distant sense of what it was to be human before central heating, uninsulated walls, and weather forecasts that warned of coming storms days in advance. And what have we learned? We have learned that comfort is not natural, is not the human default state, but something achieved through effort and ingenuity, through knowledge accumulated over generations. We have learned that peoples we once dismissed as primitive were, in fact, sophisticated engineers of thermodynamics and structural stability, using tools and materials that seem laughably inadequate to modern builders but which, applied with skill and understanding, proved sufficient. Oh, we have learned that sleep, something we take as a simple biological necessity, was once a more complex experience, segmented, interrupted, intertwined with responsibility and awareness, blurring the lines between consciousness and unconsciousness, between individual and community, between bodily and spiritual experience. We have learned that rest was earned, not assumed, achieved, not expected, a tiny, daily victory, not an automatic right. But perhaps most importantly, we have learned about human resilience, about our species' ability to adapt to conditions that seem impossible until you have lived in them long enough for them to become simply the circumstances of life. The plains people slept in teepees through winter storms, not because they were exceptionally tough or uniquely capable. They did it because the environment demanded it, because it was the life they were born into, because the alternative to adaptation was death. And they did not only survive, they thrived, built rich cultures, developed sophisticated technologies, created art and music and stories that carried meaning and beauty. They did not merely endure hardship, they lived full human lives, experienced joy and sorrow, love and loss, victory and defeat, all against a backdrop that seems to us unbearably harsh, but which to them was simply the only world they knew. You lying in your own bed now, in your own heated room, separated from the outdoor cold by walls and insulated doors and windows, and the miracle of modern climate control, are the inheritor of their persistence. You exist because they endured. Your comfort is built upon their discomfort. Your ease was purchased by their effort. Your certainty of warm sleep was won by their uncertain sleep on frozen ground, under buffalo robes, in hide lodges that swayed and creaked in the wind and sometimes collapsed when storms were too violent to survive. This is not to romanticize their hardship, or to suggest that modern comforts are worth less because they were achieved rather than always existing. It is to say that remembering matters, that understanding where we come from matters, that respecting the knowledge and courage of those who came before is more than an exercise in historical curiosity, is an acknowledgement of a debt, of a continuity, of the long chain of human experience that connects us across time to every person who ever lay down to sleep in uncertainty and woke to face another day of necessary work. The teepee stands empty now in your imagination. Dawn has fully come, the camp alive with activity, smoke rising from multiple lodges, the sound of dogs barking and children playing in the new snow, the ordinary business of life continuing. But the teepee itself, that cone of leather and wooden poles that sheltered a family through the night's fury, stands quiet, patient, waiting for the next night. when it will again become refuge, sanctuary, the thin barrier between human frailty and nature's indifference. And if you listen closely in the quiet space you are drifting toward now, between waking and sleep, you might hear something not quite a sound, not something you could record or measure, but a presence, a memory, the accumulated weight of a million nights of sleep under conditions you have tried to imagine tonight. Of a million families who made the same choice as what you made, solved the same problems, endured the same cold, found the same tiny comforts in firing closeness and the human stubborn refusal to surrender to circumstance. They are there in your breath, in the rhythm of your heartbeat, in the genetic code that built your body according to patterns refined over generations of survival. They are there in your ability to rest despite uncertainty, in your ability to close your eyes and believe you awake, in your ability to surrender consciousness with faith that the world will still be there when you return. Now go to sleep with gratitude for the warmth around you, for the walls that hold back the wind, for the certainty that you will wake comfortable rather than cold, rested rather than exhausted. Go to sleep with a little recognition for those who slept before you, who made your ease possible through their endurance, who passed down not only genes but knowledge, not only life but the skills and wisdom that made life worth living even in its hardest moments. The prairie wind is quieting, the stars fading as the sky lightens with dawn. Somewhere in the memory of the world, a teepee stands on the horizon, smoke rising from its beak, family sleeping inside, safe for now, survived, persisted, lived, and through threads invisible but unbreakable, through the simple fact of your existence and the long, difficult journey that brought human life from those frozen plains to this moment, to this warm bed, to this quiet invitation to rest. You are connected to that teepee, to that family, to that precarious moment of safety. Now let go, let history drift away. Let the cold recede into the memory where it belongs. Let yourself sink into sleep, into a darkness that is no longer dangerous, into a rest your ancestors won for you through a million nights of endurance. They survived, so that you might sleep. And in sleeping, you honor them. You prove that their struggle was worth it, the cold, the fear, the exhaustion, the endless work of staying alive. All of it was worth it. Good night. Sleep well.
Here is the translation of the Chinese text you provided. With all parentheses and their enclosed content removed, I have restructured it to improve readability and narrative flow. The text is presented in paragraphs with clear section breaks. The bolded section headers from the original are preserved for emphasis. You awaken not to sunlight filtering through a window, but to the low roar of wind pressing against hide walls that shudder and strain like living things. Your breath forms small clouds of vapour in the air above your sleeping place. From somewhere in the darkness comes the cry of an infant, its weak sound almost drowned out by the storm's endless howl. This is not the storm you chose. You're simply here, now, in this fragile shelter, and this blizzard will decide whether you see another dawn. Feel the cold seeping through every seam you thought you had sealed yesterday. Your sleep-numbed fingers, still stiff, grope for the familiar weight of your heaviest robe. The fire that seemed generous last night now burns low. The carefully gathered pile of wood beside the central fire pit looks smaller now, more precious, a resource to be rationed against the unknown length of this storm. Imagine yourself there, waking not to comfort but to the immediate calculus of survival. Your dwelling is crude, a dome of bent saplings layered with birch bark and hides, banked with snow, insulation and prison both. The entrance faces away from the prevailing wind, a lesson learned over generations of winters. But even the wisest orientation cannot completely defeat a blizzard that seems to attack from all sides, finding every weakness, every neglected point of defence. You rise carefully in the low space, your back aching from months of movement in such cramped quarters the roof almost brushes your head as you sit up. This is not a grand longhouse, it is survival distilled to its essence. Everything is chosen for function, not comfort. The walls curve around you like cupped hands, creating a tiny bubble of human space in a boundless white expanse. The fire demands constant attention, not the casual tending of a modern hearth, but the vigilant guardianship of the thing that sustains life. You know exactly how many sticks remain, how long each will burn, which bark catches quickest, which smoulders slowest for the long hours of a storm. Every flame is precious, every ember guarded like a fragile secret. Your hands move through familiar actions, adjusting the smoke flap at the lodge's peak, checking that snow hasn't blocked its exit, adding a small piece of wood, coaxing the fire back to a steady warmth. Smoke stings your eyes, as it has for months, leaving them perpetually red and weeping. Your hair carries the scent of the fire. Your clothing, your skin, everything is imbued with the lasting fragrance of the hearth that keeps you alive. Around you, other members of the family begin to stir slowly from sleep. An elderly grandmother sits up with cautious movement, her joints stiff from cold and damp. A young mother checks her infant, ensuring the baby remains warm within layers of rabbit fur wrappings and the heat of her own body given through the night. An adolescent just past childhood tends to younger siblings, his actions showing how early he learned responsibility in this unforgiving world. Imagine yourself there, every morning beginning with the same silent inventory of survival. Outside, the storm continues its ceaseless monologue. The wind shrieks, its voice almost alive, rising to a scream, falling to a low moan that vibrates through the ground beneath your dwelling. Snow strikes the hide covering like flung seed. Occasionally you hear the crisp snap of a branch breaking under the weight of ice. But inside your shelter is another kind of sound, muffled, intimate, human. The soft rustle of someone adjusting a sleeping robe, the slight scrape of a wooden spoon against a birch bark container, the low murmurs of adults talking, not wanting to wake the children. These sounds create a tiny pocket of civilization within the storm's wilderness. A reminder that human life persists even under the harshest conditions. Your breakfast is simple, rationed, calculated against uncertainty. A small patty of pemmican, perhaps a handful of parched corn softened with a little warm water, maybe some dried squash, tough and chewy but offering the body's memory of harvest. Each mouthful is considered, each portion weighed against the storm's unknown duration and the uncertainty of future supply. Water is a constant concern. Snow must be melted over the fire, but melting too much wastes fuel, too little leaves, everyone thirsty. Containers away from the heat freeze. You learn to keep a small amount of water close to your body at night, using your own warmth to prevent freezing, though this means sleeping with the hard container against your ribs, adding to the discomfort of rest. A silent struggle, repeated day after day. The simple acts that keep the flame of life flickering in the face of winter's assault. As the morning hours pass, tasks emerge that have nothing to do with comfort, only with continuation. Someone must check the entrance tunnel, ensuring drifting snow hasn't blocked the only way in or out. This is delicate work. Remove too much and you lose insulation. Remove too little and you risk being trapped if the storm intensifies. The hide walls require constant inspection and adjustment. The wind finds the smallest gap and exploits it mercilessly. You run your hands over seams, feeling for the infiltration of cold air, then carefully shift the overlapping hides, sometimes stuffing the gap with moss or grass you gathered during the brief preparations of autumn. Your fingers are always cold during this work, growing numb as they perform the precise motions required to maintain the shelter's integrity. Inside the lodge, space is at an absolute premium. Every item has its designated place, not for tidiness but for necessity. Sleeping places must be away from areas where melting snow might drip. Food containers need protection from both freezing and stray sparks. Tools and weapons are stored in carefully chosen spots to avoid dampness or damage from movement in the confined space. The social dynamics of storm-bound survival generate their own tensions and comforts. When several people share a space barely large enough for one to stretch out fully, privacy becomes an impossible luxury. Tempers may flare over small things, someone taking more than their fair share of space near the fire, a child grown too restless during the enforced stillness of long hours, an adult making decisions about rations that affect everyone but cannot be fully debated in such close quarters. Yet these same crowded conditions create an intimacy impossible. In more spacious times, stories are told in whispers that can reach every ear. Songs are hummed so softly they seem to come from the walls themselves. Elders share memories of previous storms, offering both solace and practical knowledge to those experiencing such harshness. For the first time, children learn patience, not through punishment, but through the simple necessity of stillness. As stillness means survival, your body adapts to this confined life in ways both practical and uncomfortable. Your muscles cramp from the constant hunching posture demanded by the low ceiling. Your skin grows pale from lack of sunlight, your eyes sensitive to the perpetual dimness broken only by firelight. Sleep becomes fragmented, too cold when the fire is low, too hot when someone builds it up, constantly interrupted by others' needs in the shared small space. Imagine yourself there, understanding that survival is not a heroic feat, but a long, patient endurance of small discomforts. Clothing becomes a complex system, not a simple covering layers trap air for insulation, but also trap moisture from the body, requiring careful management to prevent dampness from turning protection into danger. Outer hides block wind and snow, while inner softer materials lie next to the skin for warmth. But all garments must be periodically dried near the fire, a logistical challenge within the limited space of a storm shelter. This means a constant rotation of damp clothing, creating humid air that makes the confined space feel even closer. Your moccasins are never fully dry. Hide stretches when damp, meaning they feel different each day, sometimes loose enough to let in cold air, sometimes tight enough to restrict circulation. You pack them with insulating grass or moss, but this filler also becomes damp and must be regularly replaced from your dwindling stores. Preparing food in a storm shelter requires innovation and patience. Cooking space is limited to the immediate area around the fire, and smoke must be carefully managed to avoid filling the small interior. Meals are simple by necessity, nothing that requires complex preparation or creates strong odours that could become suffocating in an enclosed space. You learn to appreciate subtle flavours, finding satisfaction in simple combinations, making each small portion feel nourishing to both body and spirit. Water discipline becomes second nature. Every drop is precious, not because of scarcity, but because melting it consumes fuel, and fuel is always finite. You learn to use the absolute minimum needed for drinking, cooking, and basic cleanliness. Personal hygiene reduces to the most essential elements, everyone gradually accepting the smell of smoke, of sweat, of the particular scent people take on when living in extremely close quarters. A silent struggle, repeated day after day, the gradual erosion of comfort, the slow adaptation to hardship as the new normal. The psychological challenges of the storm shelter may be more severe than the physical ones. The days pass with no clear sense of time, only the cycle of sleep and waking, the rhythm of feeding the fire, the regular demands for food and water. The outside world becomes a uniform, hostile white inside. The same familiar faces, the same cramped space, the same limited activities create a sense of suspension, as if normal life has been paused and may never resume. Boredom becomes a luxury you cannot afford, for boredom assumes this condition is temporary, that amusement and variation will return soon. Instead, you learn an active patience, a way of living in each moment without constantly wishing it away. You find interest in small things, the different sounds various woods make as they burn, the shifting patterns of shadows on the curved walls, the subtle variations in the sound of the storm outside. Children cope with this suspension differently than adults. They adapt quickly to narrow confines, creating games that can be played almost silently. In near darkness, they stack small objects in patterns, tell stories with hand gestures, practice skills useful in their adulthood like knot tying or simple weaving. But they are also more prone to restless energy, needing constant gentle guidance to prevent their vitality from disrupting the delicate calm that keeps everyone sane. Elders often become the keepers of continuity during these stormbound periods. Their memories reach back to previous winters, previous storms, previous times when survival seemed impossible yet was ultimately achieved. They offer reassurance, not through false promises that the storm will end soon, but through the deeper comfort of showing that humans have lived through such conditions before and can do so again. Imagine yourself there, feeling the weight of responsibility, not just for your own survival, but for the group that depends on your contribution to the collective effort. Night and day blur within the storm shelter. The fire provides the only light, and its needs dictate the rhythm of activity, not the sun's position. Someone must always remain alert enough to tend the fire, meaning sleep becomes a shared responsibility. People take turns staying half awake, ready to add fuel or adjust the airflow as needed. Dreams in the storm shelter often feature open spaces, warm sun, and abundant food. You wake from these dreams to the reality of curved walls, smoky air, and carefully rationed meals. This contrast underscores how thoroughly your life has been reduced to these basic elements. Yet, in this reduction, there is a strange comfort, a clarity born of knowing exactly what matters and what does not. The storm shapes time itself with no markers of sunrise or sunset to mark the passage of days, with no ability to move freely between different activities and locations. Time stretches and compresses in unpredictable ways. A day of monotonous waiting may feel like a week, while a week may feel like a single extended moment focused on survival. Your hands become tools shaped by the storm's demands. They grow adept at working in near darkness, accomplishing delicate tasks while wearing thick gloves, judging temperature and texture and moisture content by touch alone. They learn to conserve motion, accomplishing necessary tasks with minimal movement because every unnecessary action wastes energy and heat. Imagine yourself there, discovering that survival is an art requiring both technical skill and spiritual endurance. As the days blend into one another in cycles of sleep and waking, eating and tending the fire, you begin to understand something profound about human resilience. It is not the dramatic heroism of stories, but something quieter and perhaps more extraordinary, the ability to keep functioning, to keep caring for others, to maintain hope and humanity when stripped of almost everything but the bare fact of existence. The storm teaches a deep patience unknown in easier times, not an impatient waiting for pleasant things to begin, but a deep acceptance that this moment, however difficult, may be the only one available, and therefore must be lived as fully as possible. You learn to find tiny satisfactions, the perfect adjustment of the fire, creating steady warmth without wasting fuel, successfully mending a gap in the wall covering, the quiet contentment of lying under your robes feeling warm while the wind howls outside. Taste begins to change when food represents not pleasure but continuation. Simple combinations become complex experiences as your senses grow sharp from deprivation and focus. A piece of dried meat, chewed slowly, releases layers of flavour, memory, and gratitude. Water warmed over the fire becomes a luxury worthy of careful savouring. A silent struggle, repeated day after day, but also a silent victory, repeated with each successful day, each night kept warm. Each morning the fire still burns and life continues. The social bonds forged in the storm shelter are of a different quality than friendships or family relationships that develop in easier settings. They are connections created by mutual dependence, shared vulnerability, The knowledge that each person's well-being directly affects another's survival trust becomes a practical necessity, not an emotional choice. Cooperation happens not because people are inherently good, but because it is the only path to continuation. Yet, within these bonds of necessity, genuine care and affection flourish. The grandmother who shares her warmest robe with a child, the young hunter who gives up his portion of meat to ensure a pregnant woman has enough nourishment, the adolescent who stays extra vigilant during firewatch duty, humming quietly to stay awake and by chance provides a soft sound for others to fall asleep to. These acts of consideration stem from the recognition that individual survival is impossible, that the group must succeed for anyone to succeed. Your body learns new definitions of comfort and discomfort. What seemed unbearable on the first day of the storm becomes tolerable by the third, acceptable by the fifth, and almost unnoticed by the second week. The human capacity for adaptation, one of our most remarkable survival traits, reveals itself. Sensations of pain that would command attention in normal life become background feelings, perceived but not allowed to dominate consciousness. The storm shelter teaches you that home is not a place, but a condition. A state of being protected, of belonging somewhere, of sharing space with people who care whether you live or die. This realization changes your perception of the shelter itself. The curving walls that at first seem so oppressive begin to feel protective. The low ceiling that forces you to hunch becomes familiar, its proportions just right for the kind of life lived within it. Imagine yourself there, feeling the slow process of hardship turning into another kind of normal, discovering strengths you didn't know you possessed. As the storm continues, such storms of this severity can last for days or even weeks. You begin to understand why your ancestors chose this life, why they developed these techniques, why they persisted in a region where survival required such intimate knowledge of winter's demands. Not because life was easy, but because it was possible, and possibility is enough when the alternative is extinction. The fire becomes more than a source of heat and light. It becomes the center of a tiny cosmos around which all other activities are organized. Its needs structure time, its presence defines safety, its fragility reminds everyone of their own, and its continuation proves that even under the most difficult conditions, persistence is possible. During the long days of confinement, your relationship with the storm itself evolves. At first, it seems a malevolent force, an enemy to be defeated or endured gradually. You come to understand it as a natural phenomenon, neither good nor evil, simply the condition within which life must be conducted. This acceptance does not make the storm less dangerous, but it makes your response to it more effective, less exhausting, more sustainable over the long periods that weather changes require. Imagine yourself there, learning that survival is not about conquering nature, but about finding your place within its larger patterns. Sleep in the storm shelter requires a different relationship to rest than sleep in comfortable surroundings. You learn to sleep lightly, ready to wake if the fire needs tending or conditions change requiring a response. You learn positions that keep you warm but allow necessary quick movement. You learn to sleep despite discomfort, despite noise, despite the constant awareness that your safety depends on maintaining the conditions that make the shelter functional. Dreams during storm confinement often involve movement, running across open plains, walking through forests, traveling freely between places. These dreams serve as psychological release, letting the mind experience mobility the physical environment has made impossible. Waking from such dreams heightens awareness of confinement, but also strengthens appreciation for the protection the shelter provides. The storm will end. You know this intellectually, but knowing and feeling are different things. Each day tests the belief in the possibility of change, the belief in the return of normal weather, the belief that the group will survive until conditions improve. This faith must be maintained with no external evidence, sustained only by the memory of previous storms, trust in the shelter technologies developed over generations, and commitment to continue the behaviors that make survival possible. A silent struggle, repeated day after day, but also a silent victory over despair. A daily choice to keep caring for yourself and others, even when circumstances make caring difficult. As we slowly withdraw from this intimate picture of surviving within the storm, as we leave behind the smoky warmth of the shelter and the muffled roar of wind against hide walls, we take with us an understanding. Human resilience takes many forms. Sometimes it looks like dramatic action, but more often it looks like this: the patient repetition of small actions that sustain life, the quiet cooperation that makes survival possible, the daily choice to continue existing even when existence has been reduced to its most basic elements. The people who lived through these storms were not heroes in the traditional sense. They were simply human, having learned through necessity and tradition how to persevere under conditions that would challenge anyone today. Their strength lay not in the ability to conquer winter, but in the willingness to adapt themselves to winter's demands while maintaining the basic elements of human life: warmth, nourishment, companionship, and hope for eventual change. As daylight fades, let us turn our attention to another life unfolding within these same storms, on the vast land of the northern plains, where winter comes early and leaves late, and blizzards can transform familiar landscapes into alien worlds of white silence. There lived a man whose name carried the weight of his people's survival. Little Shell, Ayab in his own Ojibwe language, a name that speaks not of his stature but of the sacred object connecting him to generations of leaders who guided their people through countless difficult seasons. His story is not one of dramatic battles or great speeches, but of something quieter and perhaps more profound. The story of a leader whose greatest victories were measured not in territory claimed or enemies defeated, but in the simple fact that his people could still wake each morning after enduring the harshest conditions. It is the story of families holding together under the most severe circumstances, of children learning the skills they would need for winters to come. Imagine yourself there, following a leader whose burden was not glory, but the endless responsibility of keeping people alive. Little Shell became a leader in a time when leadership itself was being redefined by forces no single person could control, the world known to his grandparents, seasonal migrations following the buffalo herds, the choice of winter camps based on centuries accumulated wisdom about wind patterns and water sources, was disappearing under pressure from treaties, borders, and policies made by people who'd never spent a winter in a snowbanked bark lodge. He was born knowing that among his people, leadership meant something different than the command structure understood by newcomers. A chief's authority came not from the power to compel obedience, but from the demonstrated ability to make decisions that served the group's survival. Every choice he made would be judged not by abstract principles of right and wrong, but by the practical standard of whether it helped his people through another winter. The Pembina band of Ojibwe who looked to Little Shell for guidance possessed a deep understanding, developed over countless generations, of how to survive in the region where the North American plains meet the northern forests. They knew which woods burned longest with least smoke, which animals provided the best winter clothing, how to build shelters that could withstand the particular combination of wind and temperature their homeland was known for. But the knowledge that had sustained them for centuries was now confronting situations previous generations had never faced. Treaty boundaries drawn by distant officials often separated people from their traditional wintering grounds. Promises of government supplies sometimes failed to arrive at critical moments. The buffalo herds that had once provided meat, hides, and bones for shelter construction had become unreliable, hunted by commercial hunters who took only the valuable parts, leaving the rest to rot on the prairie. Elsewhere, another life is unfolding, shaped by the same storms, yet bearing the additional weight of responsibility for the survival of others. Little Shell's leadership was tested repeatedly by winters that seemed to grow harder each year, not because the weather was changing, but because the circumstances in which his people faced it were becoming more precarious. A bad storm that previous generations might have weathered easily from well-supplied winter camps now became a potential disaster when supplies were delayed. Access to traditional hunting grounds was restricted, and families were scattered across unfamiliar lands. Imagine him in the depths of an unusually harsh winter, moving between the scattered shelters of his band, checking on families, assessing supplies, deciding when to move and when to stay put. His own comfort was always secondary to his responsibility. While others could focus entirely on their immediate survival needs, he had to maintain awareness of the larger picture: which families had sufficient food stores, which shelters needed reinforcement, which hunters were faring well, which were struggling. The burden of leadership in winter camp was especially heavy because mistakes had immediately visible consequences. A wrong decision about where to establish a winter dwelling could expose a family to dangerous winds. A miscalculation about food supplies could mean watching children grow thin while waiting for hunting conditions to improve. A failure to maintain cohesion within the group could cause families to strike out alone, reducing everyone's chances of survival. Little Shell learned to read the subtle signs that indicated how his people were coping with the pressures of a difficult winter. The way a mother held her child could reveal whether she was confident about food supplies or beginning to worry. The tone of conversation around an evening fire could hint whether group morale remained strong or was beginning to fray under continued stress. A hunter's willingness to share information about game movements reflected his trust in leadership and commitment to the collective effort. During winter camps, his own dwelling was typically no larger or more comfortable than those of the families he led. In Ojibwe tradition, leadership did not include material privileges that separated a chief from the people, especially during difficult times. If anything, a leader was expected to take less when food was scarce, to forego personal comfort when others had greater need, to stay awake longer and worry more deeply about problems affecting the entire group. A silent struggle, repeated day after day. The burden of making decisions when all viable options carry risk. The art of winter leadership required skills that were rarely dramatic but always essential. Little Shell had to be able to judge the mood of his people accurately enough to know when they could endure more hardship and when they needed some relief from the constant pressure of survival. He had to know the capabilities and limitations of individual families well enough to make assignments and demands they could actually fulfill. He had to maintain his own emotional stability, despite the constant pressure of knowing his decisions could determine life or death. During the long nights of winter storms, when families huddled in their separate shelters, Little Shell would often walk through camp despite the dangerous conditions, checking on elders, making sure no family was struggling in isolation, carrying messages and encouragement between lodges. These visits had practical purposes. They allowed him to identify problems before they became crises, to redistribute resources when necessary, to coordinate activities that required group cooperation. But these visits also had a deeper purpose. They reminded people that they were not alone in their individual struggles, that someone cared about their welfare, that their survival mattered to the larger community. During storms that could last for days, isolating families in their separate shelters, these connections became lifelines for morale as vital as supplies were for life. The knowledge Little Shell possessed was not written in books or preserved in formal documents. It lived in his memory and in the memories of the elders who taught him. Which valleys offered the best protection from north winds, which tree species indicated reliable water, how to judge the severity of an approaching storm by animal behavior, and the quality of light on the horizon. This traditional knowledge was being complicated by the changing circumstances of his people's lives. Treaties and government policies sometimes forced them to winter in areas their ancestors had avoided, places where old techniques of dwelling construction or food preservation might not work as well. Little Shell had to constantly adjust traditional wisdom to new situations, testing whether ancient methods would succeed in unfamiliar environments. Imagine yourself there, learning that leadership is not about having simple answers, but about maintaining hope when answers are hard to find. Little Shell's relationship with US government officials, who were increasingly involved in his people's affairs, was complicated by a fundamental difference in understanding the challenges of winter survival. Officials living in heated buildings with access to reliable supply chains struggled to comprehend the life or death significance of seemingly minor policy decisions, delaying promised blankets, restricting hunting in traditional areas, demanding relocation during the season when travel was most dangerous. Little Shell spent considerable time trying to explain these realities to men who had the power to make decisions affecting his people's survival but often lacked the experience to understand the consequences of those decisions. He became adept at translating the Immerse.
These periods often revealed his deep understanding of human nature and his skill in managing the social dynamics that could mean the difference between a winter camp that maintained community cohesion and one that fractured under strain. The stories told around winter fires during Little Shell's time as leader often reflected the particular challenges faced by his generation. Traditional tales of surviving harsh winters were supplemented by new stories about adapting to changed environments, finding ways to maintain cultural continuity under external pressure, about the importance of staying flexible without abandoning fundamental principles. Elsewhere, another life is unfolding, shaped by the collision of ancient wisdom and modern circumstances. Little Shell's own family life was inevitably affected by the demands of his leadership responsibilities. His children grew up understanding that their father's attention was shared with the entire community, but their family's resources were available to others in need, that their personal comfort was often secondary to the well-being of families facing greater hardship. This created both opportunity and burden, a learned responsibility and loyalty to the community from an early age. But they also sometimes felt the weight of expectations and the pressure of being constantly observed as examples for other young people. His wife played a role often invisible to outsiders but crucial to the functioning of his leadership. She managed the practical affairs of the household in ways that allowed him to focus on community responsibilities, served as an informal counselor to women in the community who needed guidance or support, and provided with insights about family conditions and community dynamics that might not be apparent from more formal leadership interactions. The seasonal rhythm of Little Shell's leadership responsibilities followed a pattern that was both traditional and adapted to contemporary circumstances. Summer months involved extensive travel for negotiations with Evernet officials, meetings with other tribal leaders, and securing resources for the coming winter. Autumn was a critical time for establishing winter camps, organizing hunting parties, and ensuring families were prepared for the harsh months ahead. It was during the winter months themselves that Little Shell's leadership faced its most severe tests, when storms isolated communities for days or weeks, when food supplies dwindled, when illness spread among people living in close quarters, when the pressure of survival strained relationships and patience. These were the moments when the quality of leadership became most apparent and most critical. A silent struggle, repeated day after day. The challenge of maintaining hope and solidarity when external circumstances make both difficult to sustain. The legacy Little Shell hoped to leave was not measured in claimed territory or battles won, but in his people's ability to continue as a community. He understood that the specific challenges his generation faced might be different from those future generations would encounter, that he believed the skills and values that made survival possible, cooperation, adaptability, the combination of respect for traditional knowledge and willingness to learn new methods, would remain meaningful regardless of changing circumstances. His influence on the young people of his community was especially important during winter camps, when the enforced closeness of extended confinement provided opportunities for intensive teaching and learning. The survival skills he passed on were not merely technical knowledge about shelter building or food preservation, but a deeper understanding of how communities support each other in difficult times, how personal sacrifice serves the collective good, how tradition and innovation must be balanced to meet new challenges. The final years of Little Shell's active leadership were affected by increasing pressure from government policies seeking to fundamentally change his people's way of life, the boarding school system that removed children from families, the allotment policies that broke up collective land ownership, restrictions on traditional religious practices. All these changes threatened the cultural foundations on which traditional winter survival depended. Little Shell's response to these pressures was characteristically pragmatic. He recognized that some change was inevitable, that his people's survival might require adaptation to new circumstances, but he also worked to preserve the elements of traditional knowledge and community organization he believed would remain necessary no matter how external conditions changed. As his leadership role gradually passed to younger members of his community, Little Shell could look back on winters that had been endured, families that had held together, traditions that had been preserved despite enormous pressures to abandon them. His legacy lived not in monuments or official recognition, but in practical knowledge that continued to help people survive, in community bonds that persisted despite efforts to break them, and the quiet resilience as his people adapting to changed environments without losing their fundamental identity. Imagine yourself there, understanding that some victories are measured not in dramatic moments, but in the simple continuation of life itself. The blizzards that tested Little Shell and his people weren't within meteorological events, they were symbols of all the forces threatening to overwhelm small communities trying to maintain their way of life in the face of vast historical change. His leadership during these storms, both literal and metaphorical, shows, but survival often depends not on dramatic heroism, but on the quiet persistence of people who refuse to give up, who continue to care for each other even when caring is difficult, and maintain hope even when the immediate future seems uncertain. As we leave Little Shell's story, as we leave behind the winter camps where he made decisions affecting entire families, survival, but take with us a humbling yet profound understanding of leadership. His life shows that true leadership lies not in commanding others, but in accepting responsibility for their well-being, not in avoiding difficult decisions, but in making them fully aware of their consequences, not in seeking personal glory, but in serving something larger than oneself. The winters Little Shell helped his people endure were harsh by any measure. It was the quality of care people gave one another, the wisdom that guided their preparation and response, the community bonds that provided strength no individual could possess alone, that made survival possible. And if history connects directly to our own lives, reminding us that we too depend on others for our survival, that we have responsibilities to our own communities, that we too must find ways to persevere through difficulties that sometimes seem overwhelming. Now, let us drift from the daily struggle toward mystery, toward the quiet puzzle of snow itself. There is something almost magical in the transformation, the same substance that falls from the sky, burying villages, freezing rivers, making travel impossible and survival desperate, can be shaped by human hands into walls that preserve life. No, both killer and savior, enemy and ally, existing in the same crystalline form yet serving opposite purposes depending on human knowledge and skill. Imagine yourself kneeling in the biting cold, your breath forming clouds, pressing snow into blocks with your bare hands, each block carefully shaped and placed, building a wall between your family and the storm raging outside. The very element threatening to end your life becomes, through ancient wisdom and patient labor, the foundation of your survival. This is the central puzzle of winter dwelling, the alchemical transformation of danger into protection. Feel the contradiction in your hands as you work. The snow that numbs your fingers is the same substance that will keep your children warm tonight. Each handful packed into place carries this duality: crystalline death and crystalline salvation, unified in molecular structure yet divided by human intention and understanding. The irony cuts deeper than the wind. To build the barrier that will preserve life, you must expose yourself to winter's deadly touch. The physics of this transformation gradually reveal themselves to those who work with snow across multiple seasons. Fresh snow consists of up to 90% air trapped between ice crystals, and the seemingly fragile structure provides excellent insulation. Yet when compressed and shaped by knowing hands, these same crystals bond and fuse, creating building blocks capable of bearing considerable weight while maintaining their insulating properties. The process requires understanding a precise balance. Minus compression leaves an unstable structure over minus compression destroys the air pockets that provide thermal protection. In matting yourself there, learning not to see snow as an obstacle, but as the raw material of delivering. Different snow conditions demand entirely different approaches. Traditional builders developed complex classification systems for identifying the best construction material. Wind-packed snow, hardened by constant airflow, offers structural strength but requires different cutting techniques than the softer snow found in sheltered valleys. Powder snow can be transformed through careful layering and compaction. Wet snow from warmer periods must be used immediately before freezing makes it unriggable. The seasonal timing with snow harvest was critical knowledge passed between generations. Master builders could read the history of weather patterns and the texture and color of available snow, understanding how temperature fluctuations and wind patterns had affected its structural character. Temperature management during construction represents another layer of complexity rarely appreciated by modern observers. Fucking with snow in extreme cold requires balancing the necessity of maintaining body heat against handling material that becomes unworkable if it warms too much. Traditional builders learned to work in short, intense periods of labor, warming themselves at carefully tended fires between construction phases, seasoning their labor to daily temperature patterns that made specific tasks easier at certain times. Archaeological evidence whispers to us across centuries, offering tantalizing glimpses of techniques that once meant the difference between life and death. Excavations across the northern plains and subarctic reveal circular depressions in the ground, hollows often overlooked by casual observers that once held the foundations of structures designed to exploit snow's insulating properties. These subtle traces in the landscape are like ancient blueprints, encoding knowledge that allowed people to survive countless winters. These depressions were typically 12 to 16 feet across, just large enough for an extended family but small enough to be effectively heated by a single fire. Around these circles, archaeologists sometimes find patterns of post holes that once held uprights for wooden frameworks, bent saplings or straight poles providing the skeleton over which layers of bark, hides, and snow were built. The arrangement of these holes tells stories of construction techniques passed down through generations, of precise angles and spacing that achieve maximum stability with minimal material. Recent advances in archaeological techniques have revealed additional layers of complexity at these ancient sites. Ground-penetrating radar sometimes detects subsurface features indicating that elaborate drainage systems were carefully constructed to channel meltwater away from living areas without compromising structural integrity. These drainage features, often shallow trenches lined with stone or organic material, show an understanding of how snow structures interacted with ground conditions that changed throughout the winter season. Soil analysis from excavation sites reveals microscopic evidence of construction techniques that left no visible trace. Pollen samples trapped in ancient occupation layers tell stories of organic materials mixed with snow for insulation. Hay, leaves, even animal fur each contributed specific properties to the structure's overall thermal performance. Chemical analysis of soil residues can identify the use of natural binders like pine resin or animal fat that help snow blocks adhere more effectively. But the most fascinating archaeological evidence is often the most ephemeral subtle changes in soil color indicating where organic materials once existed. Microscopic traces of charcoal, marking the location of ancient hearths, slight variations in ground texture showing how people moved within these spaces during occupation. These traces require expert interpretation to yield their secrets, and even then, much of the story remains hidden. Analysis of bone fragments from winter dwelling sites provides insight into the tool technology essential for snow work. Scrapers carved from caribou shoulder blades show where patterns consistent with snow cutting and shaping activities. Etwood pieces modified into measuring tools suggest standardization of snow block dimensions, which would have improved construction efficiency and structural performance. Even broken bone shards can provide clues about ad hoc tools created when primary tools were damaged or lost. Fire-cracked rocks scattered around ancient dwelling sites provide clues about heating methods designed to maximize efficiency while minimizing smoke production. These rocks were heated in fires, then used to warm sleeping areas or melt snow for water without requiring constant attention to an open flame. The size and type of stones, the distribution patterns, even the specific ways they cracked under repeated heating and cooling, all these details help us understand techniques that left almost no other trace. Selecting the right stones for heating applications required knowledge that went far beyond simple availability. Stones containing moisture can explode when heated, creating dangerous projectiles and confined living spaces. Certain rock types retain heat longer than others, making them more valuable for overnight warming applications. Some stones produced toxic fumes when heated, knowledge that meant the difference between a useful tool and a lethal hazard. Excavations sometimes reveal evidence of stone caches, carefully prepared collections of rocks suitable for fire use, stored near winter dwelling sites for use during construction and occupation. These caches represent forward planning that began during summer months, when suitable stones could be identified, tested, and transported to locations where winter construction activities would require them. A silent struggle, repeated day after day. The challenge of reconstructing knowledge that was never written down, only demonstrated and remembered. The cultural technology of working with snow extended far beyond simple construction. Different types of snow required different approaches. Fresh powder could be compacted and shaped in ways brittle old snow could not. Wind-crusted snow had structural properties that made it valuable for certain applications. Split snow from warm periods, if applied correctly, could form a nearly waterproof barrier. This knowledge was not encoded in written manuals, and in the trained senses of people who had worked with winter materials all their lives. Traditional snow workers developed almost preternatural abilities to assess snow conditions through subtle sensory cues. They could determine structural properties by listening to the sounds snow made when stepped on, cut, or struck with a tool. The visual appearance of a snow surface revealed information about internal crystal structure that determined workability and bonding properties. Even the smell of snow could provide clues about temperature, history, and contamination affecting its suitability for construction use. The vocabulary traditional cultures developed for describing different snow conditions reveals the complexity of their understanding. Languages originating in snow-dependent societies often contain dozens of specific terms for snow conditions, each describing a unique combination of factors determining appropriate use. These linguistic distinctions represent accumulated knowledge about correlations between observable characteristics and performance properties, correlations that could mean the difference between successful construction and structural failure. Assessing snow quality required understanding complex relationships between temperature, humidity, wind exposure, and time that determine crystal formation patterns. Master builders could read the history of weather conditions in the layered structure of a snowpack, identifying strata formed during different storm systems and understanding how these layers would interact during construction and throughout the winter season. The timing of snow shelter construction was crucial and required reading subtle environmental signs modern people might find difficult to interpret. Starting construction too early meant working with snow that hadn't yet reached suitable consistency. Waiting too long meant facing more severe conditions that made construction dangerous or impossible. Traditional knowledge included understanding how temperature fluctuations, wind patterns, and humidity affected snow quality. Knowledge gained through generations of experience and passed on through careful observation and practice. Weather prediction skills accompanying snow construction knowledge represented another area of traditional expertise largely lost. Traditional builders learned to read atmospheric conditions days in advance, recognizing cloud formations, wind shifts, and temperature trends indicating optimal construction windows. This predictive ability was essential for timing construction activities that might require several days to complete under rapidly changing conditions. The integration of astronomical observation with weather prediction added another dimension to traditional snow construction planning. Seasonal patterns of star positions provided time references that helped predict general weather trends, while moon phases were correlated with barometric changes affecting snow conditions. This astronomical knowledge was often embedded in cultural traditions and seasonal ceremonies, reinforcing practical information through ritual practice. Snow used for insulation had to be applied in layers, each serving a different purpose. The innermost layer, closest to the living space, was often mixed with organic materials like hay or leaves, creating air pockets that enhanced insulation while absorbing interior moisture. A middle layer provided structural stability and additional thermal protection. An outer layer was more densely compacted to block wind and shed snow while maintaining the overall integrity of the wall system. The science behind these layering techniques shows a profound understanding of heat transfer principles that modern building science has only recently begun to appreciate. The innermost layer created a vapor barrier, preventing moisture migration from the warm interior space into the structural elements of the wall system. The middle layer provided thermal mass, moderating temperature fluctuations and reducing heat loss through convection. The outer layer created a windbreak, preventing air movement from stripping heat from the inner layers. Humidity management inside snow structures required understanding the psychometric principles governing how water vapor moves through different materials under varying temperature conditions. Traditional builders learned to create ventilation systems that removed excess moisture without excessive heat loss, often incorporating clever air circulation designs that use temperature differentials to drive airflow without mechanical intervention. Traditional builders understood the thermal properties of different organic materials used in snow construction, though this knowledge was expressed in practical terms rather than scientific measurements. Pine needles offered different insulating characteristics than ryegrass, while animal furs provided unique properties that made them valuable for specific applications. The seasonal timing of organic material collection was crucial, as material moisture content and structural integrity varied significantly based on harvest time. Tools used for snow construction were often simple but precisely designed for their specific purposes. Bone scrapers for shaping, wooden mallets for compaction, curved knives for cutting, measuring rods for ensuring uniform dimensions. Each tool reflected deep understanding of the material being worked and the construction techniques being employed. Because many of these tools were made from organic materials that decay over time, they have disappeared from the archaeological record, leaving us to infer their existence only from the results they produced. The design of snow working tools required balancing multiple competing requirements, challenging traditional artisans to create implements that were simultaneously effective, durable, and manufacturable from available materials. Cutting tools needed to maintain sharp edges in extreme cold while resisting brittleness that could lead to catastrophic failure during critical construction phases. Shaping tools required surface textures that prevented snow adhesion while maintaining the grip needed for precise work. The metallurgy of snow construction tools in cultures with access to metals represented specialized knowledge about how different alloys performed under extreme cold. Hand tools required different maintenance techniques than bronze implements, while rare steel created tools that were treasured and cast down through generations. Heat treatment of metal tools for cold minus weather use involved understanding how temperature cycling affected material performance in ways different from temperate climate applications. The handle design of snow construction tools addressed ergonomic requirements specific to cold minus weather work. Handles needed to provide secure grip even when used with gloves, while preventing thermal conduction that would rapidly chill hands during use. Traditional handle wrappings using leather, cordage, organic materials created thermal barriers that improved tool performance while reducing user fatigue and frostbite risk. Elsewhere, another puzzle unfolds in the space between what is known and what can only be imagined. The process of building a snow-insulated shelter required coordination among multiple family members, each contributing skills and labor suited to their abilities and experience. Children might gather and sort materials. Adults performed the heavy labor of construction. Elders provided guidance based on their accumulated knowledge of what methods worked and what led to problems. This collaborative approach meant knowledge was constantly being shared and tested, with innovations gradually incorporated into traditional methods. The social dynamics of snow construction created learning opportunities that extended far beyond simple skill transmission. Working together on construction projects provided natural occasions for sharing stories, testing problem-solving approaches, and reinforcing cultural values about cooperation, perseverance, and ingenuity. These activities strengthened family bonds that were crucial for maintaining harmony during the winter confinement months after construction was complete. Quality control during snow construction required establishing standards and inspection procedures that ensured structural integrity without unnecessarily slowing construction progress. Experienced builders developed techniques for quickly assessing individual snow block quality, adequacy of mortar joints, and overall stability of developing structures. These quality control methods were often embedded in construction rituals that combined practical assessment with cultural tradition. The project management skills necessary to coordinate complex snow construction activities included resource allocation, task scheduling, and contingency planning that accounted for rapidly changing weather conditions. Traditional builders learned to organize construction sequences to maximize progress during favorable conditions while providing flexibility to respond to unexpected weather changes or material availability issues. Glennon often specialized in interior work, creating efficient layouts for sleeping areas, storage, and cooking spaces, designing ventilation systems that managed smoke and humidity without losing heat, arranging family quarters to make confined winter life bearable for extended periods. Their knowledge included not just construction techniques, but also human factors that determined whether a winter shelter supported family harmony or created tensions that could threaten group survival. The interior design principles governing traditional snow shelters reflected deep understanding of proximity mix the behavioral reactions humans act as spatial arrangements that influence social dynamics during forced close contact. Sleeping arrangements needed to balance warmth requirements with privacy needs. Storage solutions had to maximize space efficiency while ensuring access to essential items. Blocked areas required adequate light and ventilation while minimizing heat loss. Ergonomic considerations in interior design address the physical challenges of living long periods in confined spaces. Ceiling height calculations needed to provide adequate headroom while minimizing the volume requiring heating. Floor designs incorporated drainage and insulation characteristics that prevented moisture problems while maintaining comfort. Wall configurations created acoustic properties that reduced the psychological stress of sustained close contact. The psychology of color, texture, and lighting inside snow shelters was well understood by traditional designers, though expressed in practical rather than theoretical terms. Light-colored interior surfaces reflected available light to create brighter living conditions, while texture variations provided visual interest that reduced the monotony of long confinement. Even in structures purely oriented toward survival, decorative elements were considered necessary for maintaining mental health during difficult times. Men typically focused on structural elements, framework construction, wall raising, exterior finishing, and the heavy labor of moving and compacting snow. But these gender distinctions were flexible, varied between groups, and adapted to situations where individuals might need to perform tasks outside their usual specialty. In emergencies, anyone might need to know any aspect of shelter construction. The engineering principles governing structural snow construction required understanding load distribution, foundation stability, and material performance with a knowledge base comparable to contemporary building professionals. Traditional builders learned to calculate load-bearing capacities using empirical methods that accounted for snow's unique properties as a building material. Foundation design principles address the challenges of building on frozen or unstable ground conditions that changed throughout construction and occupation. The structural analysis techniques used by traditional builders included visual inspection methods for detecting stress concentrations, deformation patterns indicating impending failure, and preventive reinforcement strategies that extended structure life under challenging conditions. These analytical skills were developed through experience with both structural successes and failures, creating a knowledge base constantly updated through practical application. The integration of structural and thermal design requirements created complex optimization problems that traditional builders solved through iterative design processes refined over many generations. Wall thickness had to balance structural strength requirements with thermal performance goals, while door and window openings needed to provide adequate lighted access without compromising overall structural integrity or insulation. The cultural transmission of snow construction knowledge involved more than verbal instruction. Children learn it by watching adults work, gradually taking on more complex tasks, making mistakes in low-risk situations where errors could be corrected without disastrous consequences. His hands-on learning created deep intuitive understanding that went beyond what language alone could convey. The pedagogy of traditional snow construction education emphasized experiential learning, engaging multiple senses and learning styles. Students learned to assess snow conditions through touch, sight, sound, eating, smell, developing sensory discrimination abilities crucial for master-level performance. This multisensory approach created robust knowledge accessible even under the stressful conditions of actual survival situations. Assessment methods in traditional snow construction education involved progressive challenges testing both technical skills and judgment. Beginners might be asked to select appropriate snow for simple tasks, while advanced students faced complex building challenges requiring integration of multiple skill domains under realistic time and weather constraints. These assessments provided feedback guiding continued learning while identifying individuals with talent for advanced specialization. The mentorship relationships supporting snow construction skill development created social bonds that extended far beyond technical training. Third builders often develop lifelong relationships with their students, providing ongoing counsel and support, helping junior builders avoid dangerous errors while encouraging continued skill development and innovation. Imagine yourself there, participating in a form of education where failure meant not a poor grade but possible death. Archaeological evidence shows that different cultural groups developed strikingly different methods for utilizing snow for shelter construction. These approaches reflected their specific environmental conditions, available materials, and cultural preferences. Groups living in areas of heavy snowfall developed techniques for managing large snow volumes, while those in regions with less but more consistent snow focused on maximizing insulation with limited material. Regional variations in snow construction techniques reveal the influence of local environmental factors on technological development. Arctic coastal peoples developed methods accounting for wind-packs, no conditions unlimited wood, while inland forest peoples created techniques utilizing abundant, organic materials and more protected construction sites. Mountain peoples faced unique challenges of rapidly changing weather conditions and developed portable construction methods that could be implemented quickly. The cultural exchange of snow construction techniques happens through trade relationships, intermarriage, and seasonal migration patterns that brought different groups into contact during construction periods. These exchanges lead to hybrid techniques combining methods from different traditions, often creating innovations superior to any original technique. Archaeological evidence sometimes reveals construction features clearly derived from multiple cultural sources. Early anthropologists and explorers' records of traditional snow construction techniques provide valuable documentation of knowledge that has since been lost. Although these accounts often miss subtleties obvious to traditional practitioners, modern attempts to reconstruct traditional techniques using these historical sources frequently reveal documentation gaps that prevent complete recovery of original methods. Some groups created elaborate snow structures including multiple rooms, storage areas, and specialized spaces for different activities. Others perfected efficient single-room designs that could be built quickly by few people. These variations reflected not only practical considerations, but also cultural values about family organization, privacy, and the relationship between individual and community needs during winter confinement. The architectural complexity of elaborate snow structures rivaled that of permanent buildings, incorporating features like entrance tunnels creating airlocks for temperature control, raised sleeping platforms utilizing thermal stratification, and sophisticated ventilation systems, maintaining air quality while preserving heat. These features required understanding fluid dynamics, heat transfer, and human factors, demonstrating remarkable engineering capability. The construction scheduling of elaborate snow structures required project management skills coordinating multiple construction phases while accounting for weather variability and changing material availability. Master builders learned to sequence construction activities to minimize exposure to weather while ensuring critical structural elements were completed before conditions deteriorated. The standardization of construction methods within cultural groups allowed rapid assembly of snow structures using modular components and standardized procedures. These standardized methods balanced efficiency gains with the flexibility needed to adapt to different site conditions and material availability. The development of standard dimensions and connection methods facilitated cooperation among builders and reduced construction time requirements. The puzzle deepens when we consider structures that combine snow with other materials in ways that created hybrid systems more effective than any single approach. The archaeological sites sometimes reveal shelter evidence, showing snow walls reinforced with wooden frameworks, soil and organic materials layered with snow to create complex insulation systems, multiple construction techniques integrated to address specific local challenges. These hybrid methods required deep understanding of how different materials interacted, how wooden snow responded differently to temperature changes, how organic materials affected drainage and humidity management, how various combinations influenced structural stability over the long winter. This knowledge represented centuries of experimentation and refinement, gradually developing techniques that optimized available resources for maximum survival advantage. The material science principles behind successful hybrid construction techniques involved understanding differential thermal expansion, moisture migration paths, and structural compatibility between materials with radically different properties. Traditional builders learned to design connection details that accommodated movement while maintaining structural integrity, creating flexible systems able to adapt to changing conditions without failure. The interface design between different materials and hybrid structures needed to address complex problems concerning load transfer, weatherproofing, and maintenance access, challenging traditional builders to develop innovative solutions using available materials and tools. These interface solutions often represented the most complex aspect of hybrid construction techniques, requiring master-level skill for successful implementation. A silent struggle, repeated day after day, the patient process of learning from success and failure across season after season, generation after generation. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of snow shelter archaeology is what it reveals about the relationship between function and beauty in survival technology. Even structures designed purely for survival often show evidence of decorative elements. Artistic embellishments serve no practical purpose yet enhance the psychological experience of living in harsh conditions within confined spaces. These aesthetic elements carve decorations on wooden framework pieces, carefully arranged patterns in stone foundations, symbolic elements incorporated into constructions suggest people understood that survival includes not just physical needs, but the emotional and spiritual needs essential for maintaining human dignity and hope during extremely difficult times. Beauty was not a luxury to be discarded in hard times, but a fundamental element for keeping human dignity and hope alive under extreme hardship. The psychology of aesthetic elements in survival structures reveals a profound understanding of human response to environmental stress that modern survival psychology is only beginning to recognize. Decorative elements provided visual stimulation, reducing sensory deprivation effects, while symbolic decorations reinforced cultural identity and spiritual beliefs, supporting psychological resilience in extreme adversity. Killer application in snow construction often incorporated natural pigments and dyes, creating visual warmth and variation in otherwise monochromatic winter environments. These color applications required understanding material properties that maintained color integrity under extreme cold and damp conditions, using only locally available materials that didn't compromise structural performance. The integration of artistic elements with functional construction features created designs serving dual purposes, satisfying practical and psychological needs while maximizing return on labor investment. Structural elements that simultaneously serve decorative functions reduce the additional labor required for purely aesthetic features while maintaining the psychological benefits these elements provided. The social dimension of snow shelter construction created opportunities for community bonding that may have been as important as the physical protection the structures provided. Working together on construction projects, sharing knowledge and techniques, helping families whose own efforts had failed. These activities reinforced social ties crucial for survival throughout the winter period. The cooperative labor organization of snow construction required leadership skills, conflict resolution abilities, and resource management capabilities that strengthened community social structures. These organizational skills were tested under stressful conditions that revealed individual capabilities and character traits, providing information that influenced social relationships throughout the winter period and beyond. The reciprocal assistance network supporting snow construction activities created social obligations and mutual dependencies that enhanced community survival prospects. Families receiving construction assistance incurred obligations to provide help in other areas, creating a social safety net that distributed survival risk across the community, rather than leading individual families to face challenges alone. Community resource sharing during snow construction included not just labor and materials, but specialized knowledge and tools owned by individuals yet provided for community benefit. These sharing arrangements required sophisticated social protocols balancing individual ownership rights with community survival needs. Large-scale excavations sometimes reveal evidence of coordinated construction efforts, multiple families building their winter shelters in close proximity to one another, sharing labor and resources, creating village-like arrangements that maximize both individual family survival and community cooperation. These settlements required planning and organization beyond individual family needs, demonstrating sophisticated understanding of how winter survival could be enhanced through community-level coordination. Winter community settlement planning required understanding site selection criteria, optimizing multiple factors including wind protection, drainage, resource availability, and social interaction possibilities. These planning decisions had to balance competing requirements while considering site limitations and seasonal variations affecting community dynamics. The infrastructure development of temporary winter communities included shared facilities like communal cooking areas, tool storage locations, and gathering spaces that enhanced community function while reducing individual family construction burdens. These shared facilities required coordination and maintenance agreements that tested community organizational capacity. The governance structures emerging in temporary winter communities addressed resource allocation, conflict resolution, and decision-making requirements arising during construction and occupation. These governance arrangements often differed from summer social organization, adapting to the unique requirements and constraints of winter community life. Now, let us drift from the daily struggle toward mystery. Consider the knowledge that exists in the space between archaeology and imagination. The tools and techniques used for snow construction were constantly evolving as people encountered new situations and developed innovations to address specific challenges. Year-to-year climate variations meant methods that worked well one winter might need modification for different conditions. Population movements brought groups into contact with new environments where traditional techniques required adaptation. This constant innovation means our archaeological evidence may represent only a fraction of the technologies actually developed and used. Many innovations may have been tried briefly then abandoned, either because they proved ineffective or because changing circumstances made them unnecessary. Other innovations may have been used successfully for generations but left no trace modern archaeology can detect. The innovation processes driving snow construction technology evolution involved systematic experimentation with new methods, careful evaluation of results under actual use conditions, and gradual refinement of successful innovations to repeated application. These innovation cycles were often driven by crisis situations where traditional methods proved inadequate, forcing rapid development of alternative approaches. Knowledge documentation in pre-literate societies relied on memory systems, demonstration methods, and material culture traditions that preserve technical information without written records. These preservation systems were often more robust for practical skills than written documentation, yet they were vulnerable to disruption when traditional transmission methods were interrupted. The loss of this knowledge represents one of the great tragedies of cultural disruption. Techniques developed and refined over centuries were sometimes lost within a generation as traditional life patterns were disrupted. Children who should have learned these skills from parents were instead sent to schools that considered such knowledge primitive and worthless. Elders who possessed crucial information died without passing it to successors educated to value different knowledge. Modern cultural preservation efforts face significant challenges in recovering and maintaining traditional snow construction knowledge. Even when elder practitioners retaining some knowledge can be found, the lack of practical application context makes validating information or filling gaps in understanding difficult. Modern safety concerns and liability issues often prevent the hands-on experimentation required for full knowledge recovery. Institutional barriers to traditional knowledge preservation include educational systems prioritizing academic knowledge over practical knowledge, economic systems providing no rewards for maintaining traditional skills, and legal systems that may prohibit or restrict once essential survival skills. These institutional barriers often make traditional knowledge preservation work expensive and difficult to sustain. Documentation methods for traditional knowledge preservation must address inherent limitations in describing physical skills and sensory discrimination abilities through written or video records. Even the most detailed records may miss critical elements learnable only through direct experience under actual conditions. Modern attempts to reconstruct traditional snow construction techniques face a fundamental problem as knowledge was never fully captured in writing. Even the most detailed ethnographic descriptions miss subtle aspects of techniques learnable only through direct experience. Contemporary people attempting to reconstruct traditional structures often discover they lack basic information about material preparation, timing, or construction sequence so obvious to traditional builders it was never explicitly explained. The experiential learning requirements for mastering snow construction techniques create challenges for modern reconstruction efforts that cannot easily replicate the extended practice periods and gradual skill development characteristic of traditional learning processes. Skills and practitioners often lack the background knowledge about weather patterns, material properties, and environmental conditions that traditional builders acquired through a lifetime of experience. Safety considerations in modern reconstruction work must address liability issues and modern safety standards that may conflict with traditional practices developed under different legal and social contexts. These safety requirements may prevent full replication of traditional techniques, while making it difficult to assess the effectiveness of historical methods. The authenticity questions arising in traditional knowledge reconstruction work reflect broader issues about the relationship between historical accuracy and contemporary applicability. Reconstruction work must balance academic accuracy against practical utility, often creating hybrid methods that may not fully represent either traditional methods or modern requirements. Imagine yourself there, understanding that survival knowledge is not just information, but wisdom gained through lived experience. The puzzle of snow as both weapon and shield extends beyond construction techniques to encompass entire worldviews about the human relationship with winter. Traditional cultures often developed complex belief systems helping people understand their place within winter's harsh reality, providing psychological and spiritual frameworks for enduring hardship while maintaining hope for survival. These belief systems typically portrayed winter not as an enemy to be defeated, but as a force to be understood and accommodated. Snow was seen as having agency and intention, requiring respectful interaction, rather than mere technical manipulation. This perspective influenced how people approached instruction tasks, infusing practical activities with spiritual significance that may have been crucial for maintaining morale during difficult times. In many traditional cultures, animistic worldviews created spiritual relationships with natural phenomena that enhanced practical knowledge through emotional engagement and careful observation. Snow was understood as having personality traits, seasonal moods, and behavioral patterns that could be predicted and accommodated through appropriate human responses. The spiritual practices associated with snow construction included rituals requesting cooperation from natural forces, ceremonies blessing construction projects, and observances marking important stages of construction or seasonal change. These spiritual elements provided psychological support that enhanced practical effectiveness while creating social bonds that strengthened community resilience. Stories told around winter fires often featured snow as a character with its own motivations and personality, sometimes helpful, sometimes dangerous, always demanding respect and careful attention. These stories served not just as entertainment, but as vehicles for transmitting practical knowledge about reading snow conditions, understanding weather patterns, and making appropriate responses to changing environments. The narrative structures embedding practical knowledge in cultural stories created memory aids, enhancing knowledge retention while making technical information more accessible to learners with different learning styles. Stories provided context and meaning that made isolated facts easier to remember and apply under stressful conditions. The metaphorical frameworks in traditional stories often encoded sophisticated technical knowledge in forms that were memorable and culturally meaningful. Snow construction techniques might be described through metaphors about cooperating with natural forces, battling hostile elements, or partnerships between human skill and environmental resources. The maintenance systems of oral traditions preserving story-based knowledge required skilled storytellers, regular telling occasions, and community commitment to preserving cultural information through narrative forms. These preservation systems were often more engaging than formal instruction, required social continuity to maintain their effectiveness across generations. The ceremonial aspects of snow shelter construction have mostly disappeared from the archaeological record, but ethnographic accounts indicate many groups incorporated ritual elements into construction activities. These rituals served multiple purposes. They helped coordinate group labor, provided spiritual protection for the construction process, and reinforced community bonds through shared participation in meaningful activities. Construction rituals often included ceremonies blessing tools and materials, seasonal rites marking optimal construction timing, and completion celebrations reinforcing community ties and shared accomplishment. These ritual elements created social meaning that enhanced the practical effectiveness of construction activities while strengthening cultural continuity. The temporal aspects of construction rituals addressed the psychological challenges of long-term projects requiring sustained effort under difficult conditions. Ritual markers of construction phases provided milestone celebrations, maintaining motivation while creating opportunities to assess progress and adjust plans as needed. Group synchronization through ritual activities enhanced work coordination while creating shared experiences that strengthened social bonds. Ethnic work chants, synchronized movements, and group ceremonies all contributed to efficient labor organization while establishing the community solidarity necessary for winter survival. Elsewhere, another puzzle unfolds in the gradual realization that technical knowledge and spiritual understanding are not separate realms, but interconnected aspects of a unified approach to survival. As winter blizzards bury archaeological sites under layers of snow that will melt and refreeze repeatedly over coming months, we are reminded of the impermanence characterizing both traditional snow constructions and our efforts to understand them. Each spring, as snow melts and reveals the landscape beneath, it offers new opportunities for discovery but also washes away evidence that might have helped us understand how people endured previous winters. This impermanence was built into traditional snow construction from the beginning. Unlike stone or earth structures intended to last for years, snow shelters were designed for single-season use, temporary accommodations when other types of shelter were impossible. Their builders understood they were creating temporary solutions to temporary problems, investing their labor into structures that would inevitably disappear with the changing seasons. The philosophical implications of building with impermanent materials created unique perspectives about the relationship between human effort and natural cycles. Traditional builders accepted transience as a fundamental aspect of their construction activities, focusing on seasonal effectiveness rather than permanent achievement. This acceptance of impermanence may have created psychological resilience that enhanced survival prospects during difficult periods. Design strategies embracing impermanence often created structures more flexible and adaptable than permanent building approaches. Temporary construction could be modified during its use, adapted to changing conditions, and abandoned when no longer needed without representing lost investment in permanent infrastructure. Yet this impermanence did not make the structures less important or their construction less skillful. The temporary nature of snow shelters required techniques that could be implemented quickly when needed using materials that were readily available, creating effective protection without requiring permanent commitment of resources or labor. In some ways, this made snow construction more sophisticated than permanent construction because it required achieving maximum effectiveness with minimum investment. The efficiency demands of temporary construction created design pressures permanent building projects might not generate. Snow builders had to optimize every aspect of their techniques for maximum return on investment, because wasted effort couldn't be justified by long-term use. This efficiency pressure often led to elegant solutions achieving multiple objectives through single design elements. Resource optimization in temporary construction required understanding trade-offs between construction investment and performance benefits that balanced immediate survival needs against longer-term resource conservation. These optimization decisions were complicated by uncertainties about weather conditions, material availability, and construction time requirements. And knowledge required for snow construction was itself somewhat impediment, requiring constant practice and reinforcement to maintain proficiency. Even individuals who once possessed these skills could lose them, if not regularly used. This placed pressure on communities to provide opportunities to learn and practice construction techniques, even in years when they might not be immediately necessary for survival. Skill maintenance systems in traditional communities included practice sessions, demonstration projects, and mentorship programs that maintained construction capabilities during periods when they weren't needed for actual survival. These maintenance activities required community resource investment and knowledge preservation that competed with other survival priorities. The seasonal cycles of skill development created learning opportunities during favorable construction periods and had to be maximized to maintain community capabilities for emergency situations. These learning cycles required coordinating practical construction, each with educational objectives that prepared community members for future challenges. The knowledge refresh activities included rebuilding demonstration projects, competitive construction challenges, and collaborative problem-solving exercises that maintained skills while testing innovations and improvements. These activities served educational and social functions while ensuring essential survival capabilities remained available when needed. A silent struggle, repeated day after day. The challenge of preserving knowledge that can only be saved through practice and use. Modern people trying to understand traditional snow construction techniques often find this knowledge cannot be separated from the broader context of traditional winter life. Construction techniques that seem puzzling in isolation become perfectly logical when understood as part of integrated systems, encompassing everything from food preparation to social organization to spiritual practice. For example, the layout of a traditional snow-insulated shelter reflected not just thermal efficiency, but social structures determining how families organize themselves during forced close contact. Ventilation systems addressed not just smoke management, but cultural requirements for maintaining proper relationships between family members forced to live in extreme proximity. This holistic integration of technical and social requirements created design solutions simultaneously addressing multiple needs, maximizing the effectiveness of limited resources while maintaining social harmony. Sleeping arrangements had to balance warmth requirements with privacy needs, while work areas needed to accommodate multiple activities without creating conflict over space or resources. Food storage solutions inside snow shelters required understanding preservation principles, access requirements, and security concerns to protect valuable resources from environmental threats and potential social conflicts. Storage designs often incorporated multiple preservation methods and redundant protection systems to ensure food security throughout the winter period. The acoustic properties inside snow shelters influenced social dynamics through their effects on privacy, communication, and psychological comfort during extended confinement periods. Traditional builders understood how different construction techniques affected sound transmission and developed methods creating acoustic environments supporting family harmony and individual privacy needs. These integrated systems mean recovering traditional knowledge requires understanding not just technical skills, but the entire ways of life that supported and gave meaning to those skills. Without this broader context, even successful reconstruction of traditional structures may miss essential elements that made the original techniques effective for their intended purpose. The cultural context giving meaning to snow construction activities included seasonal ceremonies, social obligations, and spiritual beliefs that motivated and sustained the intensive labor required for successful construction. These cultural elements provided the social framework, making complex construction projects possible while creating shared understanding about the importance of the work being undertaken. The economic systems supporting snow construction activities included resource allocation methods, labor organization principles, and exchange relationships, ensuring construction materials and skilled labor were available when needed. These economic arrangements often differed significantly from summer economic patterns, requiring flexible social institutions able to adapt to seasonal requirements. The educational systems transmitting snow construction knowledge were embedded in broader cultural transmission processes, teaching everything from practical skills to social values to spiritual beliefs. These educational approaches created integrated knowledge linking technical skills with the cultural context, giving them meaning and purpose. The archaeological record provides tantalizing glimpses of this integration. Artifact arrangements showing how people moved within winter spaces, food remains distributions, revealing how resources were managed, and shared activity evidence showing how time was organized during winter confinement. But archaeology can only hint at the complex social and cultural systems that made these physical arrangements function effectively. Artifact distribution patterns within excavated snow shelter sites revealed daily activity patterns, showing how families organized their winter lives within confined spaces. Tool concentrations suggest work areas for specific activities, while floor wear patterns indicate traffic patterns, revealing social hierarchies and spatial organization principles. The seasonal artifact assemblies found at winter dwelling sites often differ markedly from summer camps, indicating specialized toolkits and material culture systems developed specifically for snow construction and winter life. These specialized assemblies demonstrate the technological sophistication required for successful winter survival. Trash disposal patterns at winter dwelling sites provide insights about resource conservation practices, sanitation methods, and social organization systems managing waste production and disposal when normal disposal methods were not available. These waste management systems were crucial for maintaining health and social harmony during extended confinement periods. But imagine yourself there, recognizing that survival is not merely a technical challenge, but a total way of life encompassing every aspect of human experience. The daily routine inside snow shelters was carefully orchestrated to maximize thermal efficiency while maintaining social harmony and psychological health during months of confinement. Morning activities were timed to take advantage of solar heating, while evening procedures prepared families for the long cold nights ahead. These daily patterns created structure and predictability that helped maintain morale during difficult times. Work scheduling within confined winter spaces required coordination among multiple family members engaged in different activities that competed for limited space, light, and heating resources. Traditional families developed sophisticated scheduling systems maximizing productivity while minimizing conflicts over scarce resources. The social protocols governing behavior within confined winter spaces addressed privacy needs, conflict resolution, and authority relationships that maintain family harmony under stressful conditions. These behavioral guidelines were often embedded in cultural traditions and storytelling, making social expectations clear while providing enforcement mechanisms. Mental health maintenance during winter confinement required understanding human responses to isolation, confinement, and sensory deprivation that anticipated unaddressed mental health challenges before they became serious problems. Traditional cultures developed entertainment, exercise, and social interaction systems to maintain psychological resilience throughout the winter period. The seasonal transition periods marking the beginning and end of winter dwellings required careful preparation and adjustment activities, helping families adapt to changing living conditions and social arrangements. These transition periods are often marked by ceremonies and celebrations providing psychological closure and new beginnings. Resource management during winter confinement required sophisticated planning and allocation systems balancing immediate needs against long-term survival requirements while accounting for uncertainty about weather conditions and resource availability. These management systems often include rationing protocols, emergency reserves, and sharing arrangements that distributed risk across the community. Health maintenance systems during winter confinement addressed physical and mental health challenges through preventive measures, treatment protocols, and social support systems that maintained family and community health throughout the difficult winter period. These health systems integrated practical medical knowledge with social and spiritual healing approaches. As we prepare to leave these puzzles of snow and survival, we take with us a deepened appreciation for the complexity underlying what might seem like simple techniques. Transforming snow from killer to shelter required not just physical skills, but profound understanding of materials, weather, social organization, and human psychology, which represented accumulated wisdom of countless generations, constantly tested and refined by the harsh teacher of winter survival. The integration of multiple knowledge domains in traditional snow construction demonstrates the holistic thinking characterizing traditional survival systems. Technical knowledge about materials and construction was inseparable from social knowledge about family organization, economic knowledge about resource management, and spiritual knowledge about the human relationship with natural forces. The testing mechanisms validating traditional knowledge included immediate feedback from construction success or failure, and long-term evaluation of techniques through seasonal and generational experience. This testing created robust knowledge systems constantly refined through practical application under life-threatening conditions. The transmission systems preserving and sharing traditional knowledge created redundancy and verification mechanisms ensuring essential information was maintained even when individual knowledge holders were lost. These transmission systems included multiple pathways for information sharing and verification processes testing knowledge accuracy through practical application. The paradox of snow danger and protection, temporary and essential, simple and complex, reflects larger paradoxes about human survival itself. We are simultaneously vulnerable and resourceful, dependent on our environment and capable of reshaping it, individual and communal, temporary and enduring. Those who learned to build homes from the storms that threatened to destroy them understood these paradoxes not as philosophical abstractions, but as practical realities shaping every aspect of their winter lives. The philosophical implications of snow's paradox extend beyond survival techniques to encompass fundamental questions about the human relationship with the natural environment. Traditional snow builders developed worldviews embracing both human vulnerability and human creativity, accepting environmental constraints while exploring possibilities for adaptation and innovation. The psychological resilience making successful snow construction and winter survival possible required acceptance of uncertainty, comfort with risk, and confidence in human capabilities that balanced realism about dangers with optimism about possibilities. These psychological qualities were developed through cultural practices and personal experiences that prepared individuals for extreme challenges. The social values supporting snow construction activities emphasize cooperation, mutual aid, and shared responsibility while maintaining individual initiative and personal accountability. These value systems created the social cohesion essential for survival while encouraging innovation and adaptation that improved survival prospects. The knowledge lies not in books or museums, but in the subtle traces they left on the landscape, any archaeological fragments hinting at techniques we can only partially reconstruct, and a recognition that human survival often depends on our ability to turn apparent obstacles into resources, to find protection within the very forces that seem most threatening. The landscape signatures of traditional snow construction activities include not just obvious circular depressions and post-hole patterns, but subtle modifications to drainage patterns, vegetation communities, and soil characteristics reflecting centuries of seasonal construction activities. These landscape signatures provide ongoing opportunities for archaeological discovery and knowledge recovery. The genetic heritage of traditional snow construction knowledge may persist in contemporary populations through inherited psychological adaptations that enhanced survival prospects under extreme conditions. Research into population genetics and adaptive traits may reveal biological aspects of traditional survival ability complementary to cultural knowledge systems. The technological heritage of traditional snow construction appears in contemporary building techniques, emergency shelter designs, and survival training programs incorporating principles originally developed for snow construction applications. These contemporary applications demonstrate the continuing relevance of traditional knowledge to modern survival challenges. The mystery of snow as shelter reminds us that survival knowledge is always more complex than it appears, always embedded in broader systems of understanding, always dependent on wisdom that goes beyond simple technical skill. When winter winds blow snow across landscapes where ancient shelters once stood, they carry the whisper of knowledge that once meant life or death, knowledge that connected people to their environment and to each other in ways our own survival systems rarely require. The contemporary relevance of traditional snow construction knowledge extends beyond historical interest to include practical applications in emergency preparedness, wilderness survival, and sustainable building practices that can inform modern approaches to environmental challenges. These contemporary applications require adapting traditional principles to modern contexts and constraints. The research methodologies capable of recovering unvalidating traditional snow construction knowledge include experimental archaeology, environmental reconstruction, and interdisciplinary approaches combining archaeological evidence with ethnographic documentation, environmental science, and materials engineering. These research approaches can fill gaps in our understanding while testing the effectiveness of reconstructed techniques. The preservation responsibilities contemporary society bears toward traditional knowledge include documentation efforts, educational programs, and practical application opportunities that maintain knowledge systems for future generations while respecting the cultural context giving them meaning. These preservation efforts require long-lasting commitment and community involvement beyond academic research. The wisdom legacy of traditional snow construction includes not just technical knowledge, but philosophical perspectives about the human relationship with challenging environments, social organization principles supporting survival under extreme conditions, and spiritual understandings providing meaning and resilience during difficult times. This wisdom legacy provides insights for contemporary challenges requiring human adaptation and cooperation under stressful conditions. When snow continues to fall and accumulate across northern landscapes where these ancient techniques were practiced, it carries the continuing possibility of rediscovery, the ongoing invitation to understand how human ingenuity can transform the most threatening aspects of our environment into the foundation of our survival. The paradox of snow tailoring protector, obstacle and opportunity remains as relevant to our ancestors who learned to build homes from winter's own weapons as it does to us today, creating shelters and warmth from forces that sought to destroy them. The eternal cycle of snow falling, accumulating, melting continues to offer opportunities to those willing to learn to read its lessons, understand its dual nature, and discover within its crystalline structure the challenges and solutions defining the eternal human struggle for survival in a world simultaneously hostile and generous, deadly and life minus giving, alien and intimately familiar. In this continuing cycle, ancient knowledge whispers its invitations to those with eyes to see, with hands flown to learn the patient art of transforming winter's weapons into winter shields. As darkness deepens, let us explore one final contrast: the delicate balance between authority and vulnerability when the storm renders all humans equal. At the heart of a winter camp, families huddled in their simple bark and hide shelters, there often stood structures speaking of different possibilities. Larger lodges, more elaborate constructions, dwellings accommodating not just single families, but serving as gathering places for ceremony, council, and the complex social activities that bound community together even in the harshest season. These were the dwellings of chiefs, medicine people, respected elders, structures reflecting status and responsibility in ways that went far beyond mere comfort. Yet they also reveal something profound about the nature of privilege in societies where survival depends on cooperation, where individual well-being is inseparable from community welfare, where even the most powerful leaders remain subject to winter's ultimate authority. Imagine yourself there, understanding that even the grandest shelter remains a fragile barrier between human life and the endless cold. The council lodge in a traditional winter camp might be twice the size of a family dwelling, its framework built from the straightest poles, its covering made from the finest hides available to the community. Its central fire pit was larger, designed to warm a gathering of 20 or 30 people. Its smoke hole at the peak was more sophisticated, incorporating adjustable flaps that allowed airflow regulation with greater precision. and simple structures come in it, but scale and complexity brought their own vulnerabilities. Larger structures required more fuel to heat effectively, placing greater demands on the communities with supply. More complex construction meant more potential points of failure when storms tested every joint and seam. Greater height created larger targets for wind, requiring stronger frameworks and more secure anchoring systems. The chief or medicine person, occupying such a lodge during winter months, bore responsibilities far beyond personal comfort. These structures served as community centers where decisions affecting everyone's survival were made, where disputes were resolved, or rituals maintaining the spiritual and social bonds essential to group survival were conducted. A leader's dwelling had to accommodate not just their own family, but the needs of the entire community. Elsewhere, another life is unfolding, shaped by the weight of responsibility that makes personal comfort secondary to collective well-being. Imagine yourself as a respected elder, sitting in the warmest place in the largest lodge of a winter camp, wrapped in the finest fur robes available, surrounded by the material symbols of your status and authority. Even as you enjoy these privileges, you carry knowledge that weighs heavily in the cold darkness. You know how many days food remain in community stores, which families struggle most severely, how long the current wood supply will last if the storm continues. Your comfort is conditional, dependent on the welfare of people whose own comfort is far more precarious. If community food supplies run short, you will be expected to first share from your stores. If firewood becomes scarce, your lodge will grow cold before family shelters do. If difficult decisions about rationing or resource allocation must be made, you will bear the responsibility for choices that could determine who lives and who dies. The privileges of leadership in winter camp were often more burden than benefit. While chief men had access to better furs and more elaborate shelter, they also had less personal privacy, as time for rest, greater exposure to the community's problems and conflicts. Their dwelling served not as a private retreat, but as a public space where people brought their concerns, their disputes, their requests for help during the most stressful period of the year. The material advantages marking high status decorative clothing, carved implements, ornate weapons became less meaningful during extended winter confinement, when everyone was wrapped in whatever furs would provide the most warmth, when tools were chosen for function rather than appearance, and survival took precedence over ceremony. The visual markers of social distinction diminished in importance. A silent struggle, repeated day after day, recognizing that authority must be continually earned through service, not merely claimed through position. The construction of a leader's lodge required community labor and community resources in ways that both demonstrated untested social bonds. The straightest poles, the best hides, the most skilled workers were devoted to creating structures that served collective needs. But this investment represented significant sacrifice from families who could have used those same resources for their own shelters. This sacrifice was justified by the understanding that community leaders needed adequate facilities to perform their essential functions, but it also created expectations that a leader would use their privileges appropriately. A larger lodge came with the implicit obligation to use it for community benefit rather than personal aggrandizement. Women married to leaders or holding authority themselves faced particular challenges during winter months. They often served as informal counselors to other women in the community, helping resolve domestic conflicts that could become serious threats to group harmony when families were forced into close contact for extended periods. Their homes became refuges for women and children facing family difficulties, places where private problems could be addressed before they became community crises. The children of leaders grew up with unique perspectives on winter survival. They witnessed the decision-making processes that affected entire communities, learning to understand the complex calculations involved in resource management and group coordination. But they also experienced the constant pressure of being observed and judged, experienced having their behavior reflect on their family's reputation, experienced being expected to set examples for other young people, even when they themselves were struggling with the challenges of winter confinement. Imagine yourself there, learning that privilege is not exemption from hardship, but responsibility to help others endure hardship. The spiritual dimension of leadership became especially important during winter months, when communities were cut off from outside contact and dependent entirely on their own resources to maintain morale and hope. Then people and spiritual leaders conducted rituals that helped community members cope with the psychological pressures of confinement, fears about food supplies, tensions generated by prolonged close contact with the same peoples. These rituals often took place in the larger lodges that could accommodate community gatherings. Sacred fires burned brighter and longer than those in family shelters, requiring additional fuel but providing spiritual as well as physical warmth. The smoke from these fires was believed to carry prayers and offerings to the spirit world, creating connection between the isolated winter community and the larger cosmic forces governing their survival. The responsibility for maintaining these spiritual connections was not taken lightly. Spiritual leaders understood that community morale could be as crucial for survival as adequate food supplies or sturdy shelters. Their personal comfort was sacrificed to ensure they remained available for consultation and guidance whenever community members needed spiritual support regardless of the hour or the weather conditions. During winter months, the larger lodges also served as repositories of community memory, where elders gathered to share stories, recite genealogies, preserve historical accounts and traditional knowledge that might otherwise be lost. These activities required space for audiences and comfortable conditions for extended storytelling sessions. The investment in larger, more comfortable structures was partly an investment in cultural continuity. Elsewhere, another life is unfolding, and the recognition that some forms of wealth can only be preserved by sharing them. Yet winter has a way of stripping away artificial distinctions and revealing fundamental equalities. When blizzards rage relentlessly for days, when food reserves grow critically low, when wood supplies dwindle toward exhaustion, even the largest lodge can become desperately cold. Even the most powerful leader can face the same fears and vulnerabilities as the most humble community member. Archaeological evidence from winter campsites suggests that under extreme conditions, boundaries between different social strata often broke down entirely. Artifact distributions indicate people freely moved between structures, sharing resources and labor without regard to normal social hierarchies. The group's survival took precedence over the maintenance of individual status distinctions. These crisis periods revealed both the strength and the limitations of traditional leadership structures. Leaders whose authority was based primarily on inherited status or ceremonial position, I find their influence diminished when practical survival skills became more important than formal rank. Conversely, individuals possessing crucial knowledge about hunting, construction, or resource management might find their status elevated regardless of their traditional social position. The structures themselves reflected these dynamics. During normal times, the size and elaboration of dwellings clearly marked social distinctions within winter camps. But when storms threatened to destroy all shelters equally, when survival required maximum cooperation and resource sharing, these distinctions became less relevant than the practical question of which structures could best serve community needs. A silent struggle, repeated day after day, the challenge of maintaining social order in an environment that recognizes no social boundaries. Food distribution during winter months provides particularly clear examples of how privilege operated under survival conditions. Leaders typically had access to better food stores, more meat, higher quality preserved foods, greater variety in their diets. But these advantages came with expectations that they would share when others were in need, that their reserves would serve as community reserves in emergencies. Actually managing these expectations required considerable skill and judgment. Leaders had to maintain adequate supplies for their own families while remaining available to assist others in crisis. They had to balance individual needs against community welfare, immediate demands against long-term sustainability. These decisions were made under intense scrutiny, community members carefully watching to ensure resources were being used fairly and effectively. Hunting facilities in a leader's lodge were typically more elaborate than those in family shelters, equipped with larger pots, more sophisticated utensils, and arrangements that could accommodate food preparation for community gatherings. But these facilities also required more fuel, more labor, and more resources to operate effectively. The apparent luxury of better cooking equipment came with the obligation to use it for community benefit rather than personal indulgence. The psychological pressure on leaders during extended winter isolation could become overwhelming. They were expected to remain optimistic and confident, even when privately worried about community survival, to make difficult decisions without showing uncertainty, to resolve conflicts while managing their own stress and fatigue. The larger lodge marking their status also made them targets for community frustration when conditions became desperate. Nudging yourself there. Understanding that the heaviest burden of leadership is not material responsibility, but emotional weight. The relationship between leaders and their community during winter months was constantly negotiated through both formal and informal interactions. Councils in the larger lodges provided opportunities for community input on major decisions, but much of the real communication happened through casual conversations, through shared labor, through the countless small interactions that occurred when people lived in close proximity for extended periods. Leaders who maintained their authority during winter months were typically those who demonstrated genuine care for community welfare, willingly shared their advantages, remained accessible and responsive to individual needs, even while dealing with larger responsibilities. Those who attempted to use their position for personal benefit at the expense of community welfare often found their influence diminishing as practical survival needs took precedence over traditional respect for authority. Children and leaders' families learned these lessons in direct observation during the most stressful periods of the year. They saw their parents' apparent privileges were actually responsibilities, that the larger lodge they lived in was actually community property, that their families better food and warmer clothing came with obligations to assist others who had less. These lessons shaped their understanding of leadership as service rather than domination. The seasonal cycle of leadership reflected these dynamics. During summer months where resources were abundant and communities mobile, social distinctions could be maintained through ceremonial displays and material accumulations. But winter stripped away these superficial markers, revealing which leaders possessed the practical skills, emotional strength, and community commitment necessary for survival-based leadership. Elsewhere, another life is unfolding, and the recognition that true authority comes not from power over others, but from willingness to serve their needs. The architectural features of leaders' lodges reflected their dual nature as both private residences and public facilities. Interior arrangements had to accommodate family privacy, while remaining suitable for community gatherings. Storage areas needed to hold both personal belongings and community resources. Sleeping arrangements had to provide comfort for the leader's family, while ensuring visitors and temporary residents could be accommodated when necessary. These design challenges required deep understanding of how space could be organized to simultaneously serve multiple functions. Traditional builders developed innovative solutions, movable partitions that could create privacy when needed but be removed for large gatherings, multi-level storage systems that maximize capacity while maintaining accessibility, ventilation arrangements that could handle variable occupancy levels without compromising air quality. The heating systems in larger lodges were particularly complex, requiring careful engineering to ensure the entire space could be effectively heated without wasting fuel. To multiple fire pits, strategic placement of heat-reflecting surfaces, and sophisticated smoke management systems were all necessary to make large structures habitable during severe cold spells. This complexity made these lodges more susceptible to heating system failures that could quickly make them uninhabitable. The maintenance of leaders' lodges during winter months required constant attention from multiple community members. Larger surface area and more complex construction meant more opportunities for storm damage, more places where insulation might fail, more systems needing regular adjustment and repair. This maintenance work was typically shared among community members as part of their obligation to support leadership infrastructure, but it also created additional labor demands during the season when energy was most precious. A silent struggle, repeated day after day, recognizing that apparent privilege often conceals deeper forms of vulnerability and responsibility. When winter storms reached peak intensity, the difference between the grandest lodge and the humblest shelter became almost meaningless. Wind that could collapse elaborate frameworks showed no respect for the status of its occupants. Killed that penetrated the finest heights affected leaders and followers equally. Hunger from depleted food stores created the same physical suffering regardless of social position. These moments of extreme difficulty often produce the most profound demonstrations of community solidarity. Archaeological evidence suggests that during the worst storms, normal dwelling patterns were often abandoned entirely, people crowding into whatever structures offered the best protection. Leaders opened their lodges to accommodate as many people as possible, sacrificing privacy and comfort to ensure everyone had access to the warmest available shelter. The stories told around winter fires during these crisis periods often emphasized themes of equality and mutual dependence rather than hierarchy and individual achievement. Traditional narratives celebrating great leaders were balanced with stories showing how survival ultimately depended on cooperation, how individual greatness meant nothing without community support, how the most powerful people were also the most dependent on others' loyalty and assistance. These cultural messages helped communities maintain unity during periods where stress and scarcity could easily lead to fragmentation and conflict. They reminded people that their leaders were also vulnerable humans facing the same fundamental challenges, that survival required everyone's contribution regardless of their formal status, that winter's ultimate lesson was about interdependence rather than independence. And imagine yourself there, learning that winter's greatest teaching is about the illusion of separation between leaders and followers, between privilege and vulnerability. As the longest nights gradually begin to shorten, as the most violent storms begin to show signs of abating, the winter camps that have served as refuges for months will eventually dissolve back into the mobile patterns of warmer seasons. The larger lodges that served as community centers will be abandoned along with family shelters, their materials reclaimed for other uses or simply left to decay naturally. That the lessons learned during winter confinement about leadership and service, privilege and responsibility, the fragile nature of all human distinctions when faced with natural forces, will carry forward into the mobile seasons. Leaders who proved themselves during winter crises would find their authority strengthened. Those who failed the tests of winter leadership would discover communities have long memories for both generosity and selfishness displayed during times of desperate need. The architectural knowledge used to build elaborate weir lodges would be preserved and refined, passed down to future generations who would face their own winters and their own challenges in balancing individual welfare with community survival. The techniques for creating spaces that could serve both private and public needs, accommodate both ceremony and crisis, would remain part of the cultural toolkit available for future survival challenges. The social lessons were equally important and equally enduring. The understanding that privilege comes with responsibility, that leadership means service not domination, that apparent advantages often conceal deeper vulnerabilities. These insights would influence how communities organized themselves during both easy and difficult times, how they chose leaders, and how they defined their expectations for those leaders' behavior. Elsewhere, another life is unfolding in the eternal cycle of seasons that strip away illusions and reveal fundamental truths about human nature and human community. As we prepare to leave these winter camps, these lodges grand and humble, these communities that found ways to endure together through the harshest conditions their environment could produce, we take with us a deeper understanding of how human societies actually function when stripped of their superficial complexities. Winter reveals that the most successful communities are those that balance individual needs with collective well-being, that support leadership while holding leaders accountable, that maintain social order while remaining flexible enough to adapt to changing circumstances. The storms that tested these communities also strengthened them, creating bonds forged in shared hardship that would endure long after the specific challenges that created them had passed. The lodges that served as symbols during winter months were ultimately symbols of something deeper, the human capacity to create beauty and meaning, even under the most difficult conditions. The understanding that survival requires not just individual strength but collective wisdom, the recognition that true wealth lies not in what we possess, but in what we are willing to share with others when they need our help. As our quiet journey through historical winter camps draws toward its close, the storm has now passed, in our story and in our thoughts, leaving the profound silence that follows great struggle. In this deep, quiet moment, We can almost hear the soft sounds of ancient communities stirring back to life, the soft scraping of snow being cleared from shelter and trunces, the tearful steps of people emerging into pale sunlight after months of confinement, the quiet conversations of survivors sharing their relief and making plans for seasons to come. Have we learned from these people who made homes from earth and wooden to hide, who transformed the snow that threatened them into walls of protection, who found ways to maintain humanity and hope under conditions that tested every assumption about what human life could endure? We have learned that survival is rarely about dramatic heroism, but about the patient repetition of small acts of care, tending the fire, sharing food, mending the shelter, comforting children, keeping faith that difficult times will eventually pass. We have learned that the strongest communities are those that balance individual needs with collective well-being, and support leaders while holding them accountable for serving rather than ruling. Imagine yourself there one last time, understanding that their quiet strength flows forward through time to touch our own lives. Perhaps most importantly, we have learned that comfort and hardship are not simple opposites, but different teachers about what it means to be human, offering different lessons. The people in our story found meaning and beauty even in scarcity, creating art and ritual and community bonds that enrich their lives beyond mere survival. Tonight, as you rest in your own warm shelter, as you drift towards sleep protected by walls that require no daily repair, aided by systems that need no constant tending, supplied by networks that stretch far beyond your immediate community, you can take quiet satisfaction in touching something essential about human resilience. The winter camps are empty now, their fires long cold, their stories preserved only in the whispers of wind across the places where they once stood, but the lessons they offer remain as relevant as ever. Lessons about cooperation and sacrifice, about finding strength in community, about the profound human capacity to create warmth and meaning even in the coldest, darkest times.
When winter settles deep into the bone, what sound does it make? It is the subtle crackle of ice crystals growing beneath the eaves, the distant groan of frozen earth splitting open in the deep of night, the winds howl through the taiga like a dull blade scraping against bone. When your life depends on keeping a single flame alive through months of darkness, what rhythm does survival follow? It is a cadence more primal than a heartbeat, more focused than breath, the interval between each added stick of wood, the force of each puff on the tinder, each adding or subtracting weight on the scales of life and death. You wake in absolute darkness, a darkness so thick it feels like a physical weight upon your closed eyelids. The air inside is still and frigid. Each breath becomes visible white mist, slowly dissipating into the blackness above. Your body aches from a curled sleeping posture. You lie on your side on a bed of dried grass, covered by a rough wool blanket that smells of wood smoke and unwashed human. The cold has crept in during the night as it always does, slipping through the cracks in the log walls, past the layers of bark and moss packed into the fissures, disregarding all your defences, reaching straight for the marrow. You lie still for a moment, listening outside. The wind moves through the taiga, a sound like distant breathing, steady, patient, utterly indifferent to human suffering. Inside, you hear the gentle snore of your sleeping father, the restless shifting of your sister beneath her covers, and beneath it all, the sound you've waited for all night, a faint, almost imperceptible crackle from the hearth. The fire is still alive. Relief washes through you like hot tea, brief and warming, though you have not yet left your bed, but you must act now. One must always act immediately, for a fire alive at dawn can die by noon if untended, and a fire that dies in winter is a death sentence you cannot afford. You push yourself up to sit, and now the cold attacks in full, striking every inch of skin as the blanket slips away. Your breathing becomes quick, shallow. You fumble in the dark for your rough wool coat hanging from a wooden peg in the mud wall. The garment is stiff with cold and old sweat, scraping your skin as you pull it over your linen shirt. Your feet touch the floor. Packed earth, hard as stone, exuding a chill that feels as if it comes from the very centre of the world. You have learned not to stand in one place too long, to keep moving always, for in winter, stillness is a series of small deaths repeated until they coalesce into the real end. The hearth squats in the centre of your dwelling like a patient beast. In the dark you can see only the faintest glow, a single dull orange ember half buried in ash, only slightly brighter than the surrounding blackness. You kneel before it, knees pressing against the cold ground, and stretch out hands already stiff from the chill, though you've just left the bed's slight warmth. The ash feels still warm to the touch, a good sign. With a smooth wooden stick worn by the daily ritual, you gently scrape aside the ash, revealing the ember beneath, a piece of charcoal the size of a child's fist, glowing with stubborn persistence, a near miracle of endurance. You have prepared for this moment. Last night before sleep, you placed 3 strips of birch bark and a small bundle of the finest kindling beside the hearth. Dry pine twigs no thicker than a finger, collected in the fleeting summer and treasured like gold all through autumn. Now you take a strip of bark, tilt it carefully near the ember, wait for the moment when the heat is sufficient. For long seconds nothing happens. Your hands begin to tremble, whether from cold or from fear that the ember might not be strong enough, you cannot tell. Then, with a suddenness that never fails to gratify, a thin wisp of smoke rises from the bark, followed by a tiny flame the size of a petal, but it is alive, dancing, hungry. You feed it gently, adding bark, then the thinnest twigs, building the fire with a patience honed by countless frozen mornings. The flame grows, spreading from one twig to the next, and with each small victory of heat over cold, the darkness inside your dwelling recedes a little. The firelight dances on the low ceiling, just high enough to clear your father's head when he stands, revealing the smoke-blackened logs, the bundles of dried herbs hanging from pegs, the few possessions your family owns arranged along the mud walls. When the flame is the size of your cupped hands, you begin to add larger pieces, wrist-thick branches, then split sections of log. Each piece is considered carefully, for wood is not infinite. For every log you burn today, there is one fewer available tomorrow, the day after that, against the endless white road of winter days stretching ahead. Your father is up now, coughing softly as he always does, a cold that settled in his chest with the coming of winter. He moves silently to the hearth, and together you build the fire to its daytime strength. It is not a roaring blaze, wood is too precious for that, but a carefully regulated burn, enough to drive the worst of the cold from the dwelling, yet frugal enough to sustain through the morning without exhausting all reserves. As the fire grows, so does the smoke your dwelling, a semi-subterranean asterisk, Zemlyanka asterisk, built of logs and packed earth, has a smoke hole in the roof, but ventilation is poor. Much of the smoke lingers inside, drifting lazily along the ceiling, filling your mouth and nose with its bitter taste. You have lived with this smoke for so long you hardly notice it anymore, though visitors from beyond the taiga, entering such a dwelling for the first time, often cough and weep. The firelight reveals your world more fully. The asterisk, Zemlyanka asterisk, is small, perhaps 4 paces from door to back wall, 5 paces wide, with a ceiling so low your father must stoop to move from one side to the other. The walls are horizontal logs, the gaps chinked with clay mixed with straw and animal dung, then stuffed with moss gathered in damp places on the forest floor in autumn. The floor is simple packed earth, hardened by years of use, sloping slightly toward the central hearth. There are no windows. Windows in winter are an invitation to death, a place for cold to enter with near malicious eagerness. There is only the door, a crude log frame covered with layers of bark and hides, hanging on creaking leather hinges. Even this is not enough. On the coldest days, you hang a blanket behind it, creating a small airlock space to blunt the fiercest winds before they can enter the main room. Your mother and sister are stirring now, and the dwelling fills with the sounds of waking. Soft coughs, rustling fabric, the scrape of a wooden spoon against a wooden bowl as someone begins preparing breakfast. It will be simple. A gruel of barley or oats boiled in water. Your father brings each day from a hole chopped in the ice of the nearby stream, with a pinch of salt if you're lucky, and a slice of hard black bread grown stale with age. But there is work before breakfast. There is always work, and in winter nearly all of it revolves around fire and fuel. Your father stands layering himself. Wool coat, sheepskin coat with wool inward, rabbit fur hat tied under his chin, covering his ears. He pulls on dogskin mittens and picks up the axe leaning by the door. You dress similarly, though your coat is smaller, many times mended, and each winter you wonder if it will last another year. Together you push open the door, and the waiting cold rushes in like a breached dam. It is a cold that is almost tangible, almost alive, wrapping itself around you, seeking every gap in your clothing, every inch of exposed skin. Your eyes water immediately, tears freezing on your cheeks before they can fall. The world outside is white, grey, and silent snow covers everything. The path to the stream, the woodpile, the other dwellings scattered within the settlement. In places knee-deep the sky is the colour of dirty wool. The sun, if it has risen, is a pale smear behind clouds, offering light but no warmth, visibility but no comfort. The trees of the taiga loom around the settlement like silent witnesses. Pines, birches, larches, their branches bowed under snow, their trunks black against the white ground. In summer, this forest is full of sounds, birdsong, the chatter of squirrels, the rustle of wind through leaves. In winter, it is a place of profound quiet, broken only occasionally by the crack of a tree freezing or the distant howl of wolves following the scent of human habitation. You and your father walk toward the woodpile, boots crunching in the snow. Each step is an effort. The snow is deep, the cold makes your legs stiff and awkward. The woodpile is covered with bark slabs weighted down by logs, an attempt to keep the fuel dry, though some snow always sifts beneath. You pull aside the coverings and survey the pile with the calculating, measuring, worrying gaze you have learned to use. The pile is lower than you would like. It is always lower than you would like, because no matter how much wood you gathered in autumn, no matter how carefully you ration through winter, it never seems enough. Every log you remove today makes tomorrow more uncertain. Your father selects a few, not the best, driest pieces, for those must be saved for colder days ahead, but good enough, dry enough to burn without too much smoke. He hands them to you, and you stack them in the crook of your arm, feeling the weight, feeling the wood's cold even through your mittens. 3 pieces, 4. 5. Your arms are full now, and you turn to head back to the dwelling, moving carefully, because to fall in snow this deep could mean wet clothes, and wet clothes in this cold are another kind of death sentence. But your father does not follow. He has the axe now, and is heading toward the forest edge, where fallen wood lies buried beneath the snow. You watch him for a moment, his hunched figure, the way he moves with the careful economy of a man who knows each motion consumes energy that comes from food, and food is scarce in winter. Then you turn, carrying your wood back to the dwelling inside. The fire is strong enough now that the air near the hearth is almost warm. You stack the wood beside it, arranging the pieces so they can dry as much as possible before being fed to the flames. Your mother is heating water now, a pot hanging from a hook over the fire, and the smell of cooking grain begins to fill the dwelling, a thin, almost flavourless scent that makes your stomach clench with hunger. You sit by the fire for a moment, holding your hands out to the heat, feeling the blood return to your fingers with an almost painful tingling. The fire has its beauty, the flickering orange-yellow, the dance of the flames, the play of light on the smoke-blackened walls. You have learned to love the fire with a devotion that goes beyond pure utility. Fire is life. Fire is survival. Fire is the slender thread between existence and the frozen dark outside. Your sister sits beside you, her small hands also reaching for warmth. She's 10, thin and quiet, her face marked by an old burn scar from 2 winters ago when she fell too close to the hearth. Such accidents are common. Everyone in the settlement bears the marks of fire. Missing fingernails, scarred skin, fingers twisted from burns that heal badly. Fire gives life, but fire also takes. You must always respect it, always watch it, always balance between too little heat and too much danger.
Cold, and the endless attention to fire. The days pass in such monotonous rhythm, one blending into the next without clear boundaries. Week, tend fire, gather fuel, eat, tend fire, perform whatever work winter allows, mending tools, patching clothes, twisting rope from scraps of fiber. The light outside never brightens, never lasts. By 3 in the afternoon, the already dim daylight begins to fade. By evening, darkness has returned, complete and absolute. You spend hours searching for fuel. The settlement is surrounded by forest, but not all wood is equal. Fire burns hot but fast, consuming itself in bright flames, leaving you staring at ashes, wondering what was gained. Birch is better, steadier, longer minus lasting, its white bark catching even when damp. Larch is best dense and slow minus burning, but harder to find, harder to cut, from to drag through snow. You learn to read the winter forest. You learn to identify which trees are dead but still standing, the wood dry, perfect for fuel. You learn where fallen wood collects in gullies and ravines. You learn to judge the age of a fallen tree by its color, its weight, its smell. Old wood is dry but often rotten, crumbling to powder when split. New wood is heavy with moisture, smoking terribly when burned. You are always looking for wood dead long enough to be dry, but not so long that it is rotted. The work of gathering fuel never ends. Every morning you wake, the woodpile is a little lower than the night before. Every night you hope what you gathered during the day will replenish what was burned. The math of winter survival is simple and brutal. If you burn more than you gather, you eventually freeze. If you gather more than you burn, you survive. That gathering enough fuel is a task that consumes every hour of daylight, requiring strength that hunger and cold constantly try to steal. But cold itself is a presence you can never ignore. It is not merely the absence of heat, but something more active, more aggressive. The cold finds way through your clothing no matter how many layers you wear. It numbs your fingers inside your mittens until you can barely hold the axe. When you breathe through your nose, it freezes the moisture in your nostrils, forcing you to breathe through your mouth, and then the frigid air fills your mouth, making your throat ache. Your clothing is never warm enough. The wool, hides, and furs that seemed sufficient in autumn prove inadequate when true winter arrives. The coat cuffs are always damp from contact with snow, and dampness in the fabric means a deeper penetration of cold than if it were dry. Your boots are stuffed with straw for insulation, but within an hour your toes are numb. You learn to heed the warning signs of frostbite, loss of feeling, the waxy appearance of skin, the wooden sensation when you try to move the affected finger. Everyone in the settlement knows someone who lost toes to frostbite, someone who lost fingers. Some winters people lose more a foot, a hand, a life. These losses are spoken of in the low, manner minus of minus fact tone used for discussing inevitabilities, but the fear of them lies in everyone who steps out into the cold. Inside the dwelling, life is only marginally more comfortable. The fire keeps the air and ear the hearth tolerable, but the edges of the dwelling remain cold. The walls exude chill. The floor beneath your feet is hard and dicey. Condensation forms on the coldest surfaces and freezes, producing frost inside your home. Sleep is restless, the body curled tight, seeking a warmth that is only slightly out of reach. The smoke is a constant irritant. The dwelling's chimney, if it can be called that, is just a hole in the roof, roughly covered with a lid meant to let smoke escape while trying to keep out rain and snow. The system works brutally. Smoke collects along the ceiling, thick and acrid, And on days when the wind blows from certain directions, it is forced back down into the dwelling, filling the space with choking clouds that make your eyes water and throat burn. You have grown accustomed to the smoke, as people grow accustomed to any constant discomfort. Your clothes always smell of it. Your hair, your skin, everything you own carries the scent of wood smoke. When you close your eyes to sleep, you can still smell it. Sometimes you wonder if you will ever be truly clean again, if there will ever be a moment when every breath you take is free of that scent. Water, if another burden winter imposes. In summer, water is abundant. The stream runs clear and cold, easy to dip a bucket into. In winter, the stream freezes solid, and water must be one. Every morning, your father takes the iron rod, one of the few metal tools your family owns, to the stream. At the spot he has marked, he pounds the rod down to the ice, chipping, breaking, widening the hole that froze overnight. The work takes time and strength, and when he finally breaks through, he must reach into water so cold it feels like knives, quickly fill the bucket, and return before the hole begins to freeze again. The water must be carried carefully back to the dwelling, because water spilled on this journey is wasted water, and wasted water means another trip to the stream, another breaking of ice, another expenditure of precious energy. Inside, the water is placed near the fire to thaw and warm slightly, for drinking ice water in winter is an invitation to illness, and illness in winter is often fatal. You ration water as carefully as you ration wood. Washing is minimal, a wipe of face and hands with a damp cloth every few days. A full body washing happens only when absolutely necessary. The luxury of cleanliness belongs to summer. In winter, you learn to live with your own smell, the smell of others, the accumulated odor of bodies not properly washed for weeks. Your clothing is worn in layers, never fully removed. At night you might shed your coat, but the inner layers stay on, providing insulation as you sleep. In the morning, you add the outer layers again, starting the new day wearing yesterday's sweat, yesterday's grime, yesterday's lingering chill. The fabric stiffens with accumulated dirt and body oils, chafing skin at friction points, wrists, neck, the small of the back, creating raw spots that never truly heal because there is no surplus of heat for healing, no excess nutrition for repairing something as trivial as damaged skin. The food you eat provides just enough energy for the work winter demands. A family stores grain, dried peas, a little salt, perhaps some dried fish or meat if the autumn hunt, where well must last until spring, and spring is months away. He would eat 2 meals a day, sometimes 3 if stores allow, but the portions are never enough to fill you. You can sleep hungry, wake up hungry, hunger becoming the constant companion of cold. Together they steal your strength and warmth. Your hands tell the story of winter survival. They are cracked and rough, the skin split in places from constant cold and handling wood. These splits never heal, because there is no surplus heat for healing, no excess nutrition for repairing something as trivial as damaged skin. You learn to ignore the pain in your hands, as you learn to ignore the many small pains that accumulate into a vast ache that lives in your bones from the first snow to the last thaw. And night brings a different kind of struggle. The fire must be kept alive through the night, for you will wake to a dwelling as cold as the outdoors, with only the desperate hope of finding a live ember to rekindle the flame. That keeping a fire alive all night means waking periodically to add fuel, means interrupted sleep, means a fatigue that accumulates through the winter months. Your family takes turns keeping watch, each person responsible for a certain stretch. When it is your turn, you lie in the dark, listening to the fire, watching the glow, waiting for the moment when the flames have diminished enough that more wood must be added. You rise from your bed, shivering as the warm covers slip away, kneel before the hearth, and feed it carefully, trying not to add too much wood and waste it, trying not to add too little and risk the fire dying. The wind outside is your constant companion. You can hear it moving through the settlement, whistling through gaps in your dwelling, pressing against the walls with a force that sometimes seems determined to tear your shelter apart. On the worst nights, the wind screams through the taga, a sound like a living thing in torment, and the walls of the dwelling groan and creak, and you lie awake wondering if this will be the night the cold finally finds a way in. The settlement itself is a cluster of perhaps 20 dwellings scattered along the edge of a clearing hacked from the forest years ago. In summer, the settlement is almost pleasant. Vegetable gardens grow between homesteads. Children play, cook fires send smoke straight up into a peaceful sky. In winter, the settlement becomes a desperate cluster of survival. Each family turns inward to its own struggle. Contact with neighbors is minimal, because every trip outside means exposure to the cold. Every conversation in the frozen air means lost warmth. But you find neighbors occasionally nonetheless. You see old Mikhail, who lost 3 fingers to frostbite years ago and now wears gloves with the fingertips sewn shut. You see the widow Y. Evdokaya, whose husband died in a logging accident last autumn, who must now tend her own fire, gather her own wood, with only her young daughter to help. You see the 2 Archaeovi family, who have 5 children and never enough food. The younger children always having their other family's hearth, hoping for that food are melting and extra warmth. There are conflicts, small and petty, inevitable when people are cold, hungry, and afraid. Arguments over Wed, who took more than their share from the common area of fallen timber, who cut a living tree before the community decided it was necessary. And it's over fire whose smoke all has become too light, creating a draft that steals heat from neighboring dwellings with and burning greenwood that produces too much smoke. These arguments are conducted in low voices with a forced civility that barely masks desperation. No one in winter can afford to make an enemy, because you might need the neighbor tomorrow might need help breaking ice, or hauling an injured family member, or borrowing a cup of grain when your own stores run out. That neither can anyone afford generosity, because your own survival is always uncertain, always dependent on having just enough of everything to last until spring. The children of the settlement grow quiet in winter. In summer, often between dwellings, sighing, playing games. In winter they huddle by the fire, as large and thin faces, movements slow and careful, play reduced to quiet activities sorting stones, twisting straw into shapes, listening to the few stories the adults will tell. Some winter's children either fall through ice, or develop a fever that turns to pneumonia, or simply grow weaker and weaker, until one morning they do not wake. These deaths are mourned quietly, without ceremony, because there is no spare energy for elaborate grief. Your own sister sometimes coughs at night, a dry, rasping cough that worries your mother. But there is nothing to be done except hope, except keep her close to the fire, except give her an extra spoonful of porridge when stores allow. Medicine is a distant dream. Doctors are in cities hundreds of miles away, places you have never seen. So you simply wait, hoping her body will fight off whatever illness might try to take root. The repetition of days creates a kind of trance. Quake, firewood, water, food, fire, dark, sleep. Quake, fire, wood, water, food, fire, dark, sleep. Each day the same as the last, each day blurring into the next until you begin to lose your sense of time. 20 days since the first snow. 30? You cannot remember. Time in winter is not measured in days, but in wood consumed, in the slowed dwindling of your stores, in the gradual weakening of your own body. Sometimes you stand outside even when there is no work to do, just to feel something different. The cold burns your face. Your breath forms plumes of steam that drift away on the gray air. You look out over the white expanse of the clearing and the dark wall of forest beyond, and feel something that mixes despair with wonder. This is your life. This is the world you were born into. The world you will likely die in this cold. This struggle. This endless negotiation with fire and fuel and frost. There are brief, unexpected moments when something like beauty appears. The morning when the sun breaks through clouds and makes the snow glitter like scattered diamonds. An evening when the northern lights appear, green and purple curtains undulating across the sky as if from another world. A night when the full moon rises bright, turning the snow-covered landscape into something almost magical, almost unreal. These moments do not make the struggle easier. They do not warm your hands, fill your belly, add wood to your pile. But they remind you you are alive. You are witnessing something. This world, for all its hardship, its cold, its indifference, is still a world worth seeing. Your father sometimes speaks of the old country, the place her family came from before settling this frontier. He speaks of it as if it were warmer, easier, more comfortable, though you suspect he's remembering a past that was never quite as good as memory has shaped it. The reasons he left that place he does not discuss. For now your home is at the edge of the empire, in a place where winter rules most of the year and survival is the only ambition that matters. There are indigenous people who live in the taiga, who have been here for generations beyond counting. Sometimes you see them families moving through the forest, sleds pulled by reindeer, clothing made of reindeer hide and decorated with intricate beadwork. They seem more adapted to the cold than your people, more at home in this environment. They have winter survival techniques your family does not know, ways of building shelters, preserving food, traveling over snow that seem almost magically efficient. Your father trades with them occasionally, exchanging a few metal tools for dried meat or warm furs. As once, and even Kim Ann showed him how to lay heated stones beneath the floor of a dwelling, creating warmth that would radiate upward for hours after the fire died. Your father tried to implement the technique, but the stones he could find were not the right kind, and they cracked in the heat, and the project was abandoned. Still, the memory remains. There might be better ways to survive, if only you knew them. The fear of the fire going out is so constant it becomes part of your dreams. Each dream you wake to a cold hearth. You frantically sift through ashes, desperately searching for an ember, finding none. The cold rushes in, fills the dwelling, freezes you where you kneel. You wake from these dreams with your heart pounding, immediately checking the fire even if it is not your watch, even if you have hours up before you need to rise. The fire must live. Everything depends on it. As winter deepens, the cold intensifies. Temperatures drop to levels that seem impossible to survive. The air itself feels solid, resistant, as if you were trying to breathe stone. Exposed skin freezes in minutes. Cell tools become dangerous, impossible to touch with bare hands. The ice on the stream grows thicker each day, requiring more work to break through. The sun, when it appears, is a pale ghost of itself, barely rising above the horizon before beginning to set again. Daylight lasts only a few hours, and those hours are dim and gray, offering little warmth, little comfort. You live mostly in darkness, or near minus darkness. The only reliable light comes from the fire, and the fire's light is small and confined, pushing back the dark only within the walls of your dwelling. Sometimes you wonder what real warmth could feel like. Not just the absence of the worst cold, but real warmth. Eyeing like clothing, locking without heaviness, sleeping without curling tight, breaking without the immediate need to tend a fire. Summer is a memory so distant it feels like a story you were of rather than something you experienced. You cannot quite believe there will be another summer, cannot quite trust that this cold will end. But it will end. Spring will come eventually, though spring is still months away. The snow will melt, the ice will break, the world will thaw and grow green again. Their family will survive, or it will not. Many families will survive, some will not. This is the arithmetic of winter on the Siberian frontier, and everyone knows it, everyone accepts it, because there is no other choice. For now, there is only wood to gather, fire to tend, cold to endure. Only the slow passage of identical days, resources carefully rationed, the hope that what you have is enough. Only the rhythm of survival: wake, tend, gather, eat, tend, sleep, repeated endlessly through the long dark. As evening approaches, you kneel before the hearth again. Add 3 pieces of wood with careful precision. The flames rise around them, orange, yellow, alive, and you watch them for a moment. Feel their warmth on your face. Let yourself believe, just for this moment, that you will make it through another night, another day, another week of winter. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows on the earthen walls. Outside, The wind is picking up, the cold pressing closer, but inside for now, there is enough warmth to survive, and survival, in the end, is all winter asks of you. I stone memory the story of Ivan Petrovich. There was a man named Ivan Petrovich, born in the winter of 1782, coming into this world in a dwelling half-minus buried in permafrost on the banks of the Yenisei. He was born during a blizzard that lasted 3 days, his first breath taken of air thick with smoke and the sound of wind tearing at walls. His father was in exile for reasons lost to time, perhaps an unpaid debt, a pay crime, perhaps simply the bad luck of being in the wrong place when officials needed bodies to fill the empty spaces at the empire's eastern edge. His mother was the daughter of another exile, a woman who knew only frontier life, who had never seen a city or walked a paved street. They were not particularly important people. Their names recorded nowhere, their lives unremarkable except for the simple fact that they survived. The settlement itself hardly deserved the name. Some 20 dwellings scattered along a river bend, each partly dug into the earth for insulation, each forever shrouded in the smoke that hung in the still air of a winter morning like the visible manifestation of human presence. Ivan grew up in the way children do in such places, shaped slowly by cold, smoke, and the endless rhythm of gathering fuel. He learned to walk by staggering between hearth and wall. He learned to speak by listening to his parents' quiet voices through long winter nights. His earliest memories were of fire, the way it flickered and danced, the way it felt on his face, the way his father's hands moved as he fed it, thoughtful and careful, as if handling something both sacred and dangerous. The fire was never allowed to go completely out, not even in summer when its heat was stifling, because starting a new fire required precious effort and materials that could not be wasted. By the age of 5, Ivan could tend the fire. He could scrape ash, could judge whether an ember was strong enough to accept kindling, could arrange wood in the pattern his father had taught him, one that allowed airflow but did not waste fuel. These were the fundamental skills of a frontier childhood, more important than letters or numbers, more valuable than any lesson a distant schoolteacher might offer. A child who could not manage a fire by 6 was a burden rather than a help. And burdens on the frontier rarely lived to adulthood. His father taught him the language of wood. Pine speaks fast, his father would say. Burns bright and quick. A friend when you need immediate warmth, but a poor companion for a long night. Birch is steady and reliable, the backbone of winter. Larch is treasure, dense and slow, minus burning. When you find good larch, you treat it with respect, save it for the coldest days. Ed unlearned to read the forest alongside his father. They would walk together through the snow, the boy following the Nan's tracks, learning which trees were dead, which were dying, which had fallen in storms and lay hidden beneath the light blanket. His father taught him to listen for the hollow sound of wood when apped with an axe handle, to smell the difference between the sweetness of rotten and the clean scent of good, seasoned wood, to judge by bark color and the texture of a tree's surface whether the wood inside would burn well or poorly. These walks were not leisure, they were survival training, education in the most literal sense. There were other lessons, taught not through words but through observation. Five unlearned that his father's hands were always damaged, cracked, bleeding in places, nails blackened from impact and cold. He learned that adults moved slowly in winter, conserving energy, that waste was the gravest sin a person could commit. He learned that fire was the center of everything, that a man who could not keep a fire alive would see his family die. When Ivan was 7, a brother was born, and for a brief time there were four in the family. But the baby sickened in its first winter, developing a cough that rattled in its tiny chest. Despite his mother's attempts to keep him warm, despite extra time by the fire, despite whispered prayers to saints whose names were confused with older, half-minus forgotten beliefs, the infant died before its first birthday. They buried him in the snow because the ground was too frozen to dig, marking the spot with stones. In spring, when the snow melted, they would bury him properly. But spring seemed impossibly distant, and when it came, other concerns took priority, and the boy's grave was never properly completed. This death shaped something in Ivan. He began to watch the fire with an intensity that went beyond normal attention. He would sit for long periods staring into the flames, his young face serious, his eyes tracking the movement of heat and smoke. His mother worried he was not quite right, that his brother's death had damaged something in his mind. But his father understood differently. The boy was thinking. The boy was learning things on a level beyond the simple mechanics of survival. Ivan could chop wood with reasonable efficiency. His arms were thin but growing stronger. He learned to let the axe's weight do most of the work, to aim for the natural cracks in the wood, to strike with precision rather than force. He could go into the forest alone and return with fuel. Had judged distance and time, could read the sky well enough to know what a storm was approaching. It was time for him to begin returning to the settlement on his own. The winter forest was not a place of peace or beauty. It was a resource to be harvested, a treasure trove of fuel that meant the difference between warmth and death. He also began to pay attention to the indigenous people who occasionally passed through the area. Even key families moved to the taiga with herds of reindeer, seeming to inhabit the cold in a way Russian settlers did not. Eden would watch them from a distance, noting how they layered their clothing, the materials they used, the patterns of their sewing. He watched how they made camp, how they constructed temporary shelters, how they managed fire in the open. His father traded with these people occasionally, exchanging a few metal needles or small knives for dried meat or furs, and Ivan would stand quietly during these exchanges listening, watching. Once, an even key elder noticed the boy's attention, smiled, a brief expression of understanding, said something in his own language that Ivan did not understand. But the tone was clear. The boy was alert, and alertness was the beginning of wisdom. The even key moved on as they always did, their sleds disappearing into the white vastness, and Ivan stood at the edge of the settlement, thinking about what he had seen. As Ivan entered adolescence, his body taking on the lean, hardened quality from two Leith imposed on everyone who survived, he began to experiment. He tried arranging wood in different patterns on the hearth, testing whether certain configurations burned longer or hotter. He experimented with the smoke hole, partly blocking it to see if he could keep more heat inside while still allowing enough smoke to escape. Some experiments failed. Some filled the dwelling with smoke, drawing his mother's anger, his father's quiet disapproval. But some worked, producing small improvements in warmth or fuel efficiency. When Ivan was 15, his father broke his leg in a logging accident. A tree fell wrong, pinning the older man to the frozen ground, and when they finally freed him, his leg was bent at an angle that turned Ivan's stomach. They splint at it as best they could. The leg healed, but it healed crooked, and afterwards his father walked with a pronounced limp, and the work of gathering fuel fell more heavily on Ivan's shoulders. The older man tried to continue helping, but his movements were slower now. His endurance diminished. He could no longer go as far into the deeper forest where the best fallen would lay. This shift in responsibility changed him. He was no longer an assistant, but the primary provider of fuel that kept his family alive. The weight of this knowledge settled into him, like cold settling into wood, profoundly altering his structure. He became more serious, more focused. He spent longer in the forest, searching for the best fallen timber, ranging farther from the settlement than was strictly safe, driven by the need to gather enough, always enough, never to face a morning with an empty wood pile. Some days he returned so tired he could barely eat before collapsing into sleep. His body understood what his mind could not yet articulate with full clarity. Survival was not a state, but a process, endless and demanding. During this time, Ivan began to notice patterns others seemed not to see. He noticed that certain dwellings in the settlement were warmer than others, and he began to investigate why. He observed the Nikitin family's dwelling, which, though built similarly to his own, somehow retained heat better. He spent time observing, asking questions, until he discovered that old Nikitin had lined the inside of his walls with an extra layer of bark, creating a small air gap that seemed to insulate the interior. Ivan experimented with this in his own dwelling, adding a bark lining to one wall as a test. The improvement was noticeable, but not dramatic. Still, It was something, and something was always better than nothing. He began to wonder what would happen if all the walls were so laid that the work was immense. The bark would have to be collected in summer when it peeled most easily, and summer was already filled with other urgent tasks. He also developed an interest in the stones scattered to the Tagasmooth River, stones, angular granite blocks, flat slabs that thrust from hillsides. He remembered the story his father had told him years before about even Key using heated stones to warm dwellings. His father's attempt had failed, the stones had shattered, but Ivan suspected this was because of the type of stone, not the technique itself. Not all stones were equal. He had learned this from watching which stones survived repeated heating in the hearth and which fractured. He began to collect stones, bringing them back to the farm, testing them. He would heat a stone in the fire until it was almost a hat to approach, then carefully remove it and watch what happened. Some stones cracked immediately, splitting with a sharp report, fragments flying dangerously. Some stones held heat briefly but cooled quickly. But some stones, smooth river stones of a certain size and shape, absorbed the heat and radiated it back slowly, remaining warm to the touch for hours. This discovery fascinated him. He began to imagine possibilities, a way to extend the warmth of the fire beyond the immediate circle of the hearth, a way to store heat that could be released slowly through the night, reducing the need to constantly feed the flames. In his mind, he could see heat moving through stone like water through earth, seeping, flowing, lasting. But experimentation took time, and time was a luxury winter never gave easily. Ivan had to balance his curiosity with the practical demands of survival. Wood still needed to be gathered, water still needed to be hauled, fire still needed constant attention. This experiment became something he pursued in stolen moments late at night, when others slept, early in the morning before the day's work began. When Ivan was 18, there came a winter the old people would speak of for years afterwards with awed fear. It was the winter of 1800, and it came early and unusually severe. Snow fell in October and did not stop. Temperatures dropped to levels that killed trees, froze the Yenisei so deep that even in the center of the strongest current, the ice was thick enough to support sledges. The settlement struggled. Wood supplies meant to last until January were exhausted in December. Families began to ration fuel desperately, burning as little as possible, huddling together to share warmth, letting dwellings grow cold between morning and afternoon. People began to die, the youngest and oldest first, as always, but then others. A man in his 30s fell through trying to reach us, and of dead trees on an island in the river. A woman fell asleep beside a dying fire and never woke. Ivan's family faced a same crisis as every other. They would pile shrank at an alarming rate. His father, despite his damaged leg, insisted on helping gather fuel, but the exertion left him breathless and weak. His mother grew thin and silent, her face gaunt with worry. They burned furniture at table, 2 stools, a wooden chest that had held grain. They burned fence posts, tool handles, anything that would burn. During this terrible winter, Ivan's mind returned to the heated stones. He knew they worked. He had proven it to experiment, but he had never tried to implement the technology on a scale that could make a real difference, never tried to integrate a store of heated stones into the actual fabric of their dwelling. The idea felt both obvious and impossible. Obvious because he had already seen the principle work on a small scale. Impossible because altering the basic structure of a dwelling in mid-90s seemed madness. He began to plan. At night, lying beside the carefully rationed fire, he sketched ideas in his mind, a pit lined with the right kind of stones beneath the floor of the dwelling, stones heated in the fire during the day, then placed in the pit and covered with earth, the heat radiating up to the floor, warming the dwelling from below. If it worked, it would mean burning less wood at night, longer intervals between feedings, a more stable temperature. The logic was sound, but logic and reality did not always align, especially in winter, and everything was harder. Every action required twice the effort for half the resources. The problem was implementation. Hiking in winter was nearly impossible. The earth was frozen solid, but There was a spot near the back wall of their dwelling where a stone had been partly excavated years before, and the floor was first leveled. The depression was shallow, but it might be enough for a small test. Ivan spoke to his father about the idea. His father listened with the patient expression of a man who had heard many desperate ideas, most of them impractical, but he did not dismiss it. The times were desperate, and desperate times made room for experimentation. If Ivan wanted to try, he could try. His mother said nothing, but her eyes held a mixture of hope and skepticism that Ivan understood perfectly. Hope because any possibility of improvement was worth grasping. Skepticism because life had taught her most plans failed. Ivan began to collect suitable stones, smooth river stones, each first tested in the fire to ensure it would not shatter. He dug the depression deeper, working in short bursts because the work was exhausting and he still had other duties. He carefully lined the pit, making sure the stones fit snugly, creating a bowl-like structure that could hold heat. The work took days, each session leaving him trembling with exhaustion, his hands so cold they ached even when he was near the fire. The first test came on a night when fuel supplies were particularly low. During the day, Ivan heated stones in the fire until they glowed faintly in the dwelling's dim light. Using wooden tongs his father had made, he carefully moved the stones from the hearth to the pit, packing them close together, then covering them with a layer of sand and earth he had kept near the fire to prevent freezing. The process was slow and dangerous. The stones were heavy enough to crush fingers if dropped, hot enough to cause serious burns if mishandled. At first, nothing seemed to happen. The stones were buried. The earth covered them. The dwelling felt no warmer. Ivan's mother looked at him, an expression that might have been pity or disappointment, and Ivan felt the weight of failure settle over him. He had spent days on this project, used fuel that could have warmed them directly to heat stones, exhausted himself for what seemed like nothing. But as the evening wore on, something changed. The floor near the pit began to feel warm underfoot, not hot, but distinctly warmer than the surrounding earth. His mother noticed at first, standing near the spot, then kneeling to place her hand on the ground. Her eyes widened slightly, and she looked at Ivan with something like surprise. His father came over, limping, stood on the warm spot, his weathered face showing the slightest of smiles. Through the night, the warmth persisted. That was not enough to heat the entire dwelling, but it created a zone of relative comfort, a place where the cold did not penetrate as deeply, where you could sit and lie down without feeling the frozen earth beneath. For importantly, it meant they could let the hearth fire burn lower at night, without the dwelling becoming intolerably cold. Ivan stayed awake most of that night, not from cold, but from a strange mixture of relief and excitement, his mind already racing ahead, thinking of refinements and improvements. Word of Ivan's experiments spread slowly through the settlement in the cautious way information moves among people to tired, to cold for enthusiastic gossip. At first, the reaction was skeptical. Stones in the ground, finicky work for questionable benefit. Fuel could be burned in the fire just as easily, with immediate results. But skepticism was a luxury, and as winter tightened its grip, luxuries disappeared. But as winter continued and fuel supplies dwindled further, desperation made people willing to try anything. The Nikitin family asked Ivan to show them how to build a similar pit. Then the Barovi family, then others. Ivan found himself moving from dwelling to dwelling, offering advice on pit location, stone selection, covering techniques. He was uncomfortable with this attention. He had always been quiet, more observer than leader, but the need was urgent, and he could not refuse. Some families did not have suitable stones, but some lacked the strength to dig even a shallow pit in frozen ground. That, for those who did implement the technique, the results were consistent, a modest but real extension of the fire's warmth, a reduction in the amount of fuels needed to maintain survivable temperatures. Each successful implementation felt like a small victory against winter, but victories were always temporary, and winter was patient. Ivan became known for this, but known is perhaps too strong. He did not become famous or celebrated, but people remembered him as the one who had shown the stone minus heating method. When they spoke of that terrible winter in later years, his name was sometimes mentioned, usually in passing, usually as part of a longer story, but mentioned. This recognition made him uneasy. He had done what he did out of necessity, and the idea that his family's survival technique might be seen as some kind of gift to others felt strange to him. Griven himself. The success of the technique awakened something deeper. He had solved a problem. He had observed, experimented, and created a solution that worked. This experience marked him in ways that were both satisfying and unsettling. He began to wonder what other improvements might be possible, what other techniques might lay hidden in the practices of indigenous peoples, or in combinations of methods no one had thought to try. The frontier was full of suffering, but perhaps some of that suffering was not inevitable. Perhaps some of it could be reduced through careful thought and patient work. As that hard winter finally relaxed its grip, as days gradually lengthened, as the worst of the cold began to ease, Ivan's family survived. They survived, thin and exhausted, fuel reserves completely gone, food reduced to the last scrapings from the grain barrel. But they survived. Many families in the settlement survived. Some did not. There was grim work in early spring dealing with those who had frozen, starved, or simply given up. In the years that followed, Ivan continued to refine his heating technique. He experimented with different configurations of stone pits, multiple pits in a single dwelling, ways to direct heat more efficiently. He learned to identify not just good heating stones, but the best heating stones, certain types of granite particularly good at absorbing heat, certain sizes and shapes that stored warmth most effectively. Each refinement was tiny, each improvement marginal, but margins accumulate over years into something significant. He also began to pay closer attention to smoke management. He noticed that certain dwellings, despite similar fires, were less smoky than others. Through careful observation, he realized the angle of the smoke hole mattered, that certain configurations created better airflow, drawing smoke up and out rather than letting it accumulate inside. Smoke was more than a nuisance. It damaged eyes, made breathing difficult, coated everything in a layer of sooty residue that made fabrics brittle. He experimented with his own smoke hole, adjusting its size, building a simple hood around it from scraps of bark and clay. The improvements were incremental, a little less smoke here, slightly better airflow there, but they accumulated into a noticeable difference. This dwelling was never completely free of smoke, but it was less oppressive than many others. His family's eyes watered less, throats burned less, clothing carried slightly less of the smoky smell. These small comforts mattered more than an outsider might understand. They meant less suffering, more energy for other tasks, a slightly higher quality of life in a place where quality was measured in minimal increments. When Ivan entered his 20s, he married Darya, the daughter of a settler family from a neighboring settlement. She was practical and strong, her hands as damaged as his own, her eyes holding the quiet endurance all frontier women possessed. They built their own dwelling, and in its construction, Ivan implemented every technique he had learned. The stone minus heating pit was larger, more carefully built. The smoke hole was precisely angled. The walls were double minus layered, with an air gap for insulation. The dwelling was not luxurious. No dwelling in the settlement could be called luxurious, but it was slightly warmer, slightly less smoky, slightly more efficient in its use of fuel. These small margins meant Ivan and Darya suffered slightly less than their neighbors, had slightly more energy to spare, worried slightly less about whether their fuel would last the winter. Children came, a daughter, then a son, then another daughter. Ivan taught them what his father had taught him, and he also taught them the extra things he had learned to experiment. His children grew up knowing how to choose heating stones, how to judge the angle of a smoke hole, how to layer walls for insulation. These techniques became part of their inheritance, more valuable than any material possession. As Ivan grew older, his back growing stiff, his hands increasingly twisted by what would later be called arthritis, he became someone younger settlers occasionally consulted. How should I build my hut? What stones should I use? Why is my dwelling so smoky? Ivan would offer advice quietly without shout, sometimes helping with construction if his body allowed, sometimes just explaining and leading the work to others. He never asked for payment. If knowledge was not something he sold, it belonged to the settlement, to the collective effort of survival. He never developed a formal system, never wrote his methods down in any organized way. Frontier made little use of written documents, and Ivan himself was barely literate, his education limited to a few seasons with a wandering priest who taught basic letters before moving on. But his knowledge lived on in the dwellings he helped to build, in the stone pits that slowly spread to the settlement, in the children who learned from him and carried his techniques forward. This was how knowledge moved on the frontier, not through books or formal instruction, but through demonstration and practice, absorbed into the body's memory, passed from hand to hand. Heaton's greatest innovation came late in his life. When he was in his 50s, he had been thinking about heat distribution the way the stone pit warmed upward, but did not spread heat horizontally very effectively. He wondered if there was a way to channel the heat so it moved to where it was needed, rather than simply dissipating in all directions. The problem occupied his mind for years, returning in quiet moments, bothering him with the persistence of an unresolved question. He experimented with clay channels, narrow tunnels shaped from clay and embedded in the floor, connecting the stone pit to other areas of the dwelling. Warm air from the stones would travel through these channels, emerging from vents he created in different locations. The technique was partly borrowed from something he had heard about rumors of heating systems in the distant architecture of China, though the details were vague, likely distorted through multiple retellings. He could not verify the accuracy of what he had heard, but the principle seemed reasonable enough to investigate. His first attempts failed. The channels collapsed, or they did not cut in properly, or they filled with condensation and froze, blocking the flow. But he persisted, adjusting angles, refining construction, learning through failure. Each failure taught him something: the minimum thickness clay needed to hold structural integrity, the optimal diameter for airflow, the importance of gentle slopes rather than sharp angles. Eventually he created a system that worked, crudely, imperfectly, but effectively. Warm air from his stone pit would travel through the clay channels and emerge near the sleeping area of his dwelling, distributing heat more evenly than simple radiation could. Few other families adopted this technique. It was too complex, too time-consuming to build, to prone to failure if not constructed precisely. Thought and Ivan's own dwelling, and made a noticeable difference. In his later years, he took a quiet pride in the fact that his home was one of the warmest in the settlement, despite his aging body's diminished ability to gather large amounts of fuel. The pride was not boastful. He rarely mentioned his innovations unless asked, but it was real. The satisfaction of having spent a lifetime solving an important problem. Ivan Petrovich died in the winter of 1854, at the age of 17-2. A remarkable age for a frontier settler, testament to some combination of luck, technique, and stubborn resilience. He died in his sleep beside the stone-heated floor he had created decades before, in a dwelling warmer than most, with his children and grandchildren nearby. His passing was quiet, fitting for a quiet man, and when they found him in the morning, his face held a peace those who knew him thought appropriate. He was buried in the settlement's small cemetery, his grave marked by a simple wooden cross that would rot away in a few years. No one wrote his biography. No official record noted his contributions. He was one among tens of thousands of settlers, one of countless lives lived and ended in the difficult spaces at the empire's eastern edge. But his techniques endured. Stone-heating pits continued to be built in the settlement and, through demonstration and word of mouth, in neighboring settlements, families continued to use his methods for smoke management, insulation, heat distribution. His knowledge was absorbed into the community's collective practice, losing its association with his name, becoming simply the way things were done. This was Ivan's legacy, not fame or recognition, but the quiet continuation of techniques that made winter survival slightly less brutal. His life was spent in close attention to fire, stone, and smoke, in patient observation and incremental improvement. He did not change his world, but he made it slightly more bearable. In a place where survival was never guaranteed, slightly mattered. The settlement on the Yenisei continued. Inhabitants continued to struggle with cold and hunger, but they struggled with the techniques Ivan had helped develop, in dwellings that had absorbed his innovations with the knowledge he had helped spread. Years after his death, an old woman in the settlement, one who had known Ivan as a child, was asked by her granddaughter why they used the stone mine as heating under the floor. The old woman paused, thought, and said simply, "Ivan did it that way." The granddaughter did not know who Ivan was, did not think to ask. The technique had outlasted the memory of its originator, which is perhaps the most enduring kind of legacy, the kind so thoroughly absorbed into practice that its beginnings are forgotten. Ivan Petrovich was a man who understood that winter was not an enemy to be defeated, but a condition to be navigated. He understood that frontier survival required not heroism, but attention, not dramatic gestures, but steady, patient effort, repeated over decades. He understood that the difference between freezing and staying warm was often a matter of small innovations carefully applied, of stones arranged just so, of the smoke hole angled precisely, of knowledge accumulated slowly and shared quietly. These were not insights from philosophy or formal education, the practical wisdom born of necessity and refined through experience. In the endless white winters of the Siberian taiga, Ivan's life was a small flame, not brilliant, not widely visible, but warm, steady, enduring through years of darkness, in a place where warmth was life itself. This was no small achievement. The story, like the stories of so many who lived on the empire's frontiers, was unrecorded in official histories. There are no monuments built to commemorate him, no plaques honoring his innovations, no scholarly papers analyzing his methods. In fact, in the dwellings along the Yenisei, in the stone pits that continue to warm families through brutal winters, in the smoke holes that draw properly, in the insulated walls that hold heat, and all these things, Ivan Petrovich still lives. His careful thought and patient experiment continued to serve lives he would never know, continued to push back the cold that always waits, always ready to reclaim the warmth humans manage to create. IV. Archaeology of residual warmth, the historical echoes of Siberian heating techniques. There are places in the taiga where the snow melts in strange patterns, circular patches that thawed days before the surrounding ground, darker rectangles of earth emerging from beneath the winter's white blanket like shadows rising from below. These anomalies mark the sites of ancient settlements, dwellings long abandoned, wooden structures rotted away to nothing, but stone foundations still retaining the faint memory of warmth. Stone remembers things the surface forgets, retaining some quality, thermal mass, mineral composition, simple density that sets it apart from the surrounding soil. Archaeologists who venture into these remote areas, few in number, limited in resources, drawn by curiosity rather than fame, find puzzles in the permafrost, arrangements of stones that seem too deliberate to be natural, too complex to be mere practical fire pits, layers suggesting purposes beyond simple cooking or warmth, patterns hinting at meanings lost to time. Each excavation reveals more questions than answers, more fragments of technology than complete systems. In one excavation near the Angara River in the early 20th century, researchers found a dwelling floor with 3 distinct stone configurations. The first was clearly a hearth, blackened by soot, cracked by heat, located centrally where a fire would logically burn. The second was a pit filled with smooth river stones, arranged in concentric circles, each layer smaller than the one below, creating a bowl-like depression. The stones showed signs of repeated heating, their surfaces altered by thermal stress, must have been used for years or decades. The third configuration was stranger. Flat stones set in a spoke-like pattern, their surfaces carved with channels. The channels led nowhere, seemed to have no obvious function. The carving was precise, deliberate, indicating someone had invested considerable labor for a purpose opaque to modern observers. The archaeologists carefully documented these finds, photographed, measured, drawn in field notebooks. They wrote papers proposing theories the circular pit might have been for heat storage, similar to techniques known in other cold regions. The radial stones might have been an attempt at heat distribution, though the mechanism was unclear. Perhaps the channels guided water that froze and thawed in a cycle, expanding and contracting to move heat through the stone. Or perhaps they served a completely different function the researchers could not imagine. The carved channels remained unexplained, simply classified in the archaeological report as a feature of unknown function. This phrase recurs in Siberian archaeological reports an admission of interpreted limits, a placeholder from knowledge irrecoverably lost. But documentation and theory are not the same as understanding. Archaeologists can measure and categorize, but they cannot fully comprehend what it meant to live in such a dwelling, to depend on such a system, to develop such techniques through generations of frozen necessity. The stones are silent, keeping their secrets beneath layers of stratum and time. They have witnessed centuries of winters, but offer no testimony modern science can decode. At another site farther east near the Lena River, excavators found something even more mysterious than what was clearly a dwelling floor. They discovered a chamber race piece about 3 feet deep, 6 feet across, completely lined with flat stones carefully shaped and fitted together. The chamber contained no artifacts, no tools, no bones or charcoal. It was simply an empty space deliberately created and then deliberately filled with earth sealed. The chamber's purpose sparked debate among scholars. Root cellars seemed unlikely to deep, to finely constructed, and the region's permafrost would make such storage unnecessary. The ethereal chamber was possible, though the absence of any human remains contradicted this. Ritual space was suggested, but for what rituals, conducted by whom, remained pure speculation. An older researcher who had spent decades studying Siberian indigenous cultures suggested quietly that perhaps the chamber was for heat storage, an extreme version of the stone minus heating pit, built on a scale suggesting either great innovation or great desperation. But his colleagues were skeptical. The labor required to build such a chamber would have been immense, and the benefit unclear. Why thought so elaborately when simpler methods could achieve similar results? The debate was never resolved. The site was recorded, the chamber carefully excavated and photographed. Then the earth was backfilled, a location marked on maps few would ever consult. The puzzle remained, buried once more beneath Taga soil. Perhaps in another century, with different technologies or different theoretical frameworks, someone will return and find answers these early researchers missed. These archaeological puzzles connect to broader questions about how knowledge moved across the vast Siberian landscape. The region's indigenous peoples, even Key, Yakutas, Buryatas, Tangas, and dozens of smaller groups had occupied the Taaframa area before Russian founding began. They developed sophisticated techniques for surviving in one of the world's most punishing climates. Techniques that involved not only practical skills but deep understanding of materials, thermodynamics, and the rhythms of the natural world. This knowledge was not encoded in written texts, but in practice, in the architecture of dwelling structures, in the selection and arrangement of materials, in patterns repeated so consistently they became tradition. The even key, for instance, used structures called chums, conical dwellings covered in reindeer hides, with a central fire and a smoke hole at the apex. The concept was simple, but construction involved complex knowledge, how to angle the poles for maximum stability and interior space, how to layer the hides to allow some ventilation while preventing heat loss, how to position the fire so smoke drew upward effectively, how to dig the floor slightly below ground level to reduce wind infiltration. Every element was critical. Remove or alter any component, and the whole system could fail, filling with smoke or losing heat too quickly. And knowledge needed to build a functional chum was not something one could learn from a single conversation or from observation alone. It required years of apprenticeship, repeated practice, adjustments to local conditions. Yakutas built Balagan-S log structures with thick earthen roofs, entered through a loader that required stooping, designed to trap warm air and minimize heat loss. Some Balagan-S had elaborate stove systems, clay structures that captured the heat of burning wood and released it slowly through thick walls, maintaining relatively stable temperatures even as external conditions swung wildly. These stoves were sophisticated architectural achievements, requiring an understanding of thermal mass airflow and combustion efficiency that would not be out of place in modern engineering discussions. Through experiment, the Yaku test discovered what contemporary physics can explain through theory that large structures, heated slowly, also cool slowly, that channels within clear stone can distribute heat more evenly than an open flame, that proper design can make limited fuel resources last a long time. The barrier test developed yurts with felt insulation and carefully designed ventilation systems, structures that could be heated efficiently with minimal fuel and dismantled and moved when necessary. They also practiced a form of hot stone therapy, heating stones in fire and then using them for warmth and medicinal purposes, placing wrapped hot stones on the body to treat cold and Linus-related ailments. This practice suggests an understanding of heat, not just as environmental comfort, but as a therapeutic agent, something that could penetrate the body and restore balance. Whether this understanding was medically correct matters less than recognizing it represented the application of systematically observed, generationally developed principles. Russian settlers who arrived in these regions encountered these techniques, observed them, sometimes adopted them, sometimes dismissed them, sometimes adapted them in ways that transformed the original methods beyond recognition. Knowledge exchange was neither simple nor unidirectional. Indigenous peoples also observed Russian techniques, sometimes incorporating metal tools or construction elements into their own practices. Iron hinges, nails, and blades changed construction possibilities. Brick making techniques introduced new materials with different thermal properties. Orthodox architectural forms suggested different spatial arrangements. This cultural interchange created hybrid methods, heating systems combining Russian stove construction with indigenous stone heating techniques, smoke holes positioned according to indigenous understandings of airflow but built using Russian claim Inus working methods. These hybrid systems are difficult for modern researchers to categorize. They fit neither purely indigenous traditions nor purely imported Russian practice, but exist in that intermediate space where cultures mingle through the pressure of practical necessity. The resulting technologies weren't either purely indigenous nor purely Russian, but something emergent, new, created from a collision of different knowledge systems under the pressure of survival in a merciless environment. Not all knowledge spread successfully. Some techniques remained isolated, known to particular groups or even particular families, never spreading beyond immediate neighbors. When those groups dispersed or died out due to disease, displacement, or the simple attrition of frontier life, their knowledge died with them. The archaeological record preserves the physical remnants of these lost techniques, the stones and structures they left behind, but the understanding that gave those structures meaning is gone. There are stories passed down through oral tradition, hinting at more elaborate systems than archaeology has yet discovered. Even key elders speak of stone walls, runes built deep in the earth, lined with special stones that could hold heat for days, keeping a space warm enough to survive even when no fuel could be found. These runes were said to have been built by ancestors in times of extreme hardship, designed as last refuges. Descriptions suggest structures more complex than any archaeologically documented subterranean spaces insulated by earth, lined with stones selected for their thermal properties, perhaps even incorporating water that frozen thawed in cycles to regulate temperature. Whether such rooms ever truly existed is uncertain. No definitive archaeological evidence has been found, though absence proves little in a region where excavation is difficult and most potential sites remain unexplored. The stories persist regardless, carrying a sense of ancient ingenuity, of knowledge that might have been real or might have been only wished minus for techniques ancestors either achieved or only dreamed of achieving. In the absence of definitive proof, the stories occupy a liminal space between history and legend, neither confirmed nor disproven, existing as haunting possibilities. Similar stories exist among the descendants of Russian settlers, tales of dwellings that stayed warm without fire, of old Ivan or Fyodor or Mikhail. The name changes with the telling, who discovered some secret method, lost when he died before fully teaching others. These stories have a legendary quality, impossible to verify, likely embellished through repeated telling, but still suggestive of a world where heating was not just a practical necessity, but a field of experiment, even mystery. They hint that within the broader patterns of technology and tradition, There were individual innovations, variants or refinements discovered to be unusually effective, but that knowledge failed to spread before circumstance intervened. Fire itself held complex significance in these cultures. For Orthodox Russian settlers, fire was God's gift, a substance that separated humans from animals, made civilization and survival possible. There were prayers associated with lighting the first fire of winter, rituals to bless the hearth, beliefs that fire carried prayers to heaven through its smoke. The hearth was the spiritual center of the household, blessed and maintained with a care that went beyond practical necessity. But beneath this Christian overlay existed older beliefs, traceable to pre-Orthodox times, to pre-Christian Slavic traditions, only partially suppressed or transformed by centuries of Christianity. These older beliefs held fire to be alive, to have a spirit that could be pleased or offended. It must be respected and never insulted. You did not spit into fire. You did not curse near it. You did not let it die through neglect. To do so was to invite misfortune, illness, the cold death that prowled the winter landscape. Indigenous beliefs were similarly complex. Even Key believed fire was one of the fundamental spirits of the world, related to the sun, to lightning, to life itself. Fire required offering small bits of food tossed into the flames, words of respect spoken before lighting a new fire. The smoke of fire carried messages to the spirit world, and the patterns of smoke could be read by those with knowledge, revealing information about weather, community health, coming events. The Yakutas saw fire as a mediator between the light upper world and the dark lower world. Properly maintaining fire was necessary not only for physical warmth but for spiritual balance. They had complex rules about who could tend certain fires, about which woods were suitable for different purposes, about how to properly extinguish a fire versus letting it die naturally. When Russian and indigenous beliefs intersected, they created syncretic practices half-Christian, half-shamanistic, not entirely either, but containing elements of both. Settlers might cross themselves before lighting a fire, but also quietly toss a small bit of bread into the flames as an offering, just in case the old spirits were listening. Indigenous people might adopt Orthodox prayers but continue to read smoke patterns and observe fire taboos that had nothing to do with Christian theology. The resulting practices made pragmatic sense under conditions of uncertainty. Appealing to multiple sources of spiritual power seemed prudent rather than contradictory. These hybrid practices made sense to the people who performed them. In a world where survival was uncertain, where the forces controlling cold and heat seemed beyond human control, appealing to any power that might help was reasonable. The Christian God, ancestral spirits, fire itself, all were invoked, all were respected, all were given their due. This diversity was experienced not as confusion, but as thoroughness, as covering all possibilities in the face of forces that could kill at whim. Archaeological evidence of these beliefs is subtle, easily missed. Small caches of burned offerings buried near hearths might be interpreted as simple trash disposal, unless the excavator knows to look for patterns, consistent presence of specific materials, careful placement, context suggesting intent rather than accident. Many such caches have likely been excavated and discarded as unimportant, their significance unrecognized. The physical traces of belief are often indistinguishable from the traces of mundane activity, unless the observer knows what questions to ask. Then there are dreams. Multiple accounts from both settlers and indigenous peoples described vivid, intense dreams experienced while sleeping near a dying fire in winter. These dreams are described as unusually clear, unusually memorable, sometimes prophetic or revelatory. They have recurring themes: journeys through frozen landscapes, conversations with deceased relatives, visions of summer warmth, encounters with animal spirits. Modern researchers might attribute such dreams to exposure to carbon monoxide from poorly ventilated fires, to altered states of consciousness brought on by cold and near starvation, to psychological effects of isolation and monotony. These explanations may be correct, but they do not capture what such dreams meant to those who experienced them. for frontier settlers and indigenous peoples. These fire-streams were significant experiences, events that shaped understanding and sometimes influenced important decisions. Each rune might be interpreted as guidance from ancestors, warning from spirits, prophecy of coming weather or fortune, and acted upon accordingly. Some individuals claimed that certain stones, heated properly and placed in specific configurations, produced particularly clear or powerful dreams. Whether this was true, or whether the belief itself created psychological conditions that made dreams memorable, cannot be known. The stones are silent on the matter, but the persistence of such claims across different groups and time periods suggests that sleeping near stone-heated spaces felt different to those who did it. There's one rarely visited site, in mountains west of Lake Baikal, where Soviet Mysore archaeologists found something they could not explain: a series of stone circles, each about 8 feet in diameter, arranged in a larger pattern suggesting deliberate design. Each circle was lined with stones cracked by heat, evidence of intense and repeated heating. But the stone circles were too far from any settlement, too high in the mountains, in a location offering no obvious advantage for habitation. The archaeologists documented the fight and proposed various theories, perhaps a seasonal gathering place, though the purpose remained unclear. Perhaps a site for specialized activity metalworking was suggested, though no evidence of metalworking was found. Perhaps ceremonial, though the culture that created it and the rituals performed there were unknown. The one researcher noted that the stone circles aligned with certain astronomical features: the sunrise at winter solstice, the positions of particular stars. The alignment might have been deliberate, might have been coincidental. The researcher published a cautious paper outlining possibilities without making definitive claims, and the site was added to the long list of Siberian puzzles that may never be fully understood. The mountain site remains undisturbed, visited occasionally by researchers whom measure and photograph but extract no new clarity. In museums in Yakutsk and Krasnoyarsk, there are artifacts recovered from old settlement sites: iron tools, pottery shards, carved bone fragments. Among these objects are items whose purpose remains unclear: flat stones with precisely spaced holes drilled through them, clay tablets imprinted with patterns of lines and dots, wooden tools with curved surfaces seemingly designed for some specific, now forgotten task. Curators label these items domestic objects, purpose unknown, or possible ritual objects. They sit in storage drawers or display cases, divorced from the context that would give them meaning. Perhaps some of these objects related to heating practices: tools for arranging stones, templates for building smoke holes, devices for measuring temperature or testing wood. Or perhaps they served purposes completely unrelated to fire and heat. Their function was lost when the last person who knew how to use them died without passing the knowledge forward. Written records from the period are scarce and often unreliable. Prussian administrators in Siberian outposts sometimes submitted reports on the territories under their jurisdiction, but these reports focused on taxation, population counts, political stability. Details of daily life, how people heated their homes or managed fire, were considered too trivial to record. When such details do appear in records, they are usually mentioned in passing, in contexts that make them difficult to interpret. An 1807 report mentions that settlers in a particular area were using heathen stones for heating, and that Orthodox priests were concerned this practice indicated insufficient Christian devotion. Yet, the report does not explain what the method involved, why it was considered heathen, or what the priests wanted to do about it. The detail is tantalizing but ultimately insufficient. It confirms something unique was happening: indigenous techniques were being adopted by settlers, and religious authorities noticed and objected. But the actual practice remains obscure. Another document from 1823 describes a conflict between settlers and indigenous people over access to a particular hillside where good heating stones could be found. The document indicates the dispute was resolved through some sort of agreement, but again, details are missing. What made these particular stones suitable for heating? Why were they scarce enough to fight over? The document does not say. Perhaps the stones had specific thermal properties: high heat capacity, resistance to cracking when heated, ability to retain warmth for long periods, making them superior to alternatives. Personal writings, letters, diaries, memoirs are even rarer. Most frontier settlers were illiterate or barely literate, and those who could write had little time or resources for documentation. The few surviving personal accounts focus on dramatic events, dangerous journeys, violent conflicts, natural disasters. The mundane details of daily survival, including heating practices, are rarely mentioned, presumably because they were so routine as to seem not worth recording. One exception, fragments of a diary recovered from an abandoned settlement dating from the 1840s. The author's name is illegible, and he describes experimenting with different configurations of stones under the floor, trying to achieve better heat distribution. The entries are brief and technical, noting which arrangements worked better or worse, occasionally mentioning failure or small success. Then the diary simply ends. The final entry is a mid-minus sentence. The remaining pages blank or lost. What happened to the author is unknown. The fragment survives as a glimpse into the mind of someone engaged in patient experimentation, someone thinking systematically about problems of heat and survival. But the person remains anonymous, their story incomplete. Modern attempts to recreate historical heating methods have met with mixed success. Researchers build replica dwellings and attempt to heat them using period minus appropriate techniques, finding the methods more complex than written descriptions suggest. Getting a stone minus heating pit to work properly requires specific knowledge, the right stones, the right depth, the right covering technique, the right timing. Handing a smoke hole to draw effectively requires understanding subtle principles of airflow and pressure that settlers would have learned through trial and error, but are difficult to recapture from archaeological evidence. Some recreations succeed, producing warmth and proving the techniques were indeed viable. Others fail, filling with smoke or losing heat too quickly, or consuming unreasonable amounts of fuel. These failures suggest that successful heating of historical settlements required not only physical structures, but also accumulated practical knowledge, the kind of knowledge that comes from years of experience, from observational learning, from adjustments and refinements never written down. The gap between understanding a technique in principle and executing it successfully in practice can be vast. One particular puzzle has troubled researchers for decades. At several settlement sites scattered across eastern Siberia, archaeologists have found what appear to be standardized measurement stones with lines carved at regular intervals, sticks notched at consistent distances. These measuring tools seem to have been used in construction, perhaps to ensure smoke holes were built to a specific size or stone pits dug to a specific depth. Standardization suggests an attempt to replicate successful designs, to preserve knowledge about what worked by encoding it in physical standards. The interesting aspect is that the measurements seem consistent between sites separated by hundreds of miles, sites with little contact with each other. This consistency suggests knowledge about optimal dimensions for heating structures spread across vast distances through some communication network that left no other trace. Or perhaps the consistency is coincidental, the result of different people independently discovering the same optimal proportions through experiment. The question remains open. There are botanical puzzles as well. The analysis of charcoal from ancient hearths shows settlers bond a wider variety of wood than expected, including species difficult to work with or that produced problematic smoke. Some of these traits make sense in context in desperate kinds. Any fuel is better than none. That other patterns are harder to explain. Certain woods appear preferentially in particular seasons, woods mixed in proportions that seem deliberate rather than random. One theory is that different woods were believed to have properties beyond their heating value. Perhaps certain woods were thought to ward off illness, but produce less harmful smoke or create specific kinds of dreams. Indigenous traditions in the region do include beliefs about the spiritual properties of different tree species, and it is plausible settlers adopted some of these beliefs or developed their own parallel ones. Larch might have been favored for its association with longevity, birch for purification, pine for its resistance to rot and decay. But proving such beliefs existed is difficult. Charcoal analysis shows what was burned, not why. Patterns might reflect practical considerations modern researchers do not understand, might reflect beliefs never explicitly articulated, or might be purely random variation misinterpreted as meaningful pattern. In the absence of written records or surviving oral testimony, wood selection remains another tantalizing puzzle. In folk traditions that survived into the 20th century collected by ethnographers before they might be completely lost, there are references to fire songs sung by settlers when building a hearth or lighting the first fire as winter. These songs were supposed to ensure the fire would burn well, smoke would drop properly, warmth would last through the cold months. Most of these songs have been forgotten, but fragments were recorded. They represent another form of knowledge transmission, not technical instruction, but ritualized performance encoding correct practice. One fragment, collected in the 1920s from an old woman whose family had lived on the frontier for generations, goes like this: stone below, fire above, smoke between, carries summer's warmth through winter's long night. The words are simple, almost childish, but they encode practical knowledge: the importance of stone heat storage, the management of flame and smoke, the connection between proper construction and enduring warmth. Whether such songs actually contributed to heating is of course debatable, but they served a purpose regardless. They transformed the technical work of building and maintaining fire into something ritualistic, connecting the individual to tradition and community. To sing was to follow the method. To follow the method was to do what had worked for previous generations. The song was a combination of mnemonic device, quality control mechanism, and source of psychological comfort. The archaeological and ethnographic record fragmentary, though it suggests a world where heating was far more than a simple technical problem, was a field of accumulated knowledge, cultural interchange, spiritual belief, and constant experimentation. The methods used were practical, but they were also meaningful, effective, but also mystical, successful, but also not fully understood even by those who used them. Each generation inherited techniques from the previous and modified them through their own experience, creating a slow evolution of practice, responding to changing conditions and available resources. In the museums and storage facilities holding artifacts from these periods, there is a sense of presence: objects that once served critical purposes, handled daily by people whose lives depended on them, objects filled with current attention and perhaps hope. The stone cracked by heat may look like nothing more than geological material damaged by fire, but it was once part of the system that kept someone alive through winter, that warned someone sleeping child, that made survival possible for one more night. The puzzles persist because full understanding requires not just physical evidence, but lived experience. It would require inhabiting a world where fire was not a convenience, but an essential, where the difference between adequate and inadequate heating could determine survival, where knowledge about stones and smoke and fuel was as important as any other knowledge in life. We can measure and analyze, can propose theories and reconstruct techniques, can gather fragments of information and arrange them into narrative. That at the heart of these heating practices, there is something inaccessible: the knowledge of feeling, the embodied understanding, the sensation of waiting before dawn to scrape ash in search of an ember, the relief when the ember proves strong enough, the satisfaction of warmth won through patient effort. Perhaps this inaccessibility is appropriate. Perhaps some knowledge is meant to be experienced, not just intellectually understood. The stones beneath the permafrost keep their secrets quietly, awaiting questions that may never be fully answered. Witnessing lives lived in close attention to fire and cold. Witnessing communities surviving through ingenuity and endurance. Witnessing centuries of winter nights when warmth was all that mattered and warmth was never certain. They are monuments to anonymous competence, to the millions of tiny decisions and adjustments collectively making human life possible in one of Earth's most challenging environments. The saga continues. It cycles. Snow falls and melts. Forests grow, burn, and regenerate. In places where settlements once stood, the snow still melts in strange patterns, marking where stones once held heat. These marks fade with time as stones scatter and sink deeper into earth, but they do not disappear completely. They remain as traces, as echoes, as quiet reminders: people once lived here, struggled here, found ways to survive here through the dark, the cold, the endless white of winter. Perhaps that is enough. Not full understanding but memory, not complete knowledge, but appreciation for what was achieved with so little, for heating methods that kept the flicker of life alive in frozen places, for puzzles solved and puzzles preserved, for all those winter nights when someone, somewhere in the taiga, managed to keep a fire burning until dawn. The Society of Warmth, thermal stratification in Siberian towns. 300 Zurest es west of Ivan Petrovich's settlement, in the provincial town of Tomsk, a merchant named Gregory Sakharov wakes on a winter morning to a room that is almost warm. It is not the desperate, barely minus the warmth of a frontier's Enlia Nka, but a gentle, sustained warmth from a properly maintained, packed the Russian brick stove that occupies a corner of his bedroom like a benevolent presence. The pack is a marvel of ceramic engineering, nearly 8 feet tall, its surface covered in green-glazed tiles that reflect the morning light filtering through frost-rimmed windows. Inside this structure, a complex system of chambers and channels captures the heat of burning wood and distributes it slowly, evenly through the stove's thick walls. The fire lit in the morning will cause the pack to radiate warmth for 12 hours or more, the stove's surface never becoming dangerously hot, just warm enough to lean against comfortably, to dry clothes upon, to heat water in a cow. Sakharov rises from his beta-reel bed with a wooden frame, a mattress stuffed with woolen feathers, and walks barefoot across a floor that is merely cool, not easy. His wife still sleeps, buried under coverlets that are themselves luxuries, cotton fabric, stuffed with goose down, sewn by workshop artisans, not by exhausted family members in a smoky dwelling. In the next room he can hear the children stirring, their voices carrying through the house, muffled by the smoke and low ceilings that impose a muffled quality on frontier homes. A servant is already up. The servant is always up first, her schedule determined by the household's needs, not the sun. She lit the main pack hours before dawn, swept the floors, began preparing breakfast in the kitchen where a second, larger stove provides heat and cooking surface. By the time Sakharov comes down to the dining room, tea is ready, prepared in a samovar, another marker of comfort and status, a brass vessel that keeps water hot all morning, allowing tea to be taken leisurely, not in haste. This is not the frontier. This is not survival measured in armlets of wood and the fear of dying emperors. This is comfort purchased with wealth accumulated through trade furs from the interior, grain from agricultural regions, tea and silks, and manufactured goods moving along the routes connecting Siberia to European Russia and beyond, to China and the wider world. The difference between Sakharov's warmth and Ivan's warmth is not just a difference of degree, but of kind. Ivan's warmth is active, constantly won, constantly maintained, always precarious. Sakharov's warmth is passive, built into the structures of his life, maintained by others, so reliable it is almost invisible. Ivan thinks about fire constantly because fire is never certain. Sakharov rarely thinks about fire because it is always there, managed by servants, fueled by what he purchases rather than gathers, burning in stoves designed by artisans who understand principles of thermodynamics. Ivan could only intuit through trial and error. The peck itself represents generations of refinement. The basic concept, a brick stove with internal channels to capture and distribute heat, had existed in various forms in Northern Europe and Russia for centuries. But the design was constantly improved, adapted, optimized. Internal channels were carefully sized to create proper airflow while maximizing heat extraction. The tiles were not merely decorative but functional, providing thermal mass that absorbed and gradually released heat. A stove's position in the house was calculated to provide warmth to multiple rooms through shared walls. Wealthy families employed stove-builders specialists who understood the complex relationship between fuel, airflow, and heat transfer. These craftsmen commanded high wages, were in constant demand, traveled from town to town building and repairing stoves according to perfected principles. They used standard dimensions, proven designs, materials selected for their thermal properties. The result was heating that worked reliably season after season, requiring minimal adjustment. Sakharov's house has multiple peck, one in the main living area, one in the main bedroom, a smaller one in the children's room. There is a separate kitchen stove designed primarily for cooking, but also contributing to the house's overall warmth. In the coldest part of winter, all these stoves would burn, their combined heat keeping interior temperatures comfortable even when outside temperatures dropped to levels that would kill an unprotected person in minutes. Fuel for these stoves came from professional woodcutters, men who worked the forests around Tomsk, felling trees, processing them into uniform logs, transporting them to town by sledge in winter or by barge in summer. Misa Farov purchased wood by the cord, paying prices unimaginable to a frontier settler, but to him, the expense was just one line item in the household budget, no more remarkable than the cost of food or clothing. Wood was stored in a shed behind his house, stacked neatly under a roof that kept it dry. The servant brought wood into the house as needed, maintaining a supply beside each stove so the flames could be fed without interruption. The wood was of good quality, properly seasoned birch and pine, split to uniform size, free of rot or excessive moisture. It burned cleanly, producing minimal smoke. The pek-I were designed to efficiently channel what smoke was produced up chimneys that rose high above the roofline, venting into the open air rather than accumulating inside. His careful management of smoke was another marker of privilege. Frontier dwellings were chronically smoky because proper chimney construction required resources and expertise rarely available, but in towns where builders could use brick and mortar, where chimney design was a developed craft, smoke could be almost entirely eliminated. Sakharov's house smelled of tea, cooking food, the faint pleasant scent of burning wood, but not the acrid, ferment burning smoke that permeated every frontier dwelling. The windows in Sakharov's house were another luxury. Glass was expensive, especially in Siberia, but his house had real glass windows, small panes set in wooden frames, allowing light to enter while keeping cold air out. The glass was imperfect, full of bubbles and distortions, but it was infinitely superior to the alternatives used by frontier settlers: oiled cloth that admitted dim light but no clarity, wooden shutters that kept cold out but plunged the interior into darkness, or worst of all, simply gaps in the walls that had to be stuffed with fabric and moss. In the deepest winter, ice would form on the inner surfaces of these windows, frost creating intricate patterns the children found endlessly fascinating. But the ice was a minor inconvenience, not a failure of insulation. The pek provided enough heat that the main rooms remained comfortable despite the cold radiation from the windows. Sakharov's children grew up taking warmth for granted. They played indoors through the whole winter, their games noisy and energetic because they had space and warmth to be active. They did not huddle by the fire, sleep in all their clothes, wake to rooms where breath froze in the air. Winter to them was a season of sleigh rides and snowball fights, of coming inside to hot tea and warm rooms, not of survival and fear. Education was possible in such an environment. Sakharov employed a tutor who came to the house several times a week to teach his children to read, write, and calculate, skills requiring light, warmth, and time, all things frontier children rarely had in sufficient quantities. The children did their lessons at a table in the main room, near but not too near the pek. The temperature was comfortable enough that fingers did not go numb, the light from the windows sufficient for reading, the smoke minus free air allowing concentration without constant irritation. But even within the merchant class, there were gradations of comfort. Sakharov was prosperous, but not as wealthy as the greatest merchants, not as comfortable as government officials might be. His house was comfortable but modest compared to the mansions occupied by the true elite. In Irkutsk, the administrative capital of eastern Siberia, the governor's residence was a palace by Siberian standards. Built of brick and timber, it sprawled across an entire city block, with dozens of rooms arranged around central halls and corridors. The heating system was extraordinary, multiple pek-I, each a masterpiece of tile and masonry work, fed by staff whose primary job was maintaining fire. The pek-I in the governor's residence were decorated with imported tiles from European Russia, some from as far away as Holland, depicting pastoral scenes on classical motifs, turning functional heating into artistic display. The governor held balls in winter, officers, administrators, and wealthy merchants gathering in rooms heated to temperatures that allowed women to wear light silk dresses without shawls. Musicians played and people danced, the windows larger and clearer than those in Sakura's house, revealing the winter night outside. The contrast between interior warmth and exterior cold becoming a kind of theatrical display. Look, the architecture seemed to say, what civilization can achieve. See how thoroughly we have defeated the cold. These balls were half in rooms illuminated by candles, dozens, sometimes hundreds of them. Their combined light and heat added to the warmth provided by the pekai. The cost of heating such an event was enormous, but to those commanding state resources, cost was irrelevant. The governor's budget for firewood alone exceeded the total income of most frontier settlements. The governor's personal quarters included a study where he worked on administrative papers, a room kept particularly warm because ink could freeze in cold conditions. Writing with stiff fingers was difficult. This room's pack was fed continuously throughout the day, ensuring the temperature never dropped or work became uncomfortable. Maps on the walls showed the vast territory, under his nominal control thousands of square miles of taiga and tundra, settlements scattered like seeds across impossible distances, populations existing on the edge of survival. The warmth at his study made this cold empire seem abstract, distant, manageable. Heels served in elite households were themselves markers of privilege. While frontier settlers rationed grain and survived on gruel and black bread, merchants and officials enjoyed meat and fish, preserved fruits and vegetables purchased from agricultural regions, delicacies imported at great expense. Kitchens preparing such food were warm spaces where cooking stones, burned all-day places where servants worked in relative comfort compared to the brutal conditions of outdoor labor. Fraught food was a luxury frontier families rarely enjoyed in winter. Cooking required fuel, and fuel was too precious to use for anything beyond the bare minimum necessary for survival. Meals were oft unlukewarm at best, eaten quickly before they cooled further. But in wealthy households, food arrived at the table hot, sometimes kept warm in serving dishes designed for the purpose, eaten leisurely as conversation flowed and pekai radiated steady heat. Heat drinking, particularly important in Russian culture, became an elaborate ritual in wealthy households. The samovar, literally self-minus boiler, was a device that used a small amount of fuel to keep water hot for hours, allowing tea to be prepared throughout the day without repeatedly boiling water from cold. The samovar occupied a place of honor in the dining room or parlor, its brass or copper surface polished to a shine, steam gently rising from its spout, a constant symbol of comfort and hospitality. Frontier settlers had heard of samovars, but few had ever seen one. The devices were too expensive, too delicate for rough conditions, their fuel consumption too extravagant. On the frontier, water was boiled when absolutely necessary, in simple pots hung over the fire, and drunk quickly before it cooled. The samovar implied a leisure, the ability to have hot water available at any time. The time to sit and sip tea in the afternoon as foreign to frontier life as the idea of heated ballrooms. But privilege had its own anxieties. The elite in Siberian towns were acutely aware of how dependent they were on systems that could fail. Supply chains bringing food and goods into Siberia were long and fragile. Harsh winters could block roads and freeze rivers, cutting off towns from resupply. If we'd cast out and nearby forests were depleted and would had to be brought from greater distances, firewood prices could spike unexpectedly. Some years, even in wealthy households, the cold was felt when fuel supplies ran low or when pekai malfunction and skilled repair craftsmen were unavailable. Comfort could evaporate quickly. Suddenly, the distance between merchant and settler narrowed. Both depended on fire. Both were vulnerable to cold. Both faced the possibility that warmth could fail. The officials sent from European Russia to serve in Siberian posts often found the cold shocking despite their privileged positions. They arrived expecting hardship, but not understanding what a hardship actually meant at these temperatures. Their houses would be heated as well as possible, their stoves maintained by servants, their firewood supplied by the state, and still they suffered. The cold penetrated in ways they had not anticipated, seeping through seemingly solid walls. creating drafts no ceiling could eliminate, imposing itself on their bodies and minds despite all efforts to keep it at bay. Many such officials requested transfers back to European Russia as soon as their obligated service period ended. Some could not wait that long, resigning despite damage to their careers, fleeing the Siberian cold as if pursued by a physical enemy. In their reports and letters, they wrote of the cold with genuine fear, describing it as an oppressive force, a presence that dominated life even for those with every advantage of wealth and status. The Orthodox Church offered another kind of privileged warmth. Churches in Siberian towns were substantial buildings carefully constructed, their architecture announcing the presence of faith and civilization in the wilderness. Inside these churches, services were conducted through the winter, the buildings heated though not always comfortably by massive stoves requiring constant attention. Priests and deacons lived relatively comfortably compared to their parishioners, occupying warmer, better-built dwellings. This comfort was theologically justified. Clergy needed health and focus to fulfill their spiritual duties, but it created an obvious inequality parishioners could not miss. May frontier settler struggling desperately to keep his family alive through winter could see the priest's house with its glass windows, smoke rising from a proper chimney. Such observations produced complicated feelings, respect for church authority mixed with resentment. Monasteries existing in some Siberian regions were even more privileged. Monastic communities had access to donated labor, resources provided by wealthy patrons, organizational structures allowing efficient wood collection and storage. Monks lived in cells that were small but adequately heated. Common spaces, reef quarries, chapels, workshops kept warm enough for their intended purposes. But monastic life also imposed its own hardships. Asceticism was valued. Excessive comfort was spiritually suspect. Some monasteries deliberately kept cells cold as a form of spiritual discipline, cold as a reminder of mortality and a tool for focusing the mind on eternal rather than temporal concerns. Others found a middle way, providing enough warmth for health while avoiding luxury. Military garrisons scattered across Siberia represented another kind of privileged warmth. The privilege was relative and often minimal. Soldiers lived in barracks, buildings heated communally, large rooms with central stoves where dozens slept in close quarters. Warmth was provided by the state. Wood came from military stores. Fires were maintained according to regulations that specified how much fuel could be used each day. Conditions in these barracks were better than in frontier dwellings, but worse than in merchants' houses. Warmth was adequate, but not comfortable. Overcrowding meant disease spread rapidly when it entered a garrison. Sick soldiers often died not from the illness itself, but from the impossibility of recovering in cold, crowded, unsanitary conditions. Officers fared better, occupying separate quarters with better heating and more space. The hierarchy of rank translated directly into a hierarchy of warmth. The commander's quarters, the warmest building in the garrison, heated as well as any merchant's house, while common soldiers crowded together in barracks that provided just enough for survival. Indigenous peoples partially incorporated into the Russian administrative structure occupied ambiguous positions in this warmth hierarchy. Some had been settled in permanent villages, their traditional nomadic lifestyles discouraged or forbidden, their heating practices altered to conform to Russian expectations. Settled indigenous peoples built log structures similar to Russian dwellings and used Russian-style stoves, though they often modified these structures according to their own knowledge and preferences, maintained more traditional lifestyles, continuing to move with reindeer herds, or to fish and hunt, according to seasonal patterns. Their heating methods remained largely unchanged, though they increasingly incorporated Russian tools, metal axes and knives that made woodworking easier, metal pots that could be placed directly on fire, fabrics that could be used alongside traditional hides for clothing and shelter coverings. The relationship between indigenous heating knowledge and Russian heating practice was complex, not entirely one-way. Some Russian settlers learned valuable techniques from indigenous neighbors' methods for traveling safely in extreme cold, for quickly building shelters from available materials, knowledge about which plants could be used for insulation or fire starting. that the overall flow of cultural influence was toward Russification. Traditional indigenous knowledge often disparaged or dismissed, even as it was quietly adopted in modified forms. Then there were the exiles, political prisoners, criminals, others sent to Siberia as punishment. These people existed in a shadow world between the desperate poverty of the frontier settler and the relative security of permanent residence. Some exiles were educated, literate people who had offended authorities, who found themselves in dwellings rougher than anything they had previously experienced, struggling with heating methods they had never needed to understand before. Memoirs of educated exiles provide some of the most detailed descriptions of Siberian heating practices, because these writers had the literacy and motivation to record their experiences. They wrote of the shock of living in Smoky's Nki, of learning to manage fire for the first time, of a persistent cold that seemed no amount of fire could fully defeat. Their writings reveal how profoundly warmth was a privilege in their former lives, so complete that they had not even recognized it as privilege until it was taken away. Some exiles adapted, learned the skills needed to survive, became in time almost indistinguishable from other frontier settlers. Others did not adapt, died of cold, of diseases exacerbated by cold, of despair. The exile system was brutal in many ways, but perhaps its most brutal aspect was how completely it stripped away comfort, reducing existence to where survival itself became the only possible achievement. So traders traveling between settlements and towns experienced the full range of Siberian warmth. They might spend one night in a comfortable inn in Tobolsk, sleeping in a bed beside a well-maintained pec, the next night in a rough post station with barely adequate heating, the next night in the open, camping beside a fire that kept the cold at bay but never defeated it. These travelers developed a kind of adaptability, an ability to find what warmth was available and make do, that they also developed a profound appreciation for good heating when they encountered it. Inns existing in larger towns were themselves interesting studies in heating economics. The best inns had rooms with individual peci, allowing guests to control their own warmth. Cheaper inns had communal heating, a large stove and a shared space where multiple guests gathered. The cheapest lodgings offered little more than a roof and walls. Travelers expected to provide their own warmth through clothing and blankets. The price of a room corresponded directly to the quality of heating provided, because in winter, warmth was the primary commodity a traffic needed. Seasonal rhythms in Siberian towns created a cadence where summer was preparation time for winter heating needs, and the brief warm months, wood was cut and stacked, stoves were inspected and repaired, chimneys were cleaned, kettles were replaced when damaged. Wealthy families employed craftsmen to perform these tasks professionally, ensuring their heating systems would function when cold returned. Poorer families did what they could with their own labor and limited resources, knowing any failure in preparation could be fatal when winter arrived. There were also the servants and their own problems of warmth. In wealthy households, servants lived in quarters, usually the coldest parts of the house, rooms near exterior walls, spaces without pec, areas where heat from the main stoves barely reached. Servants rose early to light fires for their masters, worked in cold conditions so that warmth would be established by the time the family awoke. The servant tending the stove might be warm while performing that duty standing by the fire, handling the hot wood, but their other hours were spent in cold spaces, their sleeping quarters often merely warmer than outdoors. This warmth hierarchy within households reflected the larger social hierarchy. Warmth flowed to power, to wealth, to status. Goals at the bottom of the social structure: servants, laborers, frontier settlers, indigenous peoples increasingly marginalized on their own lands experienced cold more directly, more constantly, with fewer buffers between their bodies and the winter environment. Those at the top experienced cold as an abstract threat, something existing outside their well-heated spaces, managed by others on their behalf. Yet even the elite could not completely escape the cold. The Siberian winter imposed itself on everyone, regardless of privilege. The officials might work in heated offices, But they still had to travel between buildings, still had to venture outside for various necessities, still experienced the sting of wind in the way extreme cold penetrated even the best fur coats and felt boots. And always there was knowledge, sometimes explicit, sometimes buried, but never completely absent, that this comfort was contingent. The fire in the woodshed could destroy a season's fuel supply. The harsh winter could disrupt supply chains, making firewood scarce, even for those who could normally afford it. An accident or illness could reduce a family's circumstances, turning comfort into struggle within a season or two. The distance between the governor's warm ballroom and the frontier settlers' Smokies Enlia Nka was measured not only in liles and rubles, but in layers of wealth and health, in the fragile stability of systems keeping civilization functioning in an environment hostile to human life. The architecture of Siberian towns reflected this warmth hierarchy. The finest buildings, government offices, merchants, houses, churches were built with double walls, with insulation in the form of packed earth or sawdust, with carefully designed roofs that shed snow while retaining heat. These buildings stood as monuments to the possibility of comfort in impossible conditions, announcing that human ingenuity could create warm spaces in some of the coldest inhabited places on Earth. That surrounding these fine buildings were structures of lesser quality houses that were adequate but not comfortable workshops, heated barely enough, were houses not heated at all. And beyond the towns, extending to every horizon, were the forests and plains where frontier settlers lived. Under conditions townspeople preferred not to examine closely, where the struggle for warmth was immediate, constant, never truly won. On the coldest nights, when temperatures dropped to extremes that would kill unprotected flesh in minutes, even the elite's warm rooms seemed like fragile bubbles of warmth in the sea of cold. The peck eye burned brightly, candles flickered, conversation and music filled the air, but outside the windows, the cold pressed close, patient and inexorable, waiting for any failure of fire, fuel, or vigilance. The elite could mostly ignore that cold, could pretend that comfort was permanent and secure. But in the deep of winter nights, when the wind howled and temperatures plummeted, even the most privileged sometimes woke and wondered whether their warmth would hold, whether the systems they depended on would continue to function, whether the distance between their comfort and the frontier settlers' desperation was really as great as it seemed by day. Fire burned in the governor's study, the merchant's bedroom, the priest's dwelling, the soldier's barracks, the exile's rough shelter, the frontier settlers' Emlia Nka. The same fire, the same wood, the same basic chemistry of combustion turning fuel into heat. But the experience of that warmth differed so profoundly between social positions. It was almost as if they were entirely different phenomena. Comfort in one context, survival in another. The distance between them measured in money and power, and in the accident of birth determining who would live in warmth and who would struggle with cold forever. Because in Ember's historical resonance and modern warmth, and we have reached the end of our journey through the cold, to the Smokies Emlia Nka, where settlers scraped for embers in the dark, through the patient life of Ivan Petrovich into stones, the health heat-like memory through the puzzles buried in permafrost, through the privileged worm wounds,